Pachita, by Dr. Jacobo Grinberg, 1990. Preface for the English edition. Bárbara Guerrero, Pachita, was born in a small town in the north of Mexico at the dawn of the 20th century. Abandoned by her parents, she was adopted by an African Negro called Charles, and was raised by him. When she turned 15, Charles returned to Africa, and Bárbara joined Pancho Villa's revolutionary troops. The year 1915 was filled with strange omens, and Pachita was accused of practicing sorcery because she had cured with her bare hands a little elephant that performed in a circus. Charles had taught her to read the messages contained in the stars, to cure animals and human beings, and to recognize the signals of the earth, of time, and of the spiritual world. Unable to express these teachings, she hid them deep inside her, and earned her living without showing her strange abilities. As an adult woman in post-revolutionary Mexico, Pachita raised a family, sold lottery tickets, sang aboard city buses to get some money. But she never forgot Charles. Her ability to cure first appeared during emergencies and slowly became part of her life. When Dr. Jacobo met Pachita, she was almost 80 years old and devoted almost all her time to healing. The way in which she worked had at least 3 different modalities. The first was the diagnostic aspect. To do this work, Pachita used what appeared to be very powerful sensory abilities. She was able to see inside the body and locate signs and symptoms of organic disorders. She was able to apply some kind extraocular visual capacity in order to see energetic fields. These intracorporeal and extraocular powers are just beginning to be seriously studied in children, but are not yet understood. Pachita applied these powers to diagnose different kinds and levels of disease. When a sick person appeared before her, she looked at the patient with her eyes closed. Pachita partially lost her sight in 1968 as a result of the emotional shock she sustained when her eldest son was killed in the Tlatelolco slaughter, and identified tumors, infections, and other disturbances, whether deep inside the body or on the surface. The second modality of Pachita's healing talent was the treatment of organic disturbances detected by this diagnosis. Here, a very strange methodology was used. First, Pachita would sit down in a chair after putting on a mantle. She would close her eyes, begin a rhythmic breathing exercise, and suddenly her body would start to tremble. These involuntary movements lasted a few seconds, and when they stopped, Pachita would raise her right hand and salute whoever was there with the words, "In the name of the Father, I greet you." Pachita's normal personality seemed to disappear, and in its stead appeared a very strong, royal, powerful presence. During this trance, Pachita performed incredible miracles with the patient's bodies. These wonders will be described in the rest of the book. Suffice it to say here that they involved such features as the materialization and dematerialization of objects and organic materials, organ transplants, and reconstructions. When the trance was over, Pachita was unable to understand or remember what had happened, as if an alien consciousness had taken possession of her. Pachita said that it was indeed a spirit that possessed her during the operations. This spirit was Cuauhtémoc, the last of the Aztec kings. Pachita and her helpers referred to Cuauhtémoc as the brother. Dr. Jacobo was able to speak to the brother and asked him about his identity, existence, and interactions with Pachita. He said that before the Spanish conquerors came to Tenochtitlan, the Aztecs were engaged in the development of extraordinary, complex, sophisticated healing techniques that he was using in his work with Pachita. He also insisted that he was not alone, but that the spirits of his former royal allies were helping him. Pachita's helpers continually spoke of the room in which the operations were performed as an ultramodern operating room filled with sophisticated facilities, tubes, and surgical equipment. This site was only accessible to the psychically gifted. Normal people could only see a dim, dirty room filled with human odors and bodies. Nevertheless, in that nasty room, Dr. Jacobo witnessed the most amazing, strange phenomena. The third modality of Pachita's work involved the contact and handling of the causes and effects of psychic curses or damages. People came to be cured of strange ills, intractable tumors, and even intracorporeal moving bodies. The brother recognized some of these symptoms as being produced by sorcerers. In these cases, after the operations, and sometimes before them, the brother established a direct communication with the sorcerer, and a psychic battle took place. In these terrible encounters, the brother nullified the power of the sorcerer in order to prevent him doing more harm. Cuauhtémoc recognized himself as a spiritual entity in a development process. He spoke of his work with Pachita as a continuation of his training as a king healer, and as an opportunity to help mankind and himself in the learning process. In this audiobook, disappeared Mexican neuroscientist Jacobo Grinberg describes the amazing work of Pachita and Cuauhtémoc. He had the opportunity to work with them for several months. The experience he had during each of the sessions was so overwhelming that he decided to write a complete description after each session to elaborate on his impressions. Not a single sentence in it is fabricated or false. It is a description of what Dr. Jacobo saw and experienced. That is how this book was born. Our goal in sharing his work as an audiobook in English is to contribute globally to creating more trust in the power of consciousness. Welcome. Introduction. I met Pachita when I had to meet her. At that time, I wondered how far individuality should be pushed. Moreover, I questioned the true meaning of individuality, and everything I found as an answer did not satisfy me. At the same time, something within me was incomplete. With Pachita, I learned that individuality persists even after bodily death, that the feeling of being an independent and complete self is healthy and should expand to embrace the whole. Unity is not achieved by destroying the self, but by transforming it after acceptance. It all reminded me of John Cook, who said the ego must be loved, known, and then forgotten. The greatest gift was understanding that one always is, and therefore respecting the experience of existence without invalidating it. What I witnessed at Pachita's home fundamentally challenged my concepts of the body and its importance. After the first operation session, I walked out feeling like a spirit, experiencing my body as a kind of vehicle. The notes after that session reflected that mood. My body is just an instrument, I said as I left Pachita's house. The flower market was shining in the early morning, and I felt connected to everything. The flowers are little sisters. The earth is a little sister. The worms are little siblings. The birds, the snakes, the eyes. My body doesn't belong to me. My body is an instrument. The spirit moves. My hands were red from the blood spilled with the machete. In that first operation session, I saw a woman approach Pachita to lie on an improvised bed made of semi-broken boards. There, in the midst of everyone, a machete entered her abdomen to remove a tumor and transplant some internal organ. That woman, the first person I saw operated on, left an indelible mark on me. I remember, on the verge of fainting after seeing the operation, something in me decided to continue and take everything with naturalness and strength. What it was and how I managed not to scream in horror or run away from there, I don't know. The fact is that from a certain moment, I felt at home, and all I wanted was to help and learn. I remember that after that session, I was so hungry that I decided to go to a restaurant for dinner. I sat down and everyone stared at me. I looked at my hands and realized they were red with blood. The most extraordinary case, and the one that taught me that there are truly no limits, was that of a girl who, in a conventional operation, had been over-anesthetized, leaving her brain dead due to lack of oxygen. The parents, desperate after seeing a dozen neurologists, came to Pachita and asked for help. Pachita agreed, and the second operation I witnessed that first night was a transplant of cerebral cortex in the over-anesthetized girl. That was too difficult for me. For more than 10 years, I have dedicated myself to investigating some aspects of brain physiology, and even though I consider myself quite revolutionary among my colleagues, I never imagined, nor could I have accepted, that a part of the brain could be transplanted from one human to another. I would never have accepted it if I hadn't seen it, but the fact is that I saw it, and it disturbed me so deeply that from that moment on, all my psychophysiological conceptions changed. The girl was a vegetable who did not move or speak or control her sphincters. In that operation, and in 4 subsequent ones, Pachita cut the scalp with the machete and then opened the skull using a piece of plumber's saw. I saw that, and part of me thought it wasn't true, and another part thought it was wonderfully real. Then Pachita made a section of human cortex appear, took a piece in her hands, breathed on it, and ordered it to live. Live, live, she shouted after that with the help of the machete. She inserted the piece of cortex into the girl's skull, and with a series of strange movements, left it deposited there. Finally, the wound closed after I was invited to place my hands on it. This was called saturating. The girl was bandaged and returned to her parents. The operation was performed without anesthesia, without asepsis, and considering its magnitude and seriousness, the least that could have been expected as a minimal reaction was a fulminant meningitis. Instead, the girl appeared 15 days later for a new operation, without infections, without having died of postoperative shock, and with some signs of improvement. In fact, after 4 operations similar to the one described, I saw that girl start to have voluntary movements, babble words, complain of pain and discomfort, and smile. Yes, smile. When I saw that girl smile and understood the reasons for her joy, I realized that the most fundamental thing is the one with the greatest spiritual reach, what anyone understands, what is present at all levels, the classic, what feels like certainty and selfhood. It was Cuauhtémoc's birthday, and the operating room was adorned with flowers and saturated with incense. Pachita sat on it. My interaction with Pachita not only challenged my scientific knowledge, but also my spiritual beliefs. On one occasion, during a special session on Cuauhtémoc's birthday, the atmosphere was filled with magic. Cuauhtémoc conveyed profound messages about God and his designs, and the girl in the wheelchair smiled at key moments, revealing an impressive spiritual connection. In another episode, Pachita, using her abilities, blessed the city of Parral with rain after a drought. This act of control over nature left me amazed, questioning the source of her power. Pachita, a woman abandoned in childhood and adopted by Charles, an African Jew, led a life full of diverse experiences. From fighting alongside Villa to being a cabaret performer, her life connected her to something transcendent. Her ability to leave behind illusions placed her in intimate contact with a deeper reality. Pachita's work included rituals before operations with the ingestion of natural herbs. This, combined with the materializations called contributions, created a unique environment in each session. My reflections on unity and individuality intensified during my time with Pachita. The apparent duality between Cuauhtémoc and Pachita challenged my understanding of unity. However, a later Sufi experience taught me that in unity, existence persists, and we are all one being. This book does not intend to invalidate the existence of Brother Cuauhtémoc or impose critical judgments. Instead, it is an account of my experiences with Pachita, her mysteries and teachings that continue to inspire me. Damages, according to Pachita's vision and Mexican shamanism, were caused by negative thoughts from others, a negative energy affecting the body. My own reflections turned towards the need for a deep study on how alterations in the neuronal field materialize in the body. The materializations, called contributions, were everyday phenomena in the sessions. Pachita made strange movements with her hands, and out of nowhere, objects appeared in her palm. I tried to explain these phenomena from the perspective of physics, suggesting that Pachita's brain could alter the morphology of space. Considering herself part of the lost tribe of Israel added a mysterious element to Pachita's identity. However, this claim went unexplored in my conversations with her. Patients about to be operated on received herbal medicines before the sessions. The variety and preparation of these herbs were extraordinary, and some of the remedies are described in the book. The experience with Pachita led me to question the apparent dichotomy between unity and individuality. The cognitions that arose in my mind during this time were compiled at the end of this book as whispers of silence, adding an additional layer of complexity and depth to my experience. Despite the years that have passed since my experiences with Pachita, I feel that this work is a continuation of her legacy. I hope that, by reading it, love for others, oneself, and God is enhanced in those who delve into these pages. Jacobo Grinberg. Chapter 1: The Entrance. I found the house in front of a market full of flowers. There was a bustle in front of the door. Some wheelchairs, screaming children, and one or another strange being, battered by wounds or damage. As always, the arrival was full of trials. Whenever something is started, it always happens that someone tests the aspirant. Everything is so fragile, the conscience, the body, can get sick so easily. Every day I see a picture of the Earth taken from space. A sphere filled with shades of blue and pink, surrounded by black. I glimpse figures formed by the clouds, smiling or angry beings, collaborating with each other or fighting. I imagine that each form represents the global conclusion of millions of individual consciousnesses, and that each war, political dispute, or religious movement is materialized in those entities formed by reflections of water, clouds, and contours of continents. Occasionally, the reflection of the whirlwind paints a white eagle with outstretched wings hovering over the colossal sphere. He cares for it, and is, at the same time, the total resultant. The pain from his head would represent a war between two countries, a pain from his stomach, the throes of a failed liberation movement, and an internal peace Christmas Day. Not everything must be conscious for that eagle, only emotionally, only synergistically and gestalt. Only one feeling, summary of all feelings, or one pain, pinnacle of all pains in each of its cells. But beyond the resulting synergic and gestaltic processes, beyond the global feelings, beyond, what decides? I knocked on the gate and was asked to wait. Yesterday, I told them in a plea, Pachita invited me to help the brother. Tell him that Jacobo has arrived. They introduce me to a garage full of pots hanging from a roof. I feel like I'm walking into rows of hopeful mourners. I feel I'm not prepared. I got angry with a cab driver who blocked my way. I got grumpy because I got lost in unfamiliar streets. I still live on a razor's edge, and at times I am drawn to death, and I cannot elaborate my deaths. I wait and see faces. A bright-eyed girl, unable to speak, walk, or think, smiles miraculously. I love her and ask her parents about her illness. A year ago, a caring mother tells me, a year ago they operated on her tonsils and the anesthesia wore off. She became a vegetable and now at least she smiles. Pachita has been operated on several times and she has improved a lot. I pray to God and turn around and still feel unprepared. They don't open up to me, and I know why. In spite of everything, I insist again. I decide to sit on the floor to meditate. As always, I begin the struggle. The only possibility is to accept everything. To decide that something is wrong and something is right is to put some structure before inner wisdom. I let myself free, and a blackness invades me. Little by little, the thoughts begin, and in an oversight my tonal takes on a slight bluish tint and I penetrate into it. The first image appears. A whole colossal processing transformed and decanted and purified and manifested and corrected, and I give thanks for the wonder. A sense of peace comes over me. I touch the tentacles of my being, and in another oversight, I slip through one of them in the direction of my center. Now it is not only peace but certainty. I am with me and with him and with everything, and I know that I know. I open my eyes, I approach the door, and in that instant, synchronistically, I am announced. Brother wants you to come in. Chapter 2. Spirit over Matter. I once knew a friend who lived in the present, not by choice or command, nor for ideological reasons or because he held a certain teaching. There were simply too many things happening to him, and he had no time to think about the past. His features were in constant movement. Gestures of astonishment crossed him at every instant, and he seemed to attend to 1,000 things at the same time, like calls from beings that always amazed him. Before starting this chapter, I had to ask permission, and like my friend, I began to be invaded by cognitions. Most of them I do not remember. I only know that there is a moment when a threshold is crossed and what was once darkness is illuminated by light. But the light is also capable of deception. I have had, I now remember, thousands of lights, and each one of them was abandoned to me and served as a catapult for the next one until the true one appeared. But here is a deadly trap. I cannot say true when everything is real. I think the only thing I could affirm is that each one has the opportunity to connect with something that is more in accordance with his nature, and that fulfills the requirements and alternatives of the stage in which he lives, and the sensation that is stimulated is that of fullness. But since one always moves forward, except if there is a redundant tie, the following is always unimaginable. So at least it has happened to me countless times. I think I've arrived, and I always have the good fortune of encountering something that surpasses me. However, there is a platform that is preserved and nuanced. Years ago, I started to have images, always new, always original and unknown. I thought that was it, and I boasted that I had achieved true fulfillment. Then I realized that I thought, and that there was a question I had to answer. I was nuanced by it for years, and I never imagined that there could be something more impossible to answer, and something that included more. I questioned myself about the origin of experience, and since everything is experience, I questioned myself, I supposed, about the origin of everything. Once I glimpsed that something beyond experience could exist, but I confess that I was frightened. What did happen to me is that I ended up distrusting any answer. Thus I came to the conclusion of the self as the magnificent focus of all wisdom and transcendent entity above and beyond any humanoid consideration. However, the first time I lost my human form, I thought I was still without the self, rather without the self that I had felt as such. The truth is that I connected with what outwardly could have been judged as cynicism, but I was fortunate enough to recognize myself as limitless. Now I know that this was the antecedent of what was going to happen to me after operating with Pachita. Bodies, kidneys, marrows, fingers, brains, buildings, cars, plants, became tentacles of God, unimportant things, compared to the magnificence of the Spirit. I mocked my own body, as I have mocked all convention and structure, closing my eyes and being there, detached from my body, seeing it, arranging the matters that most concern me as a being. I see that everything is directed to that condition of unlimited magnificence, and I see that everything prepared me for revelation. Years ago, I introduced myself to the brain, believing to find in it the answers. In my childhood, I experienced electric motors, magnetic fields, and radios as the essence, then physics and my interest in the brain, prompted by a cancer suffered by my mother, were not much different from my amazement at the movement of a coil. Now, about to enter a room lit by a candle and plagued by the smells of rotting stomachs and rotting entrails, something in me decided that nothing would be the same as before. I must say something else before relating what I experienced. There is a colossal struggle between light and darkness. Every accident is a test, every fall a signal that an immeasurable intelligence sends to each of its parts. It is a pity that there are complaints, catharsis, and superficial exits. They do not allow us to see, but rather they are connected in a feedback loop from which there is no escape as long as it continues to be fed. A small anteroom, sheltered from the brothers' workroom by a curtain, welcomed me. Everything seemed very natural except for the guarding of the entrance. A concerned boy prevented or facilitated the entrance depending on Brother Cuauhtémoc's instructions. I pulled back the curtain, and bodies wrapped in sheets and lying on the floor greeted me, as the presence of the familiar and simultaneously terrifying spectacle. Later, I understood that those operated on received in that room enough energy to heal the wounds and to accommodate and balance their energetic fields. "My child, come closer. You arrived at the right time." The brother's voice welcomed me, making me feel at home, cared for, and blessed. Pachita was sitting on a chair next to a bed made of boards, covered with a foam mattress with plastic on top. Her closed eyes looked at Leo, her helper for 6 years, always present 2 days a week. Leo greeted me and settled me on his left. I rolled up my sleeves and prepared to receive instructions. Next to me, an Argentine parapsychologist was taking pictures. The image of my first interview with Don Lucio appeared. In Cuauhtémoc, the operating table was an altar and the instruments were eggs, palm, and purified water. Here the same operations were done with a bush knife. A lady with a stomach ailment appeared. "Pretty little sister, what's wrong?" "I am in pain, brother. I can't live with it. Help me in the name of the Father." "So be it, my little daughter. Lie down, my precious one." They brought us a sheet. Each sick person brought one, along with a bandage and some pins. We unbuttoned her skirt, and Leo asked for some dry cotton balls. I placed them around his stomach, and before I could utter a word, the bush knife in the brother's hands penetrated the flesh. I prayed to God not to faint, and I knew I had to give strength to the little sister. I asked her name, took her hand and comforted and caressed her while I saw the blood coming out of a 15-centimeter wound made by the knife. Pachita's hand probed the inside of her belly, asked for scissors and cut something that produced a foul smell. In 2 minutes the operation was over. Leo instructed me to ask for absorbent cotton soaked in alcohol, and ordered me to suture. "Suture, quick, suture the wound." I knew to place the absorbent cotton over the wound and put my hands on it. I did so, and the wound closed instantly. They gave me a bandage and I covered my belly with it. The woman laughed and gave thanks. I lifted her up, feeling her weightless. After covering her with the sheet, she was taken to rest. They laid her on the floor without complaint. I turned to Brother and Leo and told them that she was with God. I felt that I had closed a wound, that the brother had handled the matter as if it were a toy, that Leo was a saint. I told myself that this was it, that there was no limit, that God existed, that we were gods, that we were. Afterwards, a force guided me in 15 more operations. I gave affection, I gave love inspired by those people, and I cured. Who were we? What was it that pierced us? Who was the brother? Who was Pachita? Anything is possible. From that first intervention, everything was natural. I felt at home, the same home I visit in my meditations. For the first time there was no difference between my thoughts and the world. For the first time in my life I really did something. There is no anesthesia, no suturing of wounds. There is hardly any pain. The operated ones laugh while their entrails and their blood bathe us. It took me a year to reach silence. When I returned from Tepoztlan, I almost died of anguish. In that magical town they read thoughts and made it rain. And on one occasion I saw Tepozteco, brimming with energy, send thunder into the valley in answer to a prayer. In Tepoztlan there were wonders, but there was no silence. The villagers liked to fire rockets at the most significant moments of the day, and the women hunted the men like rabbits. Rita had bought a cage in which she enclosed 2 birds. She named them after me and watched them. Thus she watched over us. Sarah threw the oracle and traveled in past lives, and Paul saw flying saucers. Don Lucio communicated with the spirit of the damages, and with the Lord of the Light. There were no limits either, but there was no silence. When he wrote in Tepoztlan, he did it between yoga postures, sitting in a garden with a notebook beside him. At night I slept on the porch of my house watching the stars, but there was no silence. Here, between the thunderous sound of blood and the whisper of the knife-penetrating bones, there was silence, the same silence that I had learned to live in meditation, the same silence that allowed me to fly towards infinity and work in the place I liked the most, but of which I usually only remembered the pleasant sensation of having been there. Only once had I been able to follow my consciousness during its travels. I remember seeing people and working with them on some colossal project. Here there was silence, and it was that same place, but in consciousness, in wakefulness, awake, with me, without the need to remember. The second operation was that of the over-anesthetized girl. I caressed her face, kissed her sweet little eyes, and took her hand. I gave it all to her, while the brother applied his knife to the back of her head. With an intense movement, he penetrated the scalp, while Leo and I gave energy. He opened the bone, and suddenly fresh tissue materialized in the brother's left hand. With the knife he lifted the flesh and inserted that tissue into the skull. I placed my hands on a wet cotton ball, applied it, and ordered myself to close the wound. As in the first operation, the wound closed instantly. In my days as a student and later as a psychophysiologist, I was able to observe spinal shock. It is enough to cut the spinal cord to paralyze a person hopelessly and for life. That was, at least, what I learned in those days. They brought us a young man, 30 years old, in a wheelchair. In an automobile accident, his spinal cord received an excruciating impact, and the nerve current coming from the cortical motor areas stopped activating the leg muscles. Paralysis of part of the trunk and lower extremities was the result. Lie down, my precious child, my love, my poor little angel. Brother, they operated on me, and put 2 metal rods, and I can't feel my legs, and I can't move them. Help me. So be it, in the name of the Father. Brother's voice was that of a mother, and I saw tears in the boy's eyes. He lay on his stomach, and Leo and I uncovered his back and wrapped cotton balls around it. The knife penetrated the vertebrae and uncovered the spinal cord. The brother joined the shattered ends together and asked for a bone graft. An assistant brought him a glass jar from which he removed a bone and with the handle of the knife embedded it in the back. Leo, more cautious than me, covered himself with his hands. I was splashed, and a few red drops on my ear remained as witnesses of the event. I applied my hands and the wound closed, and the boy began to move one leg. Slightly but surely, the connection was re-established, and it was only a matter of time. I caressed the leg of the operated and thanked heaven. Then they brought in a little old man of 85 years. A factory worker. He could not eat. His esophagus had closed 3 months ago, and he only ate liquids. The brother had him lie down and ran his hands over the sick man's belly. He saw what was inside and knew what to do. He opened from the throat to the stomach and inserted his hands into the esophageal duct. He peeled it off and set it free. Then he took the sick man's penis and inserted the knife down the urinary tract. He turned to look at me, and still with his eyes closed joked, "We do everything here." I closed the wound, and the brother asked for a hard roll. "Eat it, good man, angel of God, eat it." The old man shook his head. "I tell you to eat it, don't be stubborn." He bit into the roll, chewed it, and then swallowed it. "You see, little brother, the works of the Father have no limit." The old man laughed, and Leo and I hugged each other. In my former life, I often missed gaining strength from work. Sometimes I could write for hours at a time and feel more and more refreshed instead of tired. But muscular exertion was denied me. I mean, it was not the same as with thinking. Even when I was young, the same thing happened to me. I lived in a kibbutz, and in the evenings, after picking peaches and putting them in boxes, we would load trucks. I would always end up worn out from the effort. Here, with the brother, after carrying the sick, bandaging them, and giving them strength, I felt more and more energized. But the next sick person didn't require muscular effort. When I saw him, I began to sweat. The little girl with braided pigtails and bows, with curious little eyes, was brought in and placed on top of a sheet. I looked at Leo and then at the brother, lying on Pachita. The 3 of us began to caress the baby's soft, sweet little body and speak loving words to her. The brother asked about the illness, and the little girl's father spoke of a paralysis and a vertebral rupture with spinal cord section. Then he opened the child's back. When we first put her to bed, she had cried, but now she calmed down. Brother grafted a bone, we closed the wound, and the sweet little dove began to laugh and move her little feet. We kissed her, stroked her braids, and gave her back to her father. We all laughed and made jokes, and our being gave thanks for everything seen and done. Someone came to tell the brother that the woman who needed a bladder graft had arrived. Pachita raised her arms, and I saw something materialize between her fingers. "It is a bladder," she said, knowing the depth of my astonishment. A young woman entered the room and lay down. The brother made an extensive cut and inserted a hand inside the wound. He located something and invited me to feel it. In the afternoon of that day I had cut my finger and was afraid of infecting the sick woman or myself. I was about to say it, and suddenly it seemed ridiculous. I put my hand in and felt a thin duct. I said, "Feel well, Brother Jacob, and you will feel a pebble in the renal duct." I felt it, and at that moment it disappeared. "This child is cured and does not need a bladder," said Brother Jacobo with his voice full of certainty. I turned to look at the table next to Pachita's body and realized that the bladder had disappeared. "Brother," I asked, "where is the bladder?" "Oh, sweet child," he answered, "if it is not needed, it is not needed and it goes away by itself." I closed the wound and waited for the next patient. An elderly woman occupied the bed. "How is my love?" asked the brother. The woman did not answer. She was accompanied by her son, and he said that his mother had cancer. "Well, my child, let's get rid of it with the help of the Lord." The cancer was located in the nostrils. The brother inserted the knife into one of them and began to scrape. It took several minutes while he was recognizing the inside of the caverns, and then, with a smile, he said, "It is done in the name of my Father." We finished at 12 o'clock at night. We all surrounded the brother and asked for his blessing. I learned that after each day the brother attended to his assistants, gave them advice, and clarified their doubts. When he finished, and in a martial movement, the brother raised his right arm and said, "I bid you farewell, go with God." There was a moment of tension. A few seconds passed between the brother's departure and Pachita's recovery. Pachita's body fainted during that time, and then she recovered. She looked at me strangely and asked me where I had come from. Her consciousness was so different that she did not remember seeing me during the operations. "I am very happy to see you, Brother Jacobo." When Pachita went for the first time to the house where I met her, many mishaps happened to her. Among them, the loss of one of the houses in which she operated. The owner had removed her the same day she visited the mansion where she was introduced to me. She had requested a new place, and since we had met at that important residence, she thought I could intercede to get it. That evening, moments after saying goodbye, Brother had asked me if I would help. I told him I would help in any way I could, but he did not seem satisfied. Now, being Pachita, he confessed to me that he did not understand the people who lived in that big house, surrounded by police surveillance precisely because of the importance of its inhabitants. "They are very different, Jacobo. I am afraid of so many guards." I knew it was a test for Pachita. She should not ask for anything material, even if it was not for her benefit, but for the benefit of others. "Take care of yourself, Pachita," I said with emphasis. "It is a test and you must not let yourself." I hugged her and took her gray-haired head in my arms. "Take care of yourself, my pretty Manita, and thank you for letting me help you." Chapter 3, Damages. I had heard them from the mouth of Don Lucio. People are envious and do works. Jealousy entangles the spirit, envy causes damages. Then it is necessary to find them and drive them out. "How?" I asked Don Lucio. "When the spirit is entangled, it is necessary to untangle it. I use my palm and sometimes some insurance. Insurance, the red roosters swallow the damages. A hole is made in front of the house, and after working with the animal it is enclosed there. The damages numb the conscience, and whoever is not cautious dies." Don Lucio seemed to see the entanglement of the spirits. He would stop the sick person in front of him and begin to whip the air around the damaged body. Once I asked him if he saw them. He looked at me with eyes of disbelief. "Of course, Jacob, if not, how the hell?" In the altar of his house, Don Lucio keeps the heart of his table. After many months of practicing psychic psychometry, I asked him to see it. I remember that he hesitated for a moment, and then approached a small container placed among his candles, portraits of saints and flowers, and gave me a coin. "Let's see what you see, Jacobo." I took it in my hands, became silent, and let the images flow. I felt a warmth rise up my arm, and soon a majestic palace appeared dotting the clouds. I told him, and it looked familiar. He asked me what color the columns were, and urged me to go inside. There I saw a bearded man covered with a robe. I also told him, and he did not answer me anything. After a while I was told to return that table heart, and so I did. Don Lucio looked at me attentively. The wrinkles in the form of stripes around his eyes seemed to glow. I offered the passage and then entered the anteroom. We stepped through the curtain, and I noticed that the brother was surrounding a woman sitting in a chair in the middle of the room. There was tension and silence. She was operating on some eyes, and the brother, along with Leo, seemed deeply attentive. We were asked to make a chain by holding hands, and suddenly someone saw and said it was not a proper place for girls. "It's dangerous," he continued. "She must get out." I was about to protest when the brother replied that she was not a girl. She was my wife and welcome. We finished, and as I let go of the other's hands, I crossed them in an attitude of repose. "Don't cross your hands," Leo said to me in alarm. "It's dangerous. And also don't get distracted by anything. There is a lower astral here, and if you get distracted it will penetrate you." We stood around the bed, me with Leo on my right, and the brother in front of us, sitting in his chair. "Pretty girl, come closer to your partner," brother said to in a deep voice. Stood to my left, but only for a short time. The Argentine parapsychologist asked permission to come closer to take flash photos. The ones from the other day didn't come out, and I want to try my luck again. His name was Francisco, and he was an envoy of an Argentinian archbishop who was preparing his trip to be cured by the brother in the near future. Took the cotton balls and soon disappeared. He had preferred to help the brothers with comfort before and after the operations. I felt weak. I looked at Leo and told him so. Brother reprimanded me, telling me that I had lowered the energy of the place. "I feel there is low energy." "I'm sorry," I said to Leo in a whisper. Leo asked me how I knew. "I feel it in my body." The brother came up to me and in a low voice told me that there was damage floating around. He seemed to speak very cautiously and carefully. Then he rubbed the palms of his hands on the plastic of the bed. Everything around his fingers glowed an electric violet. He ran them very slowly, letting them slide across the plastic. "There's nothing strange about that," I thought to myself. "He's creating an electrostatic force by rubbing. Electrons and photons are being released and we see them." Leo did the same thing with similar results. I was prompted to try it, and no matter how hard I rubbed, nothing appeared. It really is strange. Besides, I have no energy, I thought again. "I must tell you that I can't work today." But before I could open my mouth, they had brought in the first sick woman. She spoke in a sweet, melodious voice. She sounded like a child and told her story. "It was an accident," she said in a soft tone. "My spinal cord was cut and then I had an operation. I can't walk. I can't control my sphincters and my back is bent. That's why I wear this stiff corset." Brother Leo and I comforted her. We removed the corset and brother began to feel her. "Have you put the ointments on her, Sonny?" he asked the girl's companion. "Yes, brother," answered a young man in a confident voice. "I was driving when we crashed and I take care of her." "Well, my love, I see that she is still weak. Let's wait a little while. And in the meantime, keep taking care of this beautiful girl." As we wrapped her in her sheet, I kept feeling that something was wrong. Pachita's helpers seemed nervous and from time to time came to her for advice. Brother turned to look at us and said, "We didn't have enough eggs for some reason." At that instant, I felt the energy return. I tried rubbing the palms of my hands against the plastic and the phosphorescent luminosity appeared effortlessly. At that moment a lady came in, speaking with a foreign accent. "Brother," she said, "here are the French gentlemen. They come from Marseille. He has a kidney problem." "Of course, pretty sister, I remember. Did he bring his transplant?" "Yes, brother, he did." A tall, broad-backed, athletic-looking man of athletic build, who spoke English with a French accent, walked by. "Lie down, pretty boy, lie down, nothing will happen to you." I took his hand and Leo reassured him. He pointed to the sick place, and after feeling it, the brother told us that it was going to be very strong. I asked for cotton wool, made an operative field and felt the knife penetrate. Some bones thundered, and the biggest opening I had ever seen was opened in the man's side. From time to time he would let out exclamations of pain. The brother inserted the kidney that the man had brought in a bag. Then he opened near the marrow and also healed. I closed the wound, and the man gratefully glanced at us and tried to touch us with his hands. His companion, Margaret, no longer wanted to live. Intense pain, dizziness, nausea accompanied her day and night. She approached the bed and lay on her back. She seemed to want to cry. Brother spoke to her with sweet words. I held her hand, and while the knife penetrated her belly, Leo caressed and comforted her. "My little father," exclaimed the brother in a whisper. "This is cancer of a cut of internal tissue," and the brother took me by the hand and made me hold a piece of intestine. I said, "Don't let it slip, Brother Jacob. Now put your finger through it." I took that tube-shaped tissue, and as I held it, the brother pulled out something macabre-looking and foul-smelling. "I want hot water and balsam," the brother ordered his assistants. The balsam was poured into the open cavity, and at last the intestine I was holding was put in place. "Suture, Brother Jacob, quick, suture." I placed my hands on the wound and it closed immediately. Margaret seemed revived. "I love you all," she said in English. "I love you, God bless you, love is everything. I love you, God bless you." Pachita did not understand anything and suddenly began to speak in Nahuatl. Her speech was melodious and full of sweet intonations. If she speaks in something that can't be understood, I can do it too, can't I? We all laughed and kissed Margaret's hands and said goodbye as she continued to speak of love, God, and blessings. O told me that on the way out Margaret's eyes had changed. She was blessing everyone, and finally, after many years, she had life and the desire to live it. In a festive atmosphere, a middle-aged woman was brought in. "Brother," she said in a pleading voice, "my head has been aching day and night for 2 years. Heal me, brother, and God bless you." "The same words are for you," replied the brother. "Lie down, my precious child, and you will see that all your ailments will disappear." Who laid her face down, and after palpating her head, the brother diagnosed a tumor in the cerebellum. "I need the saw." The woman shrieked and writhed as Pachita's hand cut through her scalp and bone. She begged to die, the poor woman, as the sound of the saw cutting open her skull could be heard. Finally the tumor was removed, and with it the woman's screams ceased. I felt that her pain was, in part, not completely relieved because of us. While we were operating, she was still part of our being with Margaret. I said nothing and saturated. Everything had turned out well, and the woman could not believe the absence of pain. Suddenly, Leo warned me in a concerned tone. "The following are materialized damage. Don't be distracted for a second. Don't cross your arms, don't look away." Francisco had stood next to me, taking pictures with his flash and blinding us. We asked him not to do so, to counteract what was to follow. A woman about 45 years old, short in stature and with a sweet face, though furrowed with wrinkles of tension, approached the brother. "What's the matter, my pretty little dove?" "Oh, brother, I feel something in the back of my neck that hurts. I feel it moving, and I can't lie on my back. I have gone to see doctors, and they have sent me to psychiatrists because they say it is nerves. They have given me medicines and cures, and they can't find anything." "How can they find anything?" said Leo suddenly. "If you were lucky, they didn't send you to an asylum." "How long have you been feeling that, my child?" 12 years. Good heavens, I exclaimed involuntarily. 12 years. Do you have any enmity? I asked. "Well, when we got married, some people were envious, but after that, nothing." "Well, let's see," said the brother. "Lie down, my beautiful one," "But I can't, it hurts too much." "Lie down, my child." "I know it hurts, but they came all the way from El Paso, and not for nothing." "And lie down, my love." I turned to ask for a cotton ball, and Leo hit me with his elbow. "Don't get fucking distracted, this is too dangerous. You're going to help take out the damage." "And how do you do that?" "You watch and don't lose details of what happens." With a quick movement the brother cut the skin, and with the scissors sectioned the whole piece. With the knife he lifted the scalp and began to scrape the skull. "It has to come out with all the roots, and it's very hard," said the brother. After a tremendous effort, something came out from under the skin, a dark mass with long protrusions. I was very angry, and began to curse that entity that for 12 years had martyred a human being. The helper approached with a black paper, and the brother put it in there, and it was removed after being locked up. "It is out, little sister." "Your woes are over," said the brother to the lady. "Pachita operating," I began to speak, and again Leo reprimanded me. "Don't think the danger is over. Now it is just beginning. The damage is wounded and will penetrate whoever is distracted. I think I have never paid more attention to every movement, noise, whisper." "Satcher," Leo bandaged his head. "What was that?" I asked. "In 24 hours it will take shape and we will know," Leo answered me. "Is it an animal?" "Yes, and it will begin to move inside the black paper." At that moment I remembered that when I saw it just extracted, I noticed a slight throbbing in the dark mass with legs. "It is a materialized damage," said brother. "And let us pray that it will no longer give Laura." We all prayed, and I noticed that around us, all the helpers were holding hands, making a chain of protection. Let the next little brother pass. It was the husband of the woman of the damage, a stout man dressed in jeans, with a cowboy hat and high boots. "Here I am, then. What's the matter, little brother?" "Well, nothing to me. I've never had any pain, but for the last 12 years nothing has gone right. Lie down, my man, you've got something in your stomach." The giant from El Paso occupied the whole bed. We opened his shirt and I asked for cotton to limit a field. "Chain my little ones. This one also brings damage," the brother told us with sweetness. The people I had seen operate always complained the moment the knife went through their body. This man, however, did not complain for a moment. The brother opened up 20 centimeters of belly and began to probe inside. He turned to look at me and told me that I would take out the damage. "Me? Let me see, brother Jacob. Lend me your hand and put it in here." I obeyed, and suddenly I felt what seemed to be a tangled string. I grabbed it tightly and heard the brother tell me not to let it go, that if it slipped away from me, that was the end of it. I held on to the thing and began to pull on it while brother kept cutting with the knife. Finally, something like a rope wrapped around a compact mass came out of the belly. I placed it on another black piece of paper, throwing as many curses at it as I could, and they took it away. They had made a chain around us. I saturated, bandaged, and took the giant to had not uttered a single complaint. And later, when O and I took the couple to their hotel, neither had he. His constitution had taken away pains, and now protected him against any weakness. Pachita's body rose from his chair, and faced a man they had just brought in. She took a palm identical to Don Lucio's and wiped him with it. His strength was inconceivable. After calming down, he carried the man up in the air and said he was ready. He sat down in a chair and told us he was ready to answer questions. Some asked questions, and others were silent. He spoke about the exorcisms that some priests performed, and the danger of using crosses or images that had been in contact with the exorcised. Chapter 4. The Contribution. The Mexico City sky had a violet tint when I arrived at Pachita's house. I was surprised not to see someone sick and the light on in the operating room. I entered at the same time and met Pachita and Armando. I greeted them as I listened to their conversation. They had just returned from the inauguration ceremony of the kindergarten that Pachita had donated for the use of poor children. I sat and listened to what Armando was saying. "I love women," he said in an intense tone. "I consider them to be the most beautiful thing in creation. However, they hurt me terribly. When I met Pachita, I was intensely distrustful of her. One day she gave me her knife and said, 'Take it and cut my arm.' I didn't want to do it, but a force pushed me, and I made a tremendous slice in her forearm. Scared to death, I prepared myself for the terrible hemorrhage, but not a drop of blood came out. 'Look,' said Pachita, 'it looks like a chicken breast. Now look at it.' I remember she made a rubbing motion with her hand, and at that instant the wound closed without leaving any trace of having existed. I cried for days. I left my wife 31 days after I got married and came to work with this woman, whom I love more than myself." Armando's eyes filled with tears as he continued his story. "I suffered terrible trials. For 8 years I could not touch a woman, and the damage the brother took from me was the greatest I have ever seen. 4 people held me in the air, preventing my struggles while she pulled it out of me. This wretch had an old woman's buttocks in his belly," said Pachita, smiling. "It was tremendous. One day, Armando continued, while I was in my bathroom, I heard someone calling me. I knew who it was, but I didn't dare to turn around. Finally, I couldn't stand it any longer. I looked at the ceiling of the bathroom and saw a very intense light bathing me. I knew it was God, and I heard my name twice more. I came out of the bathroom in a panic, lay down on my bunk, and cried for hours. I learned that there are stages of learning. First, you're tested until you're peeled of thought and full of fear. You learn to walk on a razor's edge every minute of the 24 hours of the day. Everything you believed in comes crashing down, and along with the fear comes a hell of a lot of confusion. This is the crucible stage. Then you start to see. The brother has never rejected anyone. He has never allowed anyone who comes looking for him to leave empty-handed. I saw all that and learned what kindness is, but no one respected him. People entered the trading floor as if they were entering a market. They were based on appearances and not on the spirit. They saw dirt and a bed made of boards and a broken chair and a bush knife, and they didn't realize the real instruments there. I would break my heart while the brother said nothing, always kind, always sweet, always loving. Then people would come and steal the knife and sit on the brother's chair. That chair is the throne of the last Aztec emperor, and that knife is his kingdom, and no one respected it. I learned to see behind the apparent, to respect any movement, and to be patient and to love. I saw Pachita's tiredness, and I wanted to protect and take care of her. She doesn't eat, Jacobo. She doesn't sleep either. Her heart is a cosmic pacemaker. Her flesh is only appearance. I also learned that, and yet I see her, and she is my mother, and she is my grandmother, my child, and all my capacity to love is with her. Pachita listened to her disciple, and from time to time made a gesture as if she wanted to caress him. Instead, she took my notebook, and on the first sheet of paper she began to write the syllable Fe and a series of characters in vertical columns. Suddenly, he stopped writing and held out his hand, opening the palm that had remained in his hand a few seconds before. A strange object appeared in it. I looked at it without knowing what to do until Armando told me that it was an apport, and that Pachita had materialized it for me. It seemed to me such a common object that I doubted the materialization. I took it and looked at it. It was a medal in the shape of an oval, covered with a slightly curved crystal, and framed by a thin colored edge holding the crystal. Around it, braided copper of a more golden color than the copper frame gave it the appearance of a crown guarding the oval. The back had a gold plaque and a pin to hold the medal to clothing. Protected by the glass, a miniature painting depicted a tree leaning out of a slope. Its trunk seemed to overcome the force of gravity, as after a supreme effort, it lifted gigantic branches towards the sky. All its foliage was white with pink splashes. A branch had been cut exactly at the point where the trunk abandoned its inclination to emerge triumphant towards the sky, vertical and healthy. The slope was dark green with splashes of light green. To the left and coming from the lower part, a dirt road led away, until it was lost in the infinite and confused with an earthy green sky. Above the foliage, 3 birds were flying. The painting was signed by F. Lowe, underlined at the lower right. I had seen such a tree in Tepesteco. It defied gravity and rose majestically, directing its foliage toward the sky. I even dedicated a poem to it. I wrote it after seeing it, and published it in The Awakening of Consciousness, as part of Alejandro Sisto's biography. To a tree. Like a tree I knew, it grew horizontally, emerging from a mountain cut. For him, the earth was a planet, and not knowing, or perhaps knowing, where he was, he had decided to detach himself from one of the eternal laws for those of his kingdom, gravity. He was going vertical, and his reference was a wall. He had destroyed his history and created a world of his own. He demonstrated before the planet his ability to turn what everyone else called essence into illusion. So it will also be for all that has not been. Written 3 years before receiving this contribution, and both the poem and the contribution talking about the desire to fly, to leave the illusion behind. I read it again, and I know that God exists. The next day, during the morning session with my meditation group, A small crystal appeared next to the root of the tree and grew until it became a very pure diamond. My eyes were wide open at the wonder, and my soul was comforted and thanked God for the sign. This contribution, Armando told me, is sent to you by the brother. Keep it close to your body so that it may be filled with you. There used to be more time than now, Armando continued. We used to meet every afternoon, and we were visited by wonderful beings. Goya painted ceramics for us. Artists from another time wrapped us in their poems, and we all thanked God for his blessings. Now we only operate, and there are so many people in need that we have no time for anything else. Armando interrupted his story for a moment, and concentrating on something he had left unfinished, he continued, "After the crucible stage, the real work begins." "It's true," I interrupted him. "I have felt all that. The only thing I can't understand in myself is why before it was so easy, and now I have to struggle like desperate. Before, being with God was natural. Thoughts came, there was purity. Now I have learned that there is evil, and I must meditate for inspiration." "It is that before," Armando answered me. "Everything was given to you, and now you are the one who is making it yours. Now you are building it. It was true, before there was a voice that spoke to me, and now everything was my own learning." I remembered the biography of Jesus Christ described in the Urantia book. It spoke of a thought adjuster that gradually became clearer to Jesus until he understood his union with God. It is the light, I thought. Suddenly, there is light, and something that guides, and clarity and certainty and contact with the self. I remembered all my theories. I had analyzed the structure of the brain and the structure of space, trying to find something in common in both. I was sustained by my longing to find a psychophysiological explanation for light. The expression of giving light, receiving light, working light. I had heard Don Lucio mention it. Later, when I experienced the darkness, I knew what it is to feel and live in the light. Finally, I discovered and postulated the synergistic theory of consciousness. Both space and the brain, I had come to the conclusion months ago, are organized in the same way. Each point contains the whole and concentrates it through a convergent organization. In a high synergetic space, the concentration of information at each point is more powerful than in a low synergetic space. In a high synergetic space, there is no gravity or time, and informational redundancy is maximal. A low synergy space is matter. A brain concentrates information through convergent information management. The greater the concentration of information in a brain circuit of high polysensory convergence, and the more powerful the neuroalgorithms that appear in the form of neuronal patterns in the circuit of high convergence, the greater the unification and the more colossal the resulting abstractions. A high neurosynergic brain is a brain fuller of light. My ideas had led me to a synergistic conception of consciousness. This one, identified with the material, is, like matter, the consciousness of lesser synergia. When I saw the brother operating, I was always tempted by the thought of being in front of the most powerful synergia. I had thought that the brain creates an energy field, neural field, and that experience is the result of the interaction of that field with the synergistic energy structure of space. I knew that I could not explain it, but sometimes I thought that Pachita functioned in a high neurosynergia, and that is why her field had such power over matter. That is also why she is in contact with subtle energetic organizations that she calls the brother. That is why she has certainty and is with God, and can know what is in thought, and materialize, and perform so many portents. My ideas had directed me to meet Pachita, and my desire to detach myself from the laws of gravity, and to detach myself, like the tree of Tepesteco and the tree of the contribution, from all structure, had led me to help her operate. My God, so great and kind are your designs, so beautiful your trials, and so satisfying your rewards. After thinking all this, I turned to see Armando. "How do you feel, Armando?" I asked him. "I feel dissatisfied and frustrated. I want whoever enters the enclosure to know and respect and learn. I would like to be able to transmit what I have learned, and I cannot find ears, nor do I know how to do it. I assure you, I said, you are doing it. Chapter 5. The 7th day of the 7th month. They passed the first person. She was a very thin American lady. She was suffering from abdominal cancer. She approached the table quickly. Such was the coolness with which she did it, and the assurance with which she took off her pants and lay down on the table, that we were all in awe. I translated the brother's remarks for him and did the same for the sick woman. "Let's see, my brave girl. Let's see what you have here." The brother was referring to a plastic bag which, attached to the internal organs, served as a receptacle for urine. With a quick movement, Pachita's hand introduced the bush knife and made a 20-centimeter incision in the abdomen. I asked for a cotton swab soaked in alcohol, on which the brother placed 2 pieces of tissue. They must be intestines, I thought to myself. He cut something, and then inserted the first piece. The sick woman moaned and squeezed my hand tightly. After he had accommodated the first one, he inserted the second tissue. "Suture, Brother Jacob." I asked for a wet absorbent cotton, placed my hands on it, and the wound closed immediately. "Ready," I said to the operated woman in English. "No more cancer and no more discomfort." "Thank God," she answered, and asked me to remove the plastic bag. I translated the request to the brother, and he refused. "Tell him," he said, "to go to the place where they put it on and ask them to remove it." "But they will not want to," the lady replied. "I know them, and they will refuse. When they see that you are cured, they will," I told her. I bandaged her, wrapped her in a sheet, and Armando, together with another of the brother's helpers, carried her away. "Rest for the next 72 hours, and take care of yourself," I said as he walked away. The second operation was a case of diseased adrenals. A middle-aged, high-pitched woman, accompanied by her husband, approached Brother, she said in a nervous voice, "I am very afraid and I am too anxious." Pachita recognized her and told him that she was about to have a cardiac arrest because of her nerves. "I can't operate like this, my pretty girl. What if something happens and they take us all to jail and you leave us? Then it's not safe, is it? Well, if you don't calm down, something serious could happen, my dear girl." At that moment the brother's voice pierced me. For some reason I had always felt it very natural, but at that moment I perceived it as coming from beyond the grave. It was deep and direct, penetrating and profound. "Well," said the woman, "I will try to calm down. That's all right, my child. Now lie down." About to do so, the woman got up as if propelled by a spring. "It's going to hurt, isn't it?" "No, I'd better go." At that moment her husband asked permission to intervene and gave her a huge scolding. "If you don't calm down," he shouted in a thundering voice, "you won't be cured." The brother shook his head from one side to the other and said, "What a marriage, rightly. To me, the event seemed strange. In the first operation, a companion of the American lady had requested permission to take pictures during the operation. The brother had told him that the only one who could authorize it was the patient. She had agreed, and the escort, I think it was her husband, set out to take pictures as if it were a circus. The brother approached me and in a whisper said, "At last they are not coming out." Now this woman's husband was treating her like scrap material. So it has been this day, I thought. We have all been treated like that. Finally, the woman lay down and almost broke the bones in my hand by squeezing it. As the knife cut into her flesh, I kept asking if it would come out right. Armando asked her to pray, and she began to do it with such intensity that even her husband congratulated her. I stroked her head, trying to lessen the pain. Finally, the brother finished. He had transformed something inside the woman without affecting her character in the least. After bandaging her, she did not want to let go of my hand and asked me not to leave her alone. "I'm afraid," she said between grateful sobs. "Please don't leave me." Finally, we convinced her that everything was all right. I approached Armando, unable to restrain myself. I told him, "What a little woman, so small." "Those are not chiqueos," he answered me very seriously. "That is sin." Then they brought in a boy of about 8 years old. He was crying uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but it was absolutely unintelligible. It was a brain operation. I held his head while Armando and Z struggled, trying to keep his body still. The brother introduced the knife and opened the scalp. He then pierced the bone with the tip, and with rhythmic movements located the diseased area and pierced it. It was almost impossible for me to hold my head still. Finally, it was all over. I saturated and Armando bandaged. Exhausted, I sat on the edge of the table and looked at Pachita's body. She showed no sign of fatigue. The next patient was a child, pubescent, obese, and extremely restless. It was impossible to convince him to lie down. After 10 minutes of unsuccessful attempts, we gave up. After a while, a sick woman came in. I remembered her and the prescription she had been given. It called for her to bring in a fresh intestine of a human corpse, 30 centimeters long. She lay on her back, and the brother opened her abdomen, and after recognizing her insides, asked me to hold one end of the intestine while he grafted the other slowly but confidently. After inserting it, he accommodated it, and asked me to suture. The operated woman was accompanied by her husband, who also asked permission to take pictures. The brother told her that the permission had to be given by the operated person. These people, said the brother, they handle their curiosity before their feelings. We were resting after this operation when someone called out to Z. A moment later, Armando approached the brother and told him that the husband of the American woman did not want to pay for the intestine because he said that it was false, that it had been grafted to his wife. He said that since it was not used, he did not have to pay for it. Leave him alone, Brother Armando, said Brother Armando. They are people without feelings, but he is not to blame, he added. It is his culture. I could not believe it. It's barbaric, I said aloud. It's incredible that such coldness exists. That man acts as if he were in a supermarket. It's unbelievable. We all turned to see a colossal presence. A gigantic and very fat lady approached the operating table. She was also American, and her kidneys had stopped working. Without a complaint, without an exclamation, she lay down and did not blink when the knife penetrated her side. You are very brave, I told her after bandaging her. 4 people carried her and staggered her to rest. We had finished the session. I asked for alcohol to clean my hands, and Pachita sat down next to the altar. Very good, my children. It was very good today. Enrique, Pachita's son and Pachita's daughter, approached the brother. We are worried, they said almost in unison. We have heard that your meat will die in December, and we want to know if that is true. No, my children, do not worry. In the breast of my flesh there is no heart like that of men. My flesh is not flesh, and neither are my veins. There is still much to do, and the Father will not take her away soon. Twice before he has wanted to take her away, but I have asked him to leave her a while longer, and he has agreed. The only thing that doesn't work in my flesh is my eyes. I give you permission to take her to be checked, to cure her of every evil, but you will find none. However, this will calm my children. I know who will die from here and when. I know how many days everyone who comes to visit me has. I know the designs of the Magnificent One, and my flesh will not soon be taken away. Brothers, he said, addressing everyone, I bid you farewell. Whoever wants to ask, let him ask. Pachita's body raised her right arm and then lowered it. Armando opened his palms and directed them towards the body of the woman, giving her protection. The rest of us did the same. We waited a few seconds and realized that something very strange was happening. Suddenly, the body of the saint seemed to revive, but it was still not Pachita. The brother or someone similar to him began to speak through Pachita's mouth. To you I say, he began, addressing me. To me, yes, to you I say it goes well. May your golden pen continue to write the truth of what you see here. To no one ask an opinion of your papyri, and continue the work you began. I tell you, he continued, more and more excited, that you were an apostle in those times, and it is the grace of the Father that our paths have crossed. At that moment I felt the most extraordinary thing I have ever experienced in my life. A luminous, energetic arrow filled me, and I saw light around Pachita's body. My whole being felt elevated to a plane of illuminated consciousness, and in an uncontainable movement I approached the saint and kissed her hand. You, she continued, were Andrew, my first apostle, my scribe. Go and tell the whole world that the new age is coming. Announce to the four winds the coming of the Messiah, and know that you are a witness and will live in the New Jerusalem. Announce it with your golden pen and doubt no more. My God, I thought, I had in Tepeztlan one day an image of myself in the temple of Jerusalem itself in the year 30. Sitting at the altar, some elders were conversing among themselves and talking about the highest and the deepest. At that time of my life in Tepeztlan, a group of people and I were studying the technique we called reincarnational analysis. In an experimental session, I had launched myself in search of my own identity, and I had seen myself in Jerusalem in the year 30. Now a previous life was confirmed to me. I also tell you, the Spirit continued, that you will soon find the brother you have been looking for so long. My God, it was also true. For years I have been looking for someone without knowing who. All my works and my books were the transmission of a teaching located in my inner self and embodied there by someone whom I was seeking to find again. My spirit had suffered blows that had distanced it from faith. Fighting against structures and only desiring to be with God, I had confronted selfish people and had felt evil, and little by little I had forgotten. I who fought against everything that was not free in spirit had also fallen, and now I felt that my strength was not enough. I was about to tell the Spirit that I was nobody, that I did not have the same light as before, that I did not deserve it, when Pachita's body raised its right arm, and almost about to say goodbye again asked me the last question. What do you want? I want light, I said, thundering the words. I want light, so be it. With his arm raised high, the Spirit said goodbye to everyone. Pachita's body went into a spasm, and both Armando and I protected her with our palms. Finally, Pachita recovered. She asked for balsamic liquid and rinsed her forehead and neck. I noticed that her hands had no traces of blood on them, while mine were completely red despite having rinsed them with alcohol. We all asked for balm and rubbed ourselves with eau. Don Lucio also used a similar liquid for his limpias. He would take 2 eggs, and after passing them over the body of the person requesting the limpia, he would pour them into 2 glasses of water. This practice was also used by Pachita, as well as the balsamic liquid. Truly, I thought, shamanism in Mexico is an institution. I went over to hug Pachita, and when she saw me she said, "Hello Jacobo, how good that you are here." I could not utter a word. I held her head between my hands for a minute or two. Pachita seemed to enjoy my affection, but suddenly she laughed and joked, "Well, what's wrong with you, man? You look like a stick. You don't move and you don't let me move." I let her go and realized that my emotion was only shared by Armando. Memo and the other assistants were sitting on the operating bed and joking among themselves. I was about to tell them that all their actions, their absences of faith, their presences of faith, would be written down until eternity, but I restrained myself. "What's wrong with me?" I said to myself. "That's too melodramatic." After a while I said goodbye. Pachita was talking to her daughter, and they were both smiling at each other. "Today is the 7th day of the 7th month," I told everyone, and I left. Chapter 6. The Unity. I wake up in the morning and a fly pierces my neural field. Disorganized, I use a tactic to fill the hole. I suffer a slight tension, and the neighbor's dog barks and whines, and all because a fly pierced my neural field. Actually, that dog, the fly and I, we are one, I tell myself as I recover. The dog barks when I get nervous. My hand moves when I command it. My hand and my body form a unit just like the dog and the hole in my field. When Pachita operates, she, the brother and the sick person form a unit. In fact, Pachita operates on herself when she grafts a kidney. She pierces herself when she uses her bush knife. On July 12 I arrived at 7:30 p.m., of which patient number 33 was waiting his turn. 60 people were on the list for consultation, and 16 for surgery. There were so many people inside that I had to wait 30 minutes before I could get in. I prayed that Dr. M was not there, and at that moment I saw him go out to smoke a cigarette and throw it on the wet floor of the courtyard. Why do I dislike him so much? I asked myself. Surely it is a test to measure my capacity for love. Z appeared at the door and invited me in. The brother was talking to someone. I felt the energy of the room and stood by the curtain. If there was an eye case, it was always given preference, and that day was no exception. 4 eye patients were to be treated on that occasion. A white chair was placed next to the operating bed, and Dr. M stood on the left side of the brother, while Lick V stood on the right. The latter was in charge of the knife. He cleaned it, held it, and offered it to the brother every time he asked for it. "Sit down, my beautiful boy." The brother welcomed a 35-year-old man who was completely nearsighted. "What's wrong with my little boy?" The man did not know of the brother's existence. "Pachita," he said in a pleading voice, "I can hardly see. Could you help me?" The brother took the knife and placed its point in the man's left eye. As he scraped and penetrated the eyeball, he asked about the sick man's vision. "Do you see better, my dear boy?" A little, Pachita." The knife had penetrated the eyes without an exclamation of pain from the man. It was impressive to see the delicacy of the eyes and the penetration of that bush knife into them. That knife is really not what it looks like, I thought at the time. It might not even be necessary to use it. "Take those cotton pads," Dr. M told the man at the end of the operation. "Put them over your eyes and walk out with your head backwards. Come in, my loving brother," said the brother to the next patient. Another man, led by 2 escorts, was led to the brother's side. "In the name of my father, I greet you. In the same name I answer you," replied the brother. "What do you have?" "I can see almost nothing, brother. My left eye no longer exists and my right eye is opaque, without light." "Well, sit down, my dear, and let's see what we can do." Brother's hand asked for the knife. He inserted the tip into the left orbit to the patient's protests. "But there is no eye there, little brother." "Look, my child, the absence of the eye makes the healthy one unable to see. Let's first close the left one completely, and that will fix the poor vision of the right one." The brother introduced 5 centimeters of knife in the left eye, and with lateral and firm movements he cut. He then asked for a flashlight and brought it close to the right eye. I was amazed to see a complete absence of blood after the terrible wound caused by the introduction of the knife in the left side. "What do you see, my darling?" "I see light," replied the man. "Yes, well, but what else do you see?" "I see a shadow, but no detail," answered the patient again. "Let's see, my dear, let's see." The brother's hand lashed out at the right eye. The tip of the knife was inserted and turned several times. "What do you see now?" "I see better, brother. Indeed, I can make out more detail." "Go away, my good man, and take care of that eye. Come back in 30 days for another operation." As before, the eyes were covered with cotton wool, and the man walked away guided by his companions. The third patient was an old man with completely gray hair. "Sit down, my affectionate boy," said the brother, offering him the chair. "What is wrong with my little boy? My eyes are full of tears, and I never see anything clearly." "We'll fix that in a moment, my beautiful boy. Don't worry any more." Again, the knife was introduced, but now the movement seemed to scrape the glassy surface of the outer ocular tissue. A hand lamp was lit, and the man smiled broadly. "I can see much better now," he said. No electric light was ever turned on in the operating room. A window next to the operating bed was always covered with a striped sheet, preventing the courtyard from being visible from the inside and the room from the outside. The left side of the enclosure was dedicated to altars, flowers, candles, surrounded by figures of Cuauhtémoc and placed on steps. Christ was protected by a curtain of cloth that was closed at the beginning of operations and opened during consultations. The only light in the room was a candle lit on the altar. The last eye patient of that night was a very elegantly dressed gentleman. "Brother," he said in a clear voice, "I have a pituitary tumor that presses on my optic nerve. Every day I lose more and more of my sight. Lately the whole right side is dark. My left eye sees fine, but my right eye has a shadow on the right side. The doctors say that soon I will lose my sight completely. Let's see, my little boy, let's see what we can do." Some cotton balls were placed over the eyes. The right eye was partially uncovered on the right side and the brother operated on it. It was a case of acromegaly, and what was wrong was the pituitary gland, and not the eye, I thought at the time. Surely introducing the knife into the eye would do something about the pituitary, or there would be no improvement. After maneuvering with the knife, the hand lamp was turned on again, and the right tip of the right eye was illuminated. The man could not believe it. "I see, brother. The shadow has completely disappeared." We all rested while the patient came out, and I took my place in front of the brother on the operating bed. Z remained beside me and Dr. M beside brother. Z looked sad. I asked him, and he replied that the employees of the factory where he worked had been run off and he felt sorry for them. Brother had sat in his chair and was talking with Armando. There was a slight change in the tone of his voice. The brother seemed angry or upset. I approached him, and in a whisper, he said, "I see that you have left your investiture outside and that you have given me your heart." I was stunned. It was true that I had begun to love Pachita and to respect the brother, that I felt that he had given me back my faith and accepted and shown me the unlimited without asking me to leave my body. But what investiture was he talking about? When I entered the enclosure, I always underwent a change. I felt relaxed and attentive. I experienced a contact with the divine, and I respected and loved the work that was being done there. The brother connected me with the familiar and the human, and all my knowledge and skills were subordinated to his help. That meant leaving out my investiture. I did not know, nor did I imagine, that that night I would see the unimaginable, and at the same time receive a terrible humiliation. I did not know that one day after that night, I would suffer the true fear of Jehovah, and that my thoughts would disappear to leave in their place a total anguish and emptiness. I calmed Z down and tried not to pay attention to the tension that Dr. M was in the habit of creating, and prepared for the first patient. A young man in a suit and tie came in, accompanied by his wife. I asked him his name and asked him to hold my hand and squeeze it in case I felt pain, and suddenly realized that he was completely deaf. His wife spoke for him, confirming my observation. "Faust was born," she said in a nervous voice, "congenitally deaf in one ear, and a year ago he lost the other. Now he hears nothing. Lie down, my affectionate one." The brother indicated with his hands. I held him by his head while the brother inserted the knife into his left ear. He seemed to be searching for something by twisting and turning the knife. Finally, with a tone of triumph, he said, "Here it is, I found the snail." He was obviously referring to the cochlea in the inner ear. I observed the penetration of the knife and calculated the distance from the cochlea to the outer ear and verified that they matched. I did not wonder if the eardrum had been pierced and the middle ear bone chain pierced. The brother is able to reach the cochlea directly and without doing damage along the way, I confided. The knife seemed to maneuver inside the snail. The patient was throbbing with pain and almost overpowered my effort to hold his head still. Finally, the knife stopped moving, and the brother brought his mouth close to his ear and shouted, "Fausto, do you hear me?" Fausto, the operated man, did not answer, and asked him again, "Fausto, can you hear me?" The brother turned in the direction of the wife and asked her to speak to her husband. With a hand lamp illuminating her mouth, he made Fausto read her lips. "If you are in pain," he said, "if you hear anything, tell us." The brother continued to maneuver with his knife, and before long said he wanted to try the other ear. I turned my head, and the maneuver of inserting and searching for the cochlea was repeated. Fausto still could not hear despite all the brother's efforts. "I am going to graft a new snail," he said suddenly. Without knowing where it came from, I saw a small bone in the brother's hand. He put it into his ear and with the tip of the knife pushed it in. He brought his mouth close to the ear and asked, "What is your name?" "Faust," the man answered. We all turned to look at each other and smiled. "Speak to him, Brother Jacobo." I approached him and asked if he could hear us. "He is nervous," said Brother Jacobo. "But he hears." We plugged his ears with absorbent cotton and dismissed him. The wife thanked us and left the compound. Then they brought in a boy who also had hearing problems, but we couldn't keep him still. The brother decided not to operate on him and asked his mother to continue giving him the medicines she had prescribed and to bring him back another day after calming him down. The next patient was a young friend of Memo, one of Pachita's sons. Extremely nervous, she clung to Memo's hand, begging him not to leave her. Jokingly, Memo tried to calm her down until the brother intervened in a gentle way. "Come on, my affectionate child, relax. Nothing will happen to you. It was a case of appendix that needed to be removed." The brother inserted the knife firmly and made an opening of 15 centimeters in the side of the sick woman. I watched his maneuvers in fascination and tried not to be distracted by the negativity of Dr. M. For some reason, in his presence, everything was transformed from magical to mundane, from marvelous to routine, from unbelievable to vernacular. Also, for a strange reason, during his presence wounds were not saturated, and the sick bled and complained more. Z snorted next to me, surely having the same thoughts I was trying to get out of my mind. "Look, Brother Jacob," Brother Jacobo called to me, pointing to an elongated tissue he had just removed from my side. "Is it the appendix?" I asked. "Yes, my affectionate boy, the same one." I decided to saturate and asked Dr. M to remove his hands, which at that moment were preparing to bandage the sick woman's belly. My request was denied, and in a fit of rage I grabbed the doctor's hands and pulled them away with a quick and intense movement, and saturated and then bandaged. "But what?" Dr. M cynically rebuked me. "You also cure? You should be ashamed to express a doubt in this room," I told him. Dr. M turned away from the operating bed, and in a furious and extremely emotional cry he shouted, "I have never seen such disrespect. I have never doubted the brother, but I have doubted you. I know you, and I know who you are, and you cannot cure." After saying that, he left the enclosure, and we continued to hear his shouts in the courtyard. "Forgive them," said the brother to the newly operated woman. "Forgive them. Z." He looked at me with an air of complicity, and I noticed a smile on Pachita's face. "Come in, my beautiful girl," said the brother to a young lady who was extremely slow in her movements. "Let's fix that sweet little head of yours, my sweet girl. Lie down, my little girl." I was about to witness something that would surpass anything I had ever seen. Something unbelievable and marvelous. The woman lay down and, showing no sign of pain, let the bush knife penetrate the back of her head. "I need the saw," said the brother. With it, the sick woman was trepanned, and then the knife penetrated into her brain. With a lateral and then extractive movement, a whole area of cortex was extracted. I looked at it, astonished, and noticed its dimensions. Approximately 7 centimeters long and 3 centimeters thick, that bloody mass covered with convolutions was deposited on the table next to Cuauhtémoc's body. From a plastic bag, the saint's hand extracted a tissue similar to the amputated one. Fresh in appearance and rosy in hue, a slice of bark occupied the brother's hands. As if it were a newly weaned baby, the brother rocked the tissue and spoke to it with loving words. "Live, live, live," he said to it, and immediately inserted it into the hole left by the missing bark. In a second similar maneuver, another piece of brain was grafted in. Then the brother's mouth approached the trepanation and spoke to it, comforted it, and blew his breath into it. I saturated and bandaged the head completely. I looked at the woman and asked her how she felt. "I am well, little brother, very well." We covered her with the sheet and took her to rest. "Oh my God, oh 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 my God." I couldn't stop saying "my God" as a new patient entered the room. She was an elderly and very obese lady, complaining of severe back pain. I had already seen several spinal surgeries, including those called fluids. In these, cerebrospinal fluid was injected from the base of the spine. In this operation, the brother used a technique that brought back an image from my childhood. Using a glass beaker saturated in alcohol, the brother set fire to it and placed it ipso facto at the base of the spine. The vacuum created caused an outgrowth of skin to appear, which in the form of a bubble penetrated the glass. With the knife, Cuauhtémoc's hand opened the back a few centimeters above the vessel, uncovered the vertebrae, and before grafting a bone onto them, asked that the patient's legs be placed on the same level of length and horizontal plane. I saturated the wound, and after the patient was taken away, I asked the brother about the procedure. It is to prevent hemorrhage, he quickly told me. I had seen a similar maneuver in my maternal grandfather's house, and the memory of several vessels placed in the back, pulling the flesh, had stayed in my mind as a vision of something very strange. At once a little old lady was brought in. Her hair was completely white, and her body was too boffo, and she occupied the bed. Lying on her stomach, the brother received her with his usual affection, and in spite of having heard them so many times, I felt a great tenderness when I heard him call her little girl. I seemed to notice in her face a return to childhood, and a total trust in that woman who suddenly revived a dead mother. I corrected some spelling errors and removed numbers. Here is the revised version of the text. "My leg hurts me a lot," said the little old lady to the brother. "My femur is very bad. Don't worry, my dear, you will see how it will mend." After the previous words, the bush knife penetrated the thigh and exposed the bones. With a saw, Cuauhtémoc began to scrape away the bone tissue. It sounded like the rubbing of sandpaper on rough wood. Finally, something was oriented inside the leg, and the operation was finished. The next patient came from the town of Parral. A plump, stocky woman, accompanied by her husband, lay face down on the bed. We uncovered her back while the husband explained that in a previous operation, the brother had removed a lung cancer, but that the sick woman continued to cough and had severe respiratory discomfort. "Let's see, my loving wife," said the brother to the woman. "Your cancer is cured, and you have not understood it. When you think you are sick, your body gets sick. You are already well. The discomfort you feel will be corrected with another operation, but you must cooperate. Do not think that you are sick and you will stop having discomfort." "Yes, brother, I promise." Then a large incision was made in the left side, and then, with the help of the knife, a large dark organic mass was extracted. "We are going to place a new lung," said the brother, taking a whitish tissue that he removed from a plastic bag. He placed the tissue on the tip of the knife and inserted it into the cavity. With an almost imperceptible rustle, the grafted lung took the place of the removed one. I paid close attention to the patient's breathing and did not notice any change during the entire surgical maneuver. I saturated and realized that I did not know how long I should do it before removing my hands. Every time I had saturated, an internal voice had told me the time, but now I wanted to see. I placed my hands on the wound, and at the moment the voice told me to do so, I separated them and lifted the absorbent cotton that I always placed on the skin. The tremendous incision was completely closed, and there were no signs of blood, nor any noticeable scar on it. I turned to my left and saw Dr. M enter, holding a sick woman by the hand. During the brain operation, the cortical tissue that had been removed and placed on the table attached to the brother's chair had disappeared. A strange power had disintegrated it without leaving any trace of its former presence. Exactly the same thing had happened to the extracted lung. I was no longer surprised by these disappearances and the complementary materializations I had observed. In fact, in the months prior to my encounter with Cuauhtémoc, I had dedicated myself to affirming my synergistic theory of the space-matter continuum. In this theory, I considered matter as the low synergy end of the continuum, defining it fundamentally as a set of points containing more or less concentrated information, and with more or less redundancy. Matter was the least convergent and the least redundant, while space was capable of containing in each of its points colossal amounts of information with high redundancy. The brain was an instrument of interaction with the synergistic structure of space through the activation and subsequent expansion of energy fields. The intersection between these neural fields and the organization of space, in addition to creating the experience, affected in either synergistic sense, decreasing or increasing synergy, the space. Thus, a neural field morphology could decrease the synergy of space and thus materialize an object, or on the contrary increase it, resulting in dematerialization. Other entities could do the same. Thus it was understandable that I would accept what I saw and also organize rather than disorganize my thoughts. however, seeing the disappearance of a brain tissue or the materialization of a kidney, a bladder, or a portion of cerebral cortex had the charm and mystery of complexity and specificity. A beautiful American girl, Dr. M's patient, of great stature, beautiful bearing and affectionate gaze, took her place on the operating bed. The constant contact with the miracles performed by the brother had changed my point of reference, and a total faith in God, and a penetration to the different scales and levels of consciousness was becoming a daily companion of my thoughts. I remembered Don Lucio and his favorite disciple, Alejandro. The former did not need to enter into a trance to talk to spirits and fleshly beings. Alejandro learned the technique, and when we had the opportunity, we would check our vibratory perceptions, and we were amazed at the concordance of subtle sensations that different places provoked in both of us. "Brother," said Dr. M, "this is a case that Dr. V sent you. Some time ago this girl hurt her right ankle and was operated on in a conventional way. The result was not very positive. She is unable to make certain movements of the foot without feeling very intense pain." The brother's face changed for an instant, and I caught a glimpse of a subtle intention on his forehead. "But I know nothing about ankles and muscles and tendons," he said suddenly to Dr. M. The latter was surprised, and with a slight movement of his shoulders, was about to accept the confession as valid. Surely there was a terrible struggle going on inside this man. And finally, what he had witnessed overcame his natural state of doubt. "You know more than I do," continued the brother with a clear, mocking intentionality. "No, brother," Dr. M replied. "How could you not know?" "Well, we will try." I had taken the girl's hand while the brother's hand ran over her ankle and detected the damage. "The tendon is bad," he said suddenly, "and the muscle attachment is too stiff." With the knife he opened the ankle and began to maneuver with its muscle and tendon structure. The girl was breathing very deeply, trying to calm the pain she was suffering. I tried to calm her down by stroking her forehead and squeezing her hand. "Ask her if she can move her foot," brother told me. "Ask her to bend her leg, to wiggle her toes, to turn her foot," he said. As the intervention continued, the movements were made more and more easily and painlessly. Finally, Dr. M bandaged, and the girl asked me if they had finished. And yes, in addition to fixing the tendon, they had released the muscle stiffness. "Don't worry," I replied. "Everything is fine. You're wonderful," he said as he wrapped the sheets around her. Then a boy about 10 years old walked by. "Hello, my sweet little boy, what's the matter with you?" asked the brother. "I have a pain here," said the boy, touching his stomach. The mother explained that it was a hernia that she had not been able to cure. The boy lay on his back, and the brother's hand began to listen to his belly. He took my hand and made me feel a rigid excrescence located above the navel. "What hernia, or what hernia?" the brother whispered to me. I placed cotton wool to limit the area, and immediately the knife opened an area of about 25 centimeters in the belly. I paid close attention to the cut and noticed that Cuauhtémoc, in Pachita's body, did not seem to exert any pressure or make any considerable effort, and that the subtle contact of the metal of the knife blade on the skin was enough to open it. In less than a minute, a tumor the size of a racquetball, dark and foul-smelling, had been extracted from the child's body. I hastened to saturate, and again noted the absence of blood traces and the perfect union of the skin without leaving any trace of scarring. "How could he live so long with that? I don't understand," said the brother, as he said goodbye to the sick boy. As I left the enclosure, I noticed a sudden change in the energy level. I turned to look, and at that moment the brother began to speak. "Now, my brothers," he said very seriously, "I want you to leave. The next case is a damage, and I don't want to compromise you." A sick man lying next to the altar and recently operated on got up at that moment and, carrying his sheet on his back, fled from the room. We all smiled and looked at each other. I started to walk away from the operating bed towards the exit and invited Dr. M to do the same. The latter became furious again and shouted back that the brother's instructions did not apply to him, that he was helping with the damage. "Do you need my help too?" I asked the brother. He turned to look at me and said, "No, brother, This damage would knock your mind down. I waited in the courtyard, curious to know the result of that last intervention. After 10 minutes, I was invited to enter the enclosure. Pachita's body was seated next to the altar, and the brother was giving his usual instructions to the assistants. "Brothers," he told us, "we must forgive each other and not cause unpleasant disturbances." Memo approached him and told him that he should bring order, since his authority was the decider. "Me," replied the brother, "me penetrate into worldly affairs. Either one is here or one is there, and there is no in-between." The prayer had been so clear and strong that we all remained silent. This was interrupted by the brother's farewell. Raising his right arm, he bid us farewell. We surrounded Pachita, and with the palms of our hands open and in her direction, we protected her from the possible intrusion of a low astral. The instant of the brother's farewell and the recovery of Pachita's daily consciousness was of great danger, and always provoked a state of tension and sustained attention. In a few seconds, and after several muscle twitches, Pachita came to her senses. As usual, she stroked her hair and rubbed her eyes. She asked for balsamic liquid, and with it she rubbed her face, hands, hair, and nape of her neck. I left Pachita's house with a very unpleasant feeling. It was incredible how I let myself be carried away by anger, and how I fell in the presence of Dr. M. Armando had told me that I was forbidden to get angry when I left the premises, and I said the same thing to myself until I got home. The brother had been annoyed by the lack of unity. Those of us who were helping him were not up to the task. The following days I meditated on unity. So clear was the existence of entities that, like the brother, seemed to have an independence and a life of their own, that it made me doubt. Finally, I returned to what I considered to be the foundation. We are one, and our body has no limits. All manifestation is and comes from the same. In contemporary physics, a particle apparently separated from others is, in reality, the intensification of a frequency range of the same and unique quantum field. The same is true of consciousness. Each consciousness comes from a global and unifying consciousness of the whole. Each being is on the path to unity with the whole, and undergoes different experiences to get there. The same happens in the brain. The frequency of the neural field increases with evolution. At a certain stage, the field becomes confused and indistinguishable from the structure of space. It becomes one with the latter, and thus the individual consciousness establishes intimate contact with the absolute and indifferentiated. That is God, the one divinity of which we are all a part. Its laws are the laws of the universe, and its structure the synergy common to any organization. Chapter 7, Cuauhtémoc. July 14th, anniversary of the earthly birth of Cuauhtémoc. I arrived at Pachita's house, and for the first time I saw the operating room illuminated. The curtain was drawn and the altar was in full view in all its magnificence. Hundreds of roses perfumed and colored the 7 steps of the altar. A magnificent painting of Cuauhtémoc to the left guarded a carved Christ. Another Cuauhtémoc to the right served as a figure for a painting of Christ. The Aztec king looked full of power, and his gaze, directed to the sky and protected by a gigantic eagle, attested his mysticism and faith. Colored papers and a vase full of petals awaited the appearance of Pachita. The beautiful girl in a wheelchair, the one who had suffered an overdose of anesthesia, was also waiting. Looking at the flowers and her parents, Doña Candelaria, the person who knew most about Pachita's work, rushed in and out arranging flowers and placing a white sheet on top of 3 chairs, placed to the right of the altar. After a few minutes, Pachita arrived. She looked cheerful but slightly tired. She greeted each of us who were waiting and sat down on a chair placed in front of the altar. She asked for 3 people, who sat in the chairs to the right. Mrs. Yu approached me and told me that the lady who sat in the chair in the center was very strange. On her sides, the former disciples of Pachita also sat down, and immediately afterwards they closed their eyes. Something extraordinary is going to happen here, I said to myself thoughtfully. Surely these three people will intervene in some trance or energetic balance. Pachita stood up from her chair and approached the altar, took a bright violet cloth full of bells and embroidery from ancient Mexico, and placed it on her shoulders as a tunic. She sat back down, and the lights were turned off. Surely she is waiting for the brother, I thought. It is the moment when he takes possession of her body. In total silence we all waited a few minutes, and suddenly, the lady sitting in the middle chair began to scream, after writhing heavily. From her lips came a speech pronounced at such a speed and in such a strange language that I did not understand anything of what she was saying. I had once heard Parral speak Mexican, and it had a certain similarity of intonation to him. Seconds before Pachita also squirmed, Doña Candelaria threw some rose petals at her. We all imitated her. Doña Candelaria had handed out the petals, and I was told to throw them the moment the brother appeared. While Candelaria intoned a few mañanitas with the help and participation of all, Pachita went into a trance. I reproduce here the innocent and beautiful song. Mañanitas al Hermanito, Cuauhtémoc. These are the mañanitas that we come to sing to a divine spirit who comes from beyond. To this omnipotent being who was sent to us by the Lord to give us advice and take away all evil. Come quickly, blessed child. Come to console us. Come to give us your advice and take away all evil. We are not worthy of your divine goodness, but you are eternal light in this earthly life. We all love you very much with all our hearts. Do not leave us, little brother. Take us to the Creator. You were king on this earth. You were great majesty, and now you are eternal light on the heavenly throne. Come soon, blessed child. Come to comfort us, come to give us your advice and take away all evil. All surrounded by petals, Pachita's body twisted for a moment, and then, with a deep voice full of certainty of the brother, she greeted us. Dear brothers, he said first, I am very happy for your love. Although my father forbade me to be with you, here I am, not wanting to disappoint you. Too many things have happened lately that are not completely satisfactory. A great and terrible catastrophe is coming, and today more than ever you should learn to arm yourselves and to give everything possible. Next to me, and in her wheelchair, the over-anesthetized girl we had operated on a few days ago seemed to hear the voice of the message. She swayed in her chair at times with her back erect, and then bent completely to touch her knees to her forehead. Her little eyes jumped from the lit candle on the altar to the chair that occupied Cuauhtémoc's body. She remained completely silent, but suddenly, excited, she let out an exclamation of joy. The brother turned to see her, and said that she was already understanding. The girl's exclamations were repeated several times, whenever the brother spoke of love and devotion to God. On the other hand, she remained silent during concrete descriptions or advice. It's amazing, I said to myself. The child is detecting the deepest abstractions and the most profound and most fundamental points, and does not respond to everything that belongs to the earthly world, to the concrete descriptions and the mundane. Is it perhaps, I asked myself, that what has the greatest power of abstraction is, at the same time, the most fundamental? Perhaps the child's state of lack of cortex has brought her into contact with God and she reacts only to Him. The brother continued speaking about the need to give and love when he was interrupted by the medium sitting on the chair in the center. He spoke like an Indian child with little knowledge of Spanish, or like a very primitive being incapable of clear verbal expression. I love you very much. I want to help you to cure your little head. You let me make you love. You let me be and help you. The brother turned to see him and greeted him. You can stay, my loving child. You can be with us, but following the laws of your kingdom, and in peace. I to you love much. I to you grace to give you. 2 days later, in morning meditation with my group, I had attempted to apply brother's teaching with a dark entity inhabiting the house in which we meditated. Sensing it, I invited it to stay and receive light from us. To my disappointment, I was not able to communicate, and I lacked the strength to help her and overcome the emptiness it produced in me. Brother spoke for 10 minutes, delivering a speech of such beauty and depth that I feel unable to reproduce it here. He mentioned that he himself was not a very high being, and that he was continually learning and wished to help his human brethren to the best of his ability and strength, and with the help of his Father. He spoke of his flesh, saying that it was very naughty, and that she, Pachita, did not take proper care of herself. She blessed us and asked for light for all of us, and promised not to abandon the suffering of the species and to cooperate to bring light to the world. At the end, she asked us to resolve our passions, and not to let ourselves be carried away by hatred, misunderstandings, or anger. He then set out to take questions. The girl's mother came up to him, kissed his hand, and congratulated the brother on his birthday, and thanked him for helping her daughter. "My dear child," brother replied, "your daughter will soon begin to walk and then to talk. Both of you have pure hearts, and when you manage to solve your problem, you will reach the state that will allow you to get closer to the divine. Your daughter's illness was to test them." "But why with her?" protested the mother. "Why did you make her suffer?" "That's right, my pretty little girl. The ways of the Lord are the most difficult to travel. But everything will be happiness and health in a short time. Have patience and you will see." Weeping, the woman approached her daughter and her husband one by one. The 20 or so people who had come to the ceremony approached to congratulate the brother. A middle-aged lady asked him to tell her about his life when he was an Aztec king. "Oh, my precious little girl, those memories are painful for me, but I will tell you some things," she said. "We lived in a paradise. The inhabitants of Tenochtitlan lived, like you, on a rich soil. Underneath the earth there are still the diamonds, emeralds, and rubies that in my time overflowed the land and the plantations. I was educated for kingship, and from a very young age, my father taught me with the help of the priests to decipher the codices and to impart justice. When I was 13 years old, I occupied the throne. I remember that they brought me a warrior whom I had to judge. I fasted for 3 days, and then studied the codices. At night I dreamed, and at dawn I remembered my dreams, trying to find signs for the verdict. If I dreamed that it rained, it meant that the man should be imprisoned for 3 days and nights. If I dreamed of the sun, the verdict and sentence must be different. I did not want to mistreat him or harm him. Historians have made many mistakes in my biography. They say things that were not. Can you imagine? I was so small, arriving at the priest's enclosure to give my sentence and to explain the reasons that had made me reach it. But everything went well. They accepted me, and from that moment on I received a lot of help. My uncle Moctezuma advised me in government matters. One day my people got sick. It had happened on other occasions. The first, many hundreds of years before, long before the arrival of the Spaniards, some friars had come across the sea from Atlantis and crossed our land. They brought us knowledge, but also diseases. When I turned 33, I had a great difficulty. But I am not going to tell you about that. We knew many secrets of earth and sky. We knew a liquid that when used could destroy whole mountains. Beware of the Pedregal de San Angel. That liquid is still found in its subsoil. But I don't want to talk about that either. We were good and we knew how to read the stars, and we communicated with God. Then the Spaniards came, and my people suffered a lot. I never married and never had children. I had a girlfriend, and my reign ended too soon. The description was long and full of images of a glorious and pure era. It was full of longing and purity at the same time. The woman appreciated the story, and I recalled one of my stories, in which an extraterrestrial being describes before an extragalactic audience a series of events. But he does not describe them verbally, but by direct transmission of images. Here, too, during Cuauhtémoc's story, I had seen rather than heard his descriptions. When he finished, the brother prepared himself for new questions. I approached him and asked him about my life. I do not wish to share what he told me, but I was amazed by his accuracy and certainty. He told me again about St. Andrew, and thanked me for congratulating him on his birthday. "Thank you," I told him, "for letting me see what I have seen, and for allowing me to write it down." After me, a young man who had had his brain operated on by the brother came up to congratulate him. He looked healthy and strong, his eyes literally shining. At this moment, as I write, I have in front of me the memory of his gaze. Truly, I had never seen anything like those absolutely phosphorescent eyes. Pachita's son came up next. "Brother," he said, "I want to ask you a great favor. I want to ask you to take away the being who tried to poison my mother." There was an expectant silence that was broken by a serious admonition from the brother. "That never, the dark being comes to be rescued in light. Your mother's body will resist all the onslaughts, don't worry." Later I found out that someone had put arsenic in the salt of Pachita's house. I'm not really sure if that was the case, but there was mention of a poisoning attempt. I was shocked and didn't want to ask any more questions. Finally, the brother raised his right arm and took his leave. I thought Pachita was going to regain her usual consciousness, but instead of her, and after an instant of trembling, another entity took over the saint's body. I remembered that on a certain occasion it had been mentioned that Pachita was an open channel, and that she accepted any entity. The one who took possession of her body at that moment was a gypsy. "I am a gypsy," she said, "and I can read your hands. Who wants to know your destiny?" Someone advanced his hand and the gypsy began to speak. "The problem with your wife will soon be solved. You will receive a travel order, and that will help you in your business." Another hand was read immediately after. "Your family gives you joy, and yet you are sad. You must accept your life and rejoice in what you have." I did not resist curiosity, and placing myself behind the gypsy, I extended my right arm. The light, except for an oil candle placed on the altar, was off. 50 centimeters from the garlic, no detail was perceptible. He took my hand and immediately said, "Israel, you have the marks of apostleship. You went Andrew, and your teacher left a question unresolved. You came back to give him the answer. Soon you will receive a surprise. You will reach the pinnacle of fame. You have found yourself, and from now on everything will be light for you." Holy God," I exclaimed, full of emotion. "The question is the creation of the experience and its foundations. That's what I came here for." A tall, big-eyed, jet-haired girl held out her hand. "You were Egyptian, and on August 13th you will have to come and talk to me. Don't forget, in August 1521 the conquest of Tenochtitlan was completed." "Memo," shouted the gypsy, "remind this woman of her appointment with me on August 13th. "But we are going to Parral," replied Memo. "It doesn't matter. I must talk to her on August 13th. I don't remember more. There were so many hands and so many other stories that my memory is not able to recall them. Moments before the gypsy took possession of Pachita's body, the medium had begun to speak again. "Me to you want to compose Pachita. You leave me. Me want to you." Before the gypsy woman left, the medium held out her hand, and the gypsy woman told her that she was already convalescent, and that she saw no signs of illness. "I bid you farewell," said the gypsy woman. Pachita's body convulsed and another entity entered her. "We are like flowers that wither when we don't drink enough water. In the end we find God." After the poem, and in an intense tone of voice that being identified himself as Bocanegra, again came the convulsions, and a sad and young voice appeared in Pachita's mouth. "I want my Aunt Cande to come." She was referring to Doña Candelaria, and at that instant I guessed it was Pachita's dead son. I had lost him in the 1968 riots, and had never forgotten him. Pachita's sadness had been so great that she had become ill and lost her sight. The dead son kept talking. "I love you, and I miss you. Take care of my mother, and don't let her suffer." The ceremony was over, and Pachita returned to her conscience. She asked for balsam and greeted us with her simple, village language. I asked Doña Candelaria for the lyrics of the Mañanitas, and after much searching, Pachita pointed us to the place where some copies were. While someone was looking for them, Armando brought me the bush knife, and I saw it for the first time with enough light. The hilt was covered and lined with black insulating tape, and the dull, blunt blade had an engraving of an Indian with a plume. It looks like Cuauhtémoc, I thought, but mostly like the silver statue of the patriarch that Armando had brought for the altar. I returned the knife after feeling it, and approached Doña Candelaria. The woman, with round, bright brown eyes, protruding teeth, medium height, and quick step, intelligent and accurate, offered me a toli and some tamales she had prepared for the ceremony. I asked her to sing me the Mañanitas again, and she did it with a fresh voice. Everyone admired Candelaria, and considered her a kind of absolute connoisseur of the mysteries of the brother. She hardly ever spoke and kept her secrets to herself. There is also a farewell song, she told me, suddenly becoming sad. It makes me want to cry when I remember it, because we sang it when my mother was dying. I reproduce the lyrics here. Para despedir al hermanito, adios Cuauhtémoc hermoso, Emperor of Heaven. You bring us comfort and take away all evil. Like a sad wandering pilgrim I follow. You hold out your hand to follow the Lord. Cuauhtémoc was his name and history engraved it, and by his great effort he conquered glory. Chapter 8. The Beings. I arrived at Pachita's house, very saturated. I parked in front of the market and meditated to work out everything unresolved. I used all the techniques I know to reach the silence and connect with my being. I finally succeeded, and so I entered the trading floor. It was Wednesday, and I was delighted not to meet Dr. M. I later learned that he had angrily said he would not return to help until the negative people, i.e. me, were away from Pachita. His latest tantrum had been to accuse the saint's close collaborators of being thieves. Lying face down on the operating bed was a friend of Z. His right leg was 2 centimeters shorter than his left. I was asked to pull the right heel while the brother made an incision near the spine. I felt the leg stretch, and as I helped bandage it, I was introduced to a new co-worker of the brother. He had tremendous strength. And later, when I saw his face, he reminded me of someone I knew a long time ago. He looked like a mixture of a Roman soldier and Peter. In the name of my father, I greet you, I said to the brother at the end of the operation. In the same name I greet you, he answered me with his usual sweetness. How are your friends? He then asked me. I haven't seen them, I said. Well, bless God. A middle-aged lady took the table right away. I stood to the left of the new assistant and asked her to energize the patient. What's wrong with my sweet girl? A hernia? Pachita, a hernia. But I don't know where it is. Where does it hurt? Well, here next to the navel and also in the side and up here. But my child, said brother jokingly, I'm not going to operate on you everywhere, am I? After touching the belly, the bush knife penetrated the patient's side. After a brief effort, something was cut, and a dark tissue was extracted from the wound. What you had was a bad appendix, the brother told the woman. But look, we've already taken it out. It had been an easy and almost painless operation. I saturated the wound. It closed immediately, and after bandaging the belly, the new assistant carried the sick woman as if she weighed nothing. Brothers, the brother began to tell us after the woman was taken away, brothers, I want to make a request. You are going to bring a little woman who has great faith in us and who has come a long way. Please, let us pray to the Father so that we can help her. It must be a very difficult case, I thought at once, and I was tempted to ask about the diagnosis, but I restrained myself. I prayed, and in the middle of my prayer a very worried man entered the room accompanied by his wife. Lie down, my sweet and loving child. The woman lay down and we uncovered her belly. It was tremendously swollen. I took her hand and began to caress her forehead while Armando placed dry cotton balls to delimit an operative field. Let us pray, brother asked us again. After auscultating her belly, the brother asked for a pair of scissors with which he cut the sick woman's side. He then inserted the knife and turned it, increasing the incision. For a few seconds he left it motionless, and then asked for light. A hand lamp was turned on and I saw a terrible slit from which much blood was gushing. I need to close that vein, said the brother. Keep the light on. In a moment more, he maneuvered the knife and the blood stopped gushing. From the table to his right he took a tissue and asked Armando to pour a liquid into the wound. Suddenly, something came loose from inside the patient's body, and with a triumphant voice, the brother announced that he had succeeded in extracting the rotten part of the liver. He then asked me to press lightly on the belly and place 2 large masses of tissue over the wound. I recognized them as pieces of liver. With the tip of the knife, he inserted them into the open cavity. and then asked me to suture. I did so with all my energy, and in the light of the hand lamp he allowed me to see how the wound closed without a trace, practically engulfing the tissues. I am now going to ask you all to carefully lift this affectionate little girl and place her on her side. With Armando's help we did just that. Brother's hand took the knife again and inserted it into the skin. He made an opening of about 10 centimeters. He asked Doña Candelaria for a doll. "Give me a doll, quick," he said. In the middle of the surprise I saw Cande take a dry cotton ball and make a ball with it. That was the doll that the brother's hand introduced to the wound. The woman complained bitterly, and I asked her to pray out loud, "Our Father who art in heaven, praised be thy name." The woman recited for the next 5 minutes the most accurate and precise prayer I had ever heard. I hugged her, trying to soothe her pain. The brother's hand placed another piece of tissue over the wound. It was deep red in color and elliptical in shape. The skin was open and the tissue was over it. I turned to see the woman's face and immediately the incision, and in front of my eyes, the light of the hand lamp illuminated the operating field. The tissue disappeared, and seconds later the wound closed. Despite having seen a similar phenomenon so many times before, this one was so clear and dramatic that I felt a tremendous emotion. The brother asked me to suture, even though the wound had closed by itself, and I obeyed. Suturing, I told myself, is not only closing the wound but sending energy into the body. We bandaged the woman, and after she was taken away I asked the brother if the terrible swelling in her belly was a pregnancy. "No," he said, "it is the result of a very advanced cancer." An elderly gentleman from Ciudad Quetzalcoatl entered the room and was asked to lie on his back, and just as when Leo had asked me not to be distracted, I did so with the new assistant. "Don't be distracted for a second," I told him, feeling like his protector. "What is wrong with you, man of God? Where is that animal that you feel moving inside your body?" "Here," said the man, pointing to the left side of his leg next to his penis. "That's from hanging around with too many women," said the brother to the patient, Jacinta and her son Enrique. We laughed, and I asked for cotton balls. With the knife, the brother's hand opened the flesh and began to cut inside. The man was moaning terribly. His screams pierced me, and I thought that the woman was much more resistant to pain than the man. The brother asked me to put my hand into the cavity, and with his hand, he made me touch a very hard tissue, embedded inside the body. "Do you want me to hold it?" I asked him right away. "No, Brother Jacob, that would sting you terribly." The efforts to extract the damage continued as the man continued to moan horribly. Finally, the damage was extracted and placed on a black piece of paper held by Armando. "Armando," I asked him, "did you also see how the tissue disappeared on the woman?" "That woman," he answered me, "had a very advanced cancer. Her liver and pancreas were fixed, and a new gallbladder was grafted. You must remember," he continued, "that a whole team of surgeons assists brother. When the tissue was placed on the skin, they introduced it from the inside, closed the wound, and began to ligate the tiny internal ducts." Armando stopped talking for a moment, and as if he had suddenly remembered something, he continued, "The operative work does not end with the operation. The beings continue working the grafts, ligating ducts, giving energy and restoring and fortifying the cells." The brother sat down in a chair by the altars, and as we surrounded him, he quickly said goodbye to all of us with his customary gesture of martially raising his right arm. The session was over, and I approached Doña Candelaria. "Candelaria," I said, "you see more than we do, don't you? I see that around her hands there are other hands. The truth is that I only see the body of the sick person without clothes, and those hands, I can hardly see his hands, nor Pachita's hands. Those other hands shine more brightly, and they always scare me. That's why I don't go near them. And what are those hands like? They have long fingers and they shine. Do they use instruments? Yes, they cut, stitch, stop blood. They are very fast. The truth is that your hands are occupied by those shining hands, and I know that when you move a finger, they are the ones who do it, but you don't realize it. And Pachita, neither does she, she's too fast. For some reason I remembered the blood-soaked sheet from the healing of the woman with cancer, and the sudden disappearance of the tissue placed over the incision, and how it had closed before my eyes. Those beings, I thought, are the ones who operate, and it is a whole team that has reached absolute and total perfection. Doña Candelaria kept telling me. One day, many years ago, I became curious to see the brother. I asked him to show me his body, and during an operation I began to see him. It was like a flash of lightning, and I was so frightened that I asked him to stop showing himself. I could only see his legs. They looked like two trunks and were shiny and silver. He mocked me and said, "Why did I first ask, and then I didn't want to see anymore?" You will not believe this, but one day brother told us that he needed a vine for an operation. I was very young then, and I went with my sister to Chapultepec to look for the vine. But neither of us knew what a liana was. Suddenly the brother appeared to me dressed like a man and told me, "The lianas are like ropes hanging from the trees. Look like that one. You know how we women are." He was so handsome and so strong that I forgot about the liana, and with my sister we began to follow him all over Chapultepec, just because we were women and he was a man. Suddenly, we were getting closer when poof, he disappeared. Yes, right there, in the middle of Chapultepec. It scared us so much that we ran to look for the vine. When we returned, the brother scolded us, but no longer in body but in spirit through Pachita. He told us, "Look at these women who forget the mandates. My husband would come to help us, but he was a very demanding person. Sometimes he made fun of me and told me that he only saw visions. I was 6 months pregnant. One day, the brother said that as a sign and to stop doubting, he was going to make my child disappear. I told my husband and he continued to make fun of me. He said that they were just ideas, and that I was out of my mind. Well, you won't believe it, but one night I was in this very room and I felt dizzy, and a little while later I realized that I no longer had anything in my belly. It vanished and disappeared. Since that day my partner has not helped us again. I went to say goodbye to Pachita, and she told me that she had gone to ask G for money and that she had refused him. Really? I asked, alarmed. No, man, although those who have should give to those who don't have. Plus, and what do you want the money for? I want to buy a lion. What? Yes, they sell it to me for 15,000 pesos and I want to have it here in the house. Pachita looked at Z and said, "You lend me the money, come on, don't be mean." "I won't lend it to the lion," Z answered. "Imagine if it gets hurt and breaks out of its cage and eats us all." "Well, they deserve it," answered Pachita. "Well," she said after thinking it over, "maybe it wouldn't be very good for me to buy a lion." "I don't want to buy a lion anymore." We all laughed, and I said goodbye to that incredible woman. On the way out, the woman with the appendix asked me to take her home. She, 2 companions, and one of Pachita's assistants went out into the street. There was a full moon, and the city welcomed us. "That Dr. M," the assistant suddenly said to me. "He accused me of being a thief, and he thinks he owns Pachita. If it weren't for the fact that my parents taught me to respect older people, I would have hit him." I didn't want to hear any more about that doctor. I took them home and then went to my house, slowly, enjoying the cool of the night and savoring the images I had seen during the day. The next day they would all leave for Parral. Pachita was going to greet her Coras and bring them gifts. I remembered that Santa's helper had told me about the clinic in Parral. "When we have been there," he said very seriously, "we work hard. The bad thing is that they are very strong there, and when it is dark we get a lot of work. At night we hear footsteps and things fall down. The only one who resists is Enrique, and he helps his mother a lot." Chapter 9: The Man. The human being likes to exert a channeling influence on the indifferentiated energetic organization that constitutes the space-matter continuum. That is why he builds cities, streets, energetic lines, directional transmissions, and his own body. He pays for the transformation from the absolute to the relative with a struggle to maintain the energetic structure that he himself has created. He derives satisfaction in control and sees his limited capacity for creation through the eyes of the most unbridled fantasy. Only when he comes into contact with what he calls supernatural, divine, or simply strange, Does he become aware of his daily limitation? However, he, who has remained innocent, incisive, and astute enough to realize that the everyday implies the creation of experience, will feel in the contact with the divine a confirmation of his own nature. Pachita announced that she was going to Parral. I came to say goodbye to her one night. I didn't really know if I was going to meet her or if she had already left for Parral. I felt very sad because of a personal problem, and deep inside, I had the hope that she would help me get out of it. I found the house full of light and its inhabitants packing. SM from Parral had sent them a van for the trip and they were preparing to board it. I chose a chair in the kitchen and sat down to meditate. A short time later Pachita appeared and greeted me. I noticed that her face had aged and she also looked sad. "How are you, Jacobo?" Pachita meditated, trying to connect with myself and get rid of my sadness. "Meditation and non-meditation are the same thing," she answered me. "And what's wrong with you?" "My life is very full. I study the brain and its contact with God. But in love I am a failure." "Oh, Jacobo, that's how it is. One has to go through many things, and what one thinks is good turns out to be flawed." I remembered a Solomonic proverb, and I was about to recite it, but I could not. "The dispositions of the heart are man's, but the answer of the tongue is of the Lord. All the ways of man are clean in his own eyes, but Jehovah weighs the spirits." Sometimes one sees oneself with the illusion of youth and physical beauty. That is why jealousy exists, Pachita told me. My eyes no longer have tears from so much crying, and today I caught a cold. "Cold? You?" I asked in alarm. "A cold," I said, "is uncontained crying." "Well, I don't know," she answered. "I got distracted and that's why I have it on me." She has cried so much, I thought to myself. She must have destroyed so many structures to get connected. She has been purified so much and everything directs her to the center. "I believe," I said out loud, "that one must purify oneself, and it is a work that involves pain. It would seem that to get to the center it is necessary to go through the periphery. You don't know what my life has suffered for this purification. I have felt I had nothing left, and I have always found something else, deeper, closer. It is so, and that is doubly difficult for us Sagittarians. We have one path that connects us to God, and another to our desires, and we live floating and held in the middle of both." "And why you?" I asked him about his contact with brother. "I have asked myself that question 1,000 times, he replied, smiling. "The eternal question, why me?" "Well, I don't know," she continued. "It comes from a very young age." There was nothing more to say. I felt a little absurd, and I noticed that Pachita no longer wanted to talk. I said goodbye and we arranged to meet in Parral. "May God give you a lot of patience," Pachita said to me as she said goodbye. Chapter 10, Patterns. Heading towards Chihuahua, flying through the clouds that cover the jewel of Mexico City. Never since man has so many of my own kind been gathered in such a small space. What happens in Mexico City, the largest city on the planet, is absolutely unpredictable. Perhaps that is why I sometimes feel so strange. In my meditation group, it is clear the formation of a new and original consciousness resulting from our interactions. What is it that is born from Mexico City? I had decided to go to Parral as well, and at the airport I was waiting to board the plane that would take me to Chihuahua like someone waiting for the Messiah. My poor brain, ultra-sensitized by meditation, demanded rest, especially because in addition to detecting group consciousness, it responds to events of a remote past. I think that because at high speed and above the clouds a space of high synergia is created in an airplane, I always feel very inspired. And what I see in those moments is the obvious. So I am in awe of everything. People wear clothes, they offer drinks on the plane, and the lights of the city make it look like a jewel. The moment I sat down in my seat, I felt that the plane was carrying lousy and annoying vibrations. I must confess that for some reason it reminded me of Pachita's fear of these devices. I was surprised to hear her say that she never flies out of fear. With the existence of the brother, it was strange the lack of faith. I think it all depends on the point of reference from which you look at reality. An airplane is a fragile envelope. more so than the tunic of Cuauhtémoc that Pachita always wears on solemn occasions and when prescribing and operating, especially when operating. All priests of all times wore something similar, Armando told me, when I commented that I had forgotten to write about the tunic during operations. Was it Cuauhtémoc's? I don't know. The only thing I think at this moment is that I can't write everything I learn, and that sometimes I would like to have in front of me a screen on which would appear clear and bright the traces that, like precious drawings, we beings leave on our way. I had already thought that this could be perceived during a considerable expansion in the duration of the present. Can you imagine? We could see the patterns and our interactions with them. My first contact with Pachita would be the confluence, at one point on the screen, of many lines. My trip to Chihuahua another line, and my detection of bad vibrations on the plane one. Who knows, but I mean something else when I talk about Patronas. For example, the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem with the subsequent diaspora is a point from which lines expand in all directions. A little light would be me. Hopping from life to life up to this point, if I could see the patterns I would understand synchronicity. Chorus this one. 5 minutes later in Lopez Portillo's Quetzalcoatl read, "What amazes you? I already said that everything is rhythm and music. The world is like this cloth that I now make. Each one of us comes and goes. Thus is constructed the fabric of creation with which the Lord is adorned for his glory." Yes, said Quetzalcoatl, it is a beautiful cloth made of good and bad deeds, which only the Lord can see complete, and in which the sons of day and night are like his precious stones. The patterns are like flowers. I had not paid any attention to the latter until recently. I happened to lose one of them, and suddenly realized they existed. Flowers, children, and patterns communicate with each other, to the delight of those of us who, like me, dedicate ourselves to observe. This has always happened to me whenever I have searched, and Parral could not be the exception. Chapter 11. Parral. Nestled among the mountains, and in the midst of gigantic deserts, saturated with beehives and mountains. Every time I see the planet from the heights, it seems to me to be in front of the neocortical surface. To explain the experience, I had resorted to the concept of neural field as a three-dimensional energetic envelope, resulting from the interactions between all the neuronal elements. I had imagined it as a hyper-complex flame, or as the surface of planet Earth. From the small plane that took me from Chihuahua to Parral, I again saw my planetary home as a gigantic neural field. It can be seen from all points in space. So it is also an energy field. It interacts with space from all points that contain it as a seed of vision, and like the interaction between the neural field and space, the planetary field must create and be experience. It hardly moves, and there is rarely any ground capable of changing its structure. It is like tarantulas that have reached the immobility of being. It has rivers as veins, seas as reservoirs of blood, and cities, towns, villages as. I think I left Mexico City because its colossal size begins to alter the being of the planet. Perhaps trying to hide it from view, and thus diminish its effect on the planetary field, it is covered with fog and smog. At the Parral airport, I came upon the magnificent sight of a maneuvering Bell helicopter. The pilot and his mechanic had picked up a little boy and were astounding him with the flight. They were making maps of the Republic and invited me to take a ride in their craft. Suddenly, and in the middle of a conversation about maps, they revealed to me that they had seen a strange craft hovering above the town of San Pablo in Nuevo Leon. Wasn't it a plane, helicopter, balloon? No, man, Captain B answered me. I have been a pilot for 40 years and I know how to recognize it. Then you are lucky. According to the plumber who sold me a refrigerator and was an expert in those ships, the one who sees them for the first time is marked and acquires a new power of perception. I stayed at the Hotel Adriana remembering my lost flower and set out to look for Pachita. I didn't know her address, and I liked that. Now everything had to acquire meaning or I would not find her. When I met Pachita and the brother, I thought my mission was to reunite Quetzalcoatl with Cuauhtémoc. In Tepoztlan, I had seen the signs of Quetzalcoatl's new arrival, inscribed in a cave full of memories. I had brought Lopez Portillo's book with me. I was not in a hurry, nor was I calm. Rather, I was waiting for a sign. Seeing the planetary consciousness, I had wondered about its relationship with unity, and I had seen myself struggling to find a bridge of union between the relative and the absolute. I opened the book and read that the firstborn of Quetzalcoatl had been taken to the land of the Mayab. The Koras of Pachita live in the Mayab, I said to myself, and in amazement I began my search. There was meaning in the binding of loose ends, the conscious meeting of relationships, the transformation of voids into planes of contact. On the street I took a cab, and the driver, a Sagittarius born on December 14, 1910, took me directly to a white house on a mountain, all surrounded by mineral mines. In 10 minutes I had arrived at Pachita's house. 50 meters behind me appeared a silver car with Pachita, her daughter, and a companion. "I'll be damned with the heat," Pachita said. Wearing a pink dress and legs like a quinceañera, Pachita complained about the lack of rain. We sat in the doorway of the house watching the clouds. "Look," Pachita told me, "no one has watered these rose bushes, and look at them in bloom and with fresh leaves. Fuck with this fucking heat. Let it rain, let the clouds gather, and let the rivers fill up. Look," he pointed to a nearby hill, "that mine has no water, and they steal the pumps they have connected." I turned to look at the factory and realized that a predatory cloud was approaching. Within 2 minutes, a circle of 200 meters around the house was filled with drops. "Look, Pachita," I said excitedly. "It started to rain. They listened to you." "It's just tears," she answered. "Hey Jacobo, what is Math 111? "What? Yeah man, what's Math 111? "I don't know, Pachita." Pachita showed me a paper on which someone asked if I should study Math 111. "Pachita," I asked her, "will you let me write down your life? What's the point?" "What's the point? It gives conscience, makes you understand, allows you to find the meanings." "Well, what do you want to know?" "Whatever you tell me, Pachita." I was going to bring a tape recorder, but I couldn't. "Now I'll go crazy trying to remember all the details," I thought in alarm. "Let me finish this chapter, We Make It Rain, and then you tell me about your life." "Well, the house in Parral is designed to do Pachita's job. A room to store medicines, another for consultations and operations, a waiting room." Something had happened to me after talking to Pachita. I felt that a very powerful energy saturated me and prevented me from being calm. I decided to go out to the land next to the house and meditate sitting on a chair. I took a chair from the dining room, and when I was about to start, they came for it and offered me another one. Pachita said it would be better in this one. I sat down, closed my eyes, and after a few seconds, I began to feel a terrible back pain and a fog that prevented me from thinking clearly. I decided to go into the pain, and it increased in intensity until it became unbearable. At that moment, some images of my childhood appeared. I was in my room as a child, and my mother was singing a song. The pain subsided, and I knew that my back held very sad memories. I opened my eyes, and in front of me, a giant snail-shaped stone attracted my attention. I shifted my focus and concentrated on the clouds. I wanted to bring them together to make it rain. For an hour I tried without success. Finally, overcome by back pain, I returned to the house, and as I began to write, a storm began to fall. Doña Candelaria saw the expression on my face and told me that it had been necessary to become calm, and that this was the only way to produce the effects. I went to announce the news to Pachita, and she scorned me. "It is not true that it was you," she told me. "It had to rain anyway." I felt very sad and longed for him. It was a pity he couldn't come, I said to myself. I remembered that when I told Pachita about San Pablo's ship, she had told me that next to the house where we were, sometimes those ships appeared. Parral still didn't know that Pachita had arrived and there were no sick people to attend to. I sat down to read Quetzalcoatl. I remembered that when I mentioned it to Pachita, she had made fun of his name. And to wait, I felt ignored and sad. I began to miss another presence, and sweaty, I stopped myself from falling. but it was hard not to. Pachita had made fun of me, of Quetzalcoatl, of the possibility of making it rain, and of her own life. In the afternoon, people began to come. Pachita had told me that she had radiated a message to the Sierra, and we all waited for the flood of sick people. I reread what I had written in this chapter and realized that I had been the one who had despised first. I really have a lot of things to sort out, I said to myself in alarm. Chapter 12. The Beginning. The clouds of Parral speak of presences and absences, framed by pink, white, dark gray, velvety textures, cottony and suddenly lines, cloud edges on a blue and silver and pink and violet background. The house of HM received the brother. 15 of us were invited to the ceremony. Praises and prayers were sung, and while Doña Candelaria sweetly recited a song of welcome, Pachita convulsed. She had put on Cuauhtémoc's tunic, and waved her right arm in the air. I greet you, my brothers, and I thank the Father for allowing me to be with you again. I am grateful that you have kept me in your heart, and I ask that my flock be kept united in harmony. As we arrived at the operating room in Parral, framed with a large picture of Cuauhtémoc, flowers, and a three-dimensional diagram of the interior of the human body, SM had given us an introduction. Here, in this house, he began to tell us, about 2,000 operations have been performed. Before, the brother worked in my house, but the conditions were not adequate. You should know that in all this time no one has ever died. The operations are successful and the sick are healed, but some relapse. The operation is not enough. A change of mentality is necessary. Bad mental habits must be eliminated for the cure to be permanent. The brother operated on me for an ulcer. I took medicine 10 or 12 times a day and suffered terrible pains. He operated and I was healed, but I continued working as usual, worrying as usual, and one day, 6 months after the operation, I had an attack of gastritis. My brother spoke to Pachita, and she said that the brother would take care of healing me. That night I slept well, and the next day I was completely cured, and to this day, 4 years later, I am still well. A child approached the brother and he received him with gentleness. My sweet child, look carefully. I am going to teach you many things. They made us leave the enclosure and I waited outside. I felt that they would not let me help, and I was saddened. The clouds of the sunset change colors like life, and my life waits for a new miracle. Sitting in the middle of some logs next to the White House, my back ached. I am not pure, and for that reason I will no longer be able to help Pachita. I have committed many sins. I have caused suffering, and for that reason I am not worthy. It is terrible to feel guilty. It hurts my back and my head. In the distance I saw a lightning bolt crawling through the clouds, and I remembered Don Lucio, and I stood up from the wood and approached the house. I want to see the heart operation. Something is going to happen there, and I must help. I want to see the heart operation, I told myself firmly. I had seen the list of operations, and one of them was of the heart. It was Wednesday, and for the first time that time in Parral, they were going to operate. Surely of the 2,000 operations, many had been of the heart, but this was the first for me. I approached the door with all the thoughts I have described, and they let me in. I stayed a few minutes in the recovery room, and peeked into the operating room as they opened the door. I smelled blood, heat, human sweat, and lack of oxygen. I felt nauseous, took strength, and penetrated. SM asked me to stand next to the operating bed. I approached the brother and greeted him. In the name of my father, I greet you, brother. Hello, my good man, how are you? They had just finished a lung transplant operation, and now they called the next patient. A thin man occupied the bed. He took off his shirt, and a terrible scar was exposed at the level of his heart. What is your name, dear boy? Asked the brother. The question was repeated several times before an answer was received. Joseph, the man finally said, you have already been operated on, haven't you? Again a long silence, and finally an affirmative answer. Brother, said the brother, please pray for this man. All my gloomy thoughts disappeared, and I held José's hand while the brother opened his chest with the scissors and then inserted the knife. He opened about 6 inches and asked Memo for help. He had him hold a vein he had cut and began to penetrate the heart. He made another cut and announced that he was about to open the aorta. I protected myself with a cotton ball moistened with alcohol. I thought the blood would gush out impetuously, and my prognosis was not fulfilled. Only a small trickle was the result of cutting the aorta. The smell coming from the wound was foul and disgusting. The brother ordered the transplant and placed it on top of the wound. It was a red heart. He kept maneuvering, ligating conduits while still holding a vein. The heart over the wound began to beat. He inserted it, and then cut inside again with the bush knife. "Look at the crap doctors do," he told us, after extracting something I couldn't see clearly. Then he cut again, and I saw how he extracted a mass of tissue, still throbbing, about 6 or 7 centimeters long by 4 or 5 centimeters wide. He asked Memo to release the vein, and as he did so, I saw it penetrate. The external mass of tissue had been introduced, and with these maneuvers, the longest operation I had ever seen was concluded. I saturated the wound, which closed immediately, and began to bandage. "Careful," said the brother. "Do not disturb the patient." Everything seemed to be going well when suddenly the brother asked us to pray. I felt the chest with my hand, and felt a tremendous throbbing. "That's how we used to do it," the brother told me. "They were our sacrifices. You know that, don't you, Jacob?" I was about to say yes when HM commented that all history had been written by the victors. My heart was still pounding, although slightly calmer than before. Suddenly the brother shouted something that at first I did not understand, but later I grasped clearly. "I need 2 transfusions, quick. He is leaving us." SM on the left side and Memo on the right intertwined their arms with those of the sick man. Kneeling, they put their forearms together in this instant transfusion. The heart was still beating with even greater force. The terrible scene of 2 kneeling beings intertwining their arms with those of the sick person, me palpating the heart and the people around with their palms facing us, was horrifying. As if that were not enough, at that moment lightning flashed and thunder began to be heard. Suddenly Pachita fainted and fell over HM's body, crushing the transfusion. It was a moment of maximum tension. The heart was still beating, but Pachita seemed dead. 2 minutes passed, and a cadaverous voice began to come out of the mouth of Pachita's recumbent body. "Good night." It was a slow, almost mocking voice. SM raised her head and asked, "Who are you?" Memo immediately silenced him. Then Pachita's body returned to its original position and greeted us. "Everything is all right now. Take good care of this man." I finished bandaging him, and they took him away. "What happened, brother?" I asked anxiously. "Well, he was going to leave, Jacobo. And what did you do?" "I went to ask my father," he answered me, and gave me permission to give him more life. At the end of the session, I asked Doña Candelaria. With her huge eyes she saw me and answered me. She was going to die, and the brother had to leave the body of Pachita, to go and ask the Lord for the life of the sick person. At that moment, death came, and his greeting was, "Good night." Then the brother returned, and everything went well. When we operated on my mother, death also came, and it was better not to answer her greeting. That's why Memo made SM shut up. They brought in a young woman, thin and extremely calm. She lay on the bed, and the brother asked for the saw. It was a case of a brain tumor. As the saw cut through the skull, the woman laughed. It was a strange and painless operation. At the end, I asked her about her bravery. "Plus it is for my husband and children. For them, I must be well." I remembered my mother. Because of brain cancer, she had been operated on, and half of her brain was removed. For 3 years, my brothers, my father, and I lived through an indescribable torment. If only we had known about Pachita, if she had operated on her instead of a neurosurgeon. I loved that brave woman and understood her reasons more than she herself did. Then they brought in a little girl. She was about 15 years old and complained of abdominal pains. The brother auscultated her and detected a tumor in her stomach. "Are you a young lady?" "Yes, brother." Let's see. Pachita's hands touched her belly. "It's not true. You're not a lady." "Yes, I am." Let's see. Yes, you are, my precious girl. I just wanted to make sure. You have to be very careful with the ladies in these operations." Immediately, and without further ado, The brother introduced the knife into the belly and cut a large wound. In 30 seconds he pointed out the tumor to Her Majesty, making her put her fingers into the wound. I saw His Majesty's expression of astonishment and his immediate withdrawal of his hand. He wiped the blood on the sheet while the brother continued to operate. Finally, he removed a tumor, asked me to suture and dress the wound. Then they brought in an old man. He had terrible pain that was to be cured by total transplantation of a trigeminal nerve. The latter was held by the sick man's son, while the brother drilled into the lower part of the man's right temporal region. While he operated, Pachita's mouth pronounced phrases. "Now I must move the optic nerve aside. Now I must ligate. Now I am going to cut it here." The old man complained bitterly, and at that moment a tremendous storm broke out. The thunder and lightning almost moved the house, and the room was illuminated with a very intense electric violet. The rain began, and the brother gave thanks as he continued to operate. "Does your little eye hurt any more, my dear little boy?" "Not any more, sir. Not any more." I saturated in the middle of the storm, while Pachita's arms remained with her palms upwards as a sign of receiving the rain. "Now all the little animals will live," she said with her hands outstretched. "The snakes, the scorpions, all beings have the right to water, the water that blesses their lives. I love the scorpions and the snakes and the thunder and the rain." Someone bandaged the old man's head, and his son said that his hearing was also bad. "He can't hear anything with it." The brother took the knife and pierced him through the ear canal. The old man cried and said he preferred deafness to that pain. He said, "Yes, sir, let me go deaf, but now, let's see, Jacobo, talk to him." I approached his ear and spoke to him, and he answered me. That ended the session. The brother rejoiced inside Pachita's body and called Candelaria. Ciande began to sing praises accompanied by the brother. "Our God," they sang, "praise your name and the light you give us. Give us life and heart, make us good. We thank you for your mercy." I do not remember the exact words. I only know that it was something beautiful, and the storm, the lightning, the thunder, seemed to accompany those beings full of faith and love. Before saying goodbye, the brother asked us if we wanted anything. A girl approached. She was beautiful and young. She had helped with the cotton balls, and was complaining of indigestion. Memo took her by the arm and, clearly excited, made her lie down on the bed and slowly and sensually uncovered her back. He began to massage her, but the young woman protested and asked for the brother. I approached him afterwards. I was ashamed to confess my back pain. I was made to lie down, and the brother did not recommend hot baths. "What you have is a lot of tiredness." I got up and Memo made me bend my hands, and in one swift movement he pulled my back until my vertebrae cracked. Immediately the pain was relieved. After that, the brother said goodbye, announcing that he would ask for a lot of rain for the Parral area. "It will rain a lot," he said with certainty. We placed ourselves around Pachita's body, and with our hands we protected her. She convulsed and came to, but with a different entity. She turned to look at SM and said incongruous things to him. Then she convulsed again, and finally Pachita appeared. The change in the tone of voice, intensity, and quality of movements and diction were very clear, and never before seemed so obvious to me as on this occasion. She greeted us all and asked me about my lodging. "At the Hotel Adriana," I answered. "Well, if it isn't the best hotel in Parral, small." Chapter 13. The Visits. It rained heavily, and did not stop raining all night and half of the next day. The people of Parral looked at the sky and could not believe it was so cloudy. A terrible drought disappeared, and instead of dry land, in riverbeds, sparkling streams enlivened the land. From the fields rose a light, fragrant, and perfumed steam, and everywhere water rang out. I knew that Pachita had brought that rain. So with an air of knowledge, I listened to the conversations about the sudden change of weather, and rejoiced at the departure of the heat and the arrival of freshness. All of Parral had been cut down and turned into desert, and now that rain was looking for roots and seeds to engender new life in them. I imagined snakes crawling in the humidity, birds refreshing their wings, and scorpions filled with dew. Pachita worked on the outskirts of Parral, in a house painted white. That night, a woman, her daughter and son, took me from the White House to Parral. L, a very sweet young Sagittarius of December 1st, sat across from me. The mother turned to see me and told me about her daughter. Elle was born with bad kidneys and a sick bladder. She was thin, short, and always yellow. You couldn't urinate, could you, daughter? She knew she had to go to the bathroom, but she didn't feel what one feels, she added in a maternal tone. When we found out about Pachita, we went to see her, and she told us she needed a triple transplant. 2 kidneys and a bladder. Enrique bought them in Mexico and sent them to us by truck. Were they several days old? I asked. I think so, answered Elle, looking at me with bright eyes similar to those I had already seen in other patients. I went to the truck and they handed them to me. They still had fresh blood but also clots, continued the 14-year-old girl. Enrique got them in an amphitheater, and we were afraid they wouldn't make it, but they did, the mother added. 2 years ago Pachita had an operation. And look at her, she started to grow and put on weight. The yellow color turned pink and she could urinate. Before, every month she had kidney infections, and then nothing. She didn't even get a fever after the operation. An hour after the graft, I saw his face and it was red. I thought it was a fever, and it was not. Only his kidneys were working well for the first time in his life. And what did you feel? I asked the young woman. When they laid me down, I was a little nervous and then I felt pain, but not much. They laid me face down, and when Pachita's hand put the knife in, I began to see images. Images, yes, in front of my eyes they passed quickly, like transparencies in a projector. I saw my blood, my bladder, cotton wool, the knife, and many hands. Lots and lots of hands. I felt them very clearly inside my body. There were 10 or 20 or 40 hands that quickly touched my kidneys and bladder. Some of them had nails and scratched me, but all of them operated and did not get in the way. Did they use instruments? I saw scissors and I don't know what else, but mostly fingers and hands, many hands. I remembered Doña Candelaria's description, and I understood why the sick people talked about having seen God during the operations. Plus, and then what happened? They closed the wound, and only a scratch remained, but when I left the bed and lay down to recover, I felt very numb and could not move my right arm. Yes, it is closed, the mother added. His right arm was very numb, and later we realized that he had a needle mark on the vein. He had had a transfusion. That night, continued Elle, I felt very desperate and wanted to cry. I think that happens to all those who have undergone surgery. They cry and cry and cry and feel desperate. You know, my mother told me, that after they have been operated on, the brothers' patients are anesthetized and they are taken care of. Do they take care of them? Of course, said Elle. Every night in my room and with my eyes open, I saw a luminous silhouette like a ghost with open arms come to visit me. He would stay with me for about 2 minutes, and while he was checking me, sparks would come out of the quilt of my bed. Equals it's true, the mother confirmed. I saw those sparks but not the luminous silhouette. Brother takes care of his operated patients and visits them, and checks their condition, and even now after 2 years, he sometimes comes to see Elle. Do you hear what he says? I asked the young woman. No, I just see him, and I see the sparks on my quilt, and I know he checks me and takes care of me. My daughter became clairvoyant, the mother added. Didn't she, little daughter? Well, I see Pachita's aura when she operates. It is bright and yellow and gets very big, about 70 or 80 centimeters around her body. I also see people's auras if I pay attention to them. Chapter 14, Pachita's Son. One afternoon I asked Memo, one of Pachita's sons, how they prepared the herbs for the medicines they prescribed. Some, he told me, are boiled in clay pots. There are those to cure kidneys, pancreas, brain, and those who know how to work them are called brujos. But that is a very dangerous word. In reality, the sorcerer is the doctor and his function is to cure. And you? Well, you know that Cuauhtémoc, besides being the last Aztec king, was a sorcerer. He healed and operated, but the conquest did not let him finish his term. That's why he is coming. Of course, if Cuauhtémoc had been the last king, he would have been the little brother. How long will he come? 10 generations. My mother is the third, and I am the next. You. Yes, originally it should have been my brother's turn. the one who died in 1968, and since I'm the man next in age, it's my turn. Is it a chain? Exactly, it's a man and then a woman and then a man and so on until 10 generations are completed. One of my 2 daughters will be next after me. You're a priest? Sometimes I prescribe. When my mother is operating and it's needed, I start to see. A sick person comes in, and a voice tells me what he has and what I need to prescribe. It's like someone outside of me. I also see the aura, and depending on the color, I know what the sick person has. When a black line appears, I know he is going to die. Have you operated? Only once, on my mother. You know she had a cerebral embolism, and I operated on her. That happened when they killed my older brother in 1968 in the Tlatelolco massacre. Did the brother get into you? Son, that is very bad. It's like when you go to sleep and suddenly you feel like you're falling into a void. I don't like it, and every time I feel that I have to cross my legs, and in this way I close my energy and prevent the brother from getting into me. What about you, Mom? Well, you see how she squirms when the brother comes. It's that emptiness you feel. And her conscience, you know that there is the body, the spirit, and the soul. The soul travels and communicates with God and tells him and asks him. Meanwhile, the spirit chats, talks, travels, and has fun. When my mother goes into a trance, her spirit leaves, and the brother's spirit enters her body. Pachita's consciousness disappears, and in its place appears that of the brother. Charles, the black man who raised her, taught her that. What do you see during the operations? The only difference is that the light does not come from a lamp but from the people who help, and each one has his or her own function. Function? Yes, look. My mother is the main surgeon. Armando is the chief of the instruments, Doña Candelaria, the anesthesiologist, and you are the anesthesiologist. Me? Yes, man. You take away the pain and anesthetize, and when suturing, you apply local anesthesia to the wounds and make sure the patient does not suffer. Ah, there are many doctors and a lot of instruments. Do you see better and better? I rubbed my eyes and told my Aunt Cand that this man was naked, and she looked at me very strangely, and with her big eyes. She looked at me very surprised and with her big eyes. Then I looked at him again, and saw inside his organs and systems. Again I rubbed my eyes, and when I looked at him again, I saw his skeleton. I could not stand the shock and fainted. That night I told brother, and he replied that the time had come. What I like most is to penetrate and amplify. For example, you see a stomach and you look at one of its parts, and it starts to get bigger, and if you keep looking at it, it gets bigger until you can see all its details. I remembered Tepeztlan and Ted Saladin. The painter by vocation, he could see a leaf on a tree at 50 meters and magnify the image, as if he had a telescope in his eyes. I really admire my mother's strength, Memo continued. She doesn't care about comfort. She only cares about helping and healing. I have the same character as her, and that's why we clash, but I like comfort, and I love to get into myself. In Mexico, I go up to a room and sit in a corner and meditate for hours. Sometimes I go on a 2 or 3 day hike and do the same thing. Sometimes I can see the future. One day I was with my friends on a street corner, and suddenly I knew that a truck was going to hit and crash there. I told my friends, and they looked at me like I was crazy. I convinced them to go to another corner, and a few minutes later a truck was going to crash exactly on the corner we were on. I like to delve into the unknown, Memo continued. Like the Aztecs, you remember when the brother told you that they didn't make sacrifices? Well, that was to learn. It is not true that they did it out of cruelty. They were investigating. Chapter 15. The Exorcism. True development only occurs when in silence the voice is recognized and all that it says and makes seen is accepted as real. This is what happened to me when I considered validation as a synonym of direct perception, and something in me opened up and made me see and understand. That Friday afternoon, the people of Parral began to arrive at the esplanade in front of the house in white. In front of it, the impregnating machine tinged railroad ties with a shiny black. From time to time, a large boiler reached its pressure limit level. and a whitish vapor with a slight petroleum odor released clouds that rose, giving the scene a ghostly look. For some reason, I had decided to meditate for hours on end in two places: a mound of marble stones that reminded me of the surroundings of Jerusalem, and on top of the sleepers piled in rows. I had taken my flute with me and soothed my aching back with its sound. The operations were to begin at 6:30 p.m., and half an hour earlier, I entered the living room of the house to meet SM. A beautiful Christ hung on the wall. Pachita had placed around his head thin branches full of leaves that made the figure look as if surrounded by a halo. We sat at the table, and SM asked me about the book I was writing. I was suspicious of writers and feared that the book would not be up to the standard of the brothers' work. We discussed it, and within a few minutes we both realized the similarity of our views, and the distrust turned into frank and masculine camaraderie. SM maintained that the source of development was inner cleanliness, balance, and non-judgment. He spoke of his transformation 4.5 years ago when he first met Pachita and brother. I lived to survive, he confessed to me with sincerity. Every work I undertook I imagined would remove an emptiness I was experiencing inside me. But it was not true. Each economic achievement left me emptier. One day I met the brother, and from that moment my life took on meaning and the emptiness disappeared. Now I am with God in peace. Enrique told us that there was an emergency at the Camino Real Hotel, and that he and his mother would go to attend to it. I had moved to that same hotel, and I understood part of my dreams of the day before. An hour later, Pachita returned with her hands full of blood and told us that the brother had operated on a case of cerebral palsy. Any blanket becomes a gerongo by opening a sleeve in the middle, she told us, proud of the brother's ability to operate anywhere. Once in the operating room, and in front of the painting of Cuauhtémoc, Pachita put on the Aztec emperor's robe, and after the welcome prayers and blessings, she went into a trance. This time there were not the convulsive movements of other times. Raising his right arm, the brother greeted us and asked for the sick. I realized that I no longer confused Pachita with the brother, and that I now saw them as two separate personalities. There are some consultations, and then 10 operations, brother. Memo told him, well, once again I find myself among you, knowing that the work will continue with your help. Know that I never forget any of my little ones, and that I always have them in my heart. Brother, said SM, my children want to say goodbye to you. They are going to study, and they want your blessing. Let's see, my little ones, come here. Know that from now on you must begin to repay all the sacrifices your father has made for you. When he was your age, he hardly thought of anything else but creating his own future, but from the time of your birth all his efforts were directed to his family. He wanted to create a house and give you education, food and comforts, so that you would grow strong, and now that he sees you leave, his heart only asks for strength so that his children do not stray from the path he has shown and opened for them. I know that at your age everything is possible, and there are no obstacles. Everything has a rosy color, and one does not understand many things. Be careful and know that I will always be with you, sister, said brother, addressing Mrs. E., the lady from Parral. Be careful with that new friend who visits your home. You are too naive and do not let her harm your children. E. seemed to understand the admonition, and I was amazed at the transparency we all had for the brother's mind. Does anyone have anything else to offer? Brother asked all of us. Of the 15 in the room, some approached the brother, greeted him, and he advised them. Then they all left, except for Memo, Enrique, Cande, and me. Some were preparing to receive the sick, and others went to the recovery room to attend to those who had undergone surgery. A lady of American origin with a baby in her arms was the first to consult. What's wrong with my little wife? I translated that the baby had been born with a brain malformation, and that the doctors had given her up, diagnosing cerebral palsy, absence of neuronal growth, and certain death. The brother took the baby in his arms, and with sublime tenderness asked her what was wrong with her, and watched her with his eyes closed. That perception of Pachita with her eyes closed always amazed me. She seemed to see each of the cells and all the thoughts of her patients without using more than a direct contact in which the conventional sensory organs did not participate. Brother Jacob, tell the mother of this child that her daughter can be saved, that the cells that produce cerebrospinal fluid are disorganized, but that I can inject her with fluid and with the help of my father reorganize her brain. Ask him if he accepts it, and if he does, ask him to wait for us outside to operate on his daughter later. The mother was in tears when I relayed the message and agreed to the operation. A man on crutches and accompanied by a friend was the next case. They came from Texas, where the patient had had a plastic and steel knee graft, which his body constantly rejected. There was pus and pain, and the leg was useless. Memo wrote down the cases and filled out sheets of paper with the prescriptions that the brother dictated from time to time. I noticed that Memo would write on his own moments before the dictation. He seemed to know just as well as the brother the medicines they needed. He called me to his side and with his index finger pointed to my bandaged knee. Look, Jacobo, under that bandage I see the rejected graft. It is very loose and pus is oozing all around it. The brother made him keep silent. Everything that happened in that room was teaching, and the brother's successor, Memo, was learning lessons such as silence. Tomorrow they will bring him to me, said the brother to the sick man's companion. We are going to give him anticoxy and moth, and I am going to teach you how to wash his wound. With that he will be cured. Then an elderly lady came in, very fat and with a pained expression on her face. What's wrong with my little girl? I have a pain in my belly, and they say I have to have an operation for I don't know what. Who are they saying? The insurance people, but I'm afraid. The brother placed his hand on my belly and let out an exclamation of astonishment. He came closer to me and in a whisper told me that it was very advanced cancer. He turned in the woman's direction and asked, "How have you endured so long, my sweet little one? You are going to wait outside and I am going to operate on you today." "Oh, brother, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid, my little one. You wait outside. Cancer, cancer, cancer. That disease is a disaster," I thought to myself, as I passed the next sick one. A very thin, dark-haired lady, dressed all in black. "What's wrong with my pretty lady?" "The insurance doctors operated on me and removed my womb, and since then I have felt dizzy, and without appetite, and with a lot of nausea. Now they say they have to give me radiation, and I am very afraid. But how did they dare, my little one? They shouldn't have removed your womb, and you don't need radiation either. You don't have cancer, my little one. We are going to give you some medicine, and with that you will be completely cured. Let's see what Memo needs." Before entering the consultation room, I had talked with A young woman with a lot of character who was helping at the construction site. 2 years before, A had a very intense kidney problem. She began to put on weight, to turn yellow, and to have great pain and difficulties. The doctors had considered her case hopeless. The brother had grafted 2 kidneys, and with that operation the problem was completely solved. A was thin but strong, with jet black hair, soft pink skin, and since the operation she had had no problems whatsoever. In fact, the brother had had to operate on her twice. After the first graft, A had not rested for the 40 days she had been told to rest, and 1 kidney had separated from its place. After the second operation she had been more careful, and her new kidneys worked perfectly. She also had the bright and shining eyes of those operated on by the brother. The penultimate consultation was from a 14-year-old girl accompanied by her brother. "How is my pretty little girl?" "Well, I come because my menstruation is very frequent and I have pains." The brother felt her and dictated some remedies to Memo. "With that you will be cured. Come on, my little dove. What a little girl." The last consultation was a facial paralysis. A young girl, accompanied by her mother, had it. "That's very easy, my little one. You're going to take it." The consultation was over, and we prepared for the operations. Memo asked me for my hand lamp. Enrique placed himself at the bedside, SM on one side of the brother and me, and E in front of him. First they passed the creature with brain problems. His delicate little body barely protruded from between Enrique's and my hands, which held him upside down while the brother inserted his fingers at the base of the spine. I had already observed many such operations. They were called fluids, and I had never understood how the brother injected cerebrospinal fluid, using only his fingers. The baby cried and was deprived twice. I comforted her and squeezed her tiny hand, trying to lessen her pain. The brother brought her to his chest, and after caressing her, he handed her to her mother, who received her happily and excitedly. "Your daughter is now healthy," he said, reassuring her. "Jacob," said SM, "close the door of the recovery room as soon as the sick leave. It helps harmony." I obeyed and prepared for the next case. A very nervous lady occupied the operating bed. A very nervous lady occupied the operating bed. "Don't get tense, my dear girl. Calm down, we will not be able to operate with those nerves." We uncovered her belly, and I held her hand while Enrique protected her head. The brother cut, with scissors, a small incision that he enlarged with the knife. He inserted his hand into the slit and fixed the gallbladder. I saturated and Enrique bandaged it. The lady had hardly complained, and they carried her to the recovery room. "Jacobo," SM told me again, "lock that door, it helps harmony." I noticed that SM seemed ecstatic and in a kind of trance. He gave me the same indication after each operation. The next case was also of the gallbladder, entirely similar to the previous one. I noticed that everyone was asking questions to the operated one, especially at the moment when he was inserting the knife. A was an expert at that, and I understood that it helped to distract the patient from the pain. "The next one is very strong," the brother told us before a stout, broad-backed man, carried in a wheelchair by his wife, passed by. "Let's see, my boy, how are those little legs doing?" The man, operated on several times by the brother, confessed that he was better but still not very well. Enrique helped him with one arm, and I with the other, to stand up. He looked like steel, and his tremendous weight resting on my left shoulder bent my back, causing the pain that had diminished with the help of meditations to return with all its intensity. By a miracle I didn't scream, and I stood there holding the man and praying to God that I wouldn't fall on my face from the pain. We laid him on his stomach, and Enrique went to his legs, pulled them, and I saw that one of them was 5 or 6 centimeters shorter than the other. The brother asked Enrique to even them up, and he tried to do so while the knife penetrated the back on one side of the spine. The man had undergone surgery in the United States. They had cut his sciatic and modified some bones to allow him to sit. "These doctors," complained the brother, "they did a tremendous disorganization of the nerves and got them all tangled up. Now I must turn here and pull here. Let's see, little one. Enrique, pull the leg more while I untangle this nerve." The tip of the knife turned as Enrique pulled, and the 5 or 6 centimeter gap decreased to 3 or 4 centimeters. "You can't pull anymore," said Enrique. "Well, we'll leave it here. Brother Jacobo, stitch up that back and keep your hand on the cotton while I twist the cuddly one." With a strong movement, the brother turned the man on his side and prepared to intervene in the middle of his buttocks. There was a terrible infected sore that he began to scrape with the knife as the man groaned in pain, and my back cracked. Finally, the brother finished and Enrique bandaged the man. I was asked to help carry him to the recovery room, and was unable to do so. "The next one is also very tough," the brother announced at once. A very strong man came in, accompanied by his brother. He was suffering from severe belly pain. Memo whispered that the man's brother could not bear to watch the operation, but no one listened. We laid the man down, and the brother began to operate on him. When we finished, we heard a thud and realized that his brother had fainted. Memo remembered his precognition, and the brother told him that his third eye was opening. We had 2 sick people to attend to. The brother was taken care of by Memo, and the operated Enrique bandaged him and took him to recovery. Then 2 young women came in. One of them, Gina, had diabetes, and her left thigh had a very strong alteration in her blood circulation. Gina's eyes were shaped like a cat, and she seemed very angry with the men. "I know you don't believe me, but this diabetes will be corrected if she drinks water made from cloves. What's wrong with your leg, my dear?" "I have very bad circulation, and my veins are bursting." We uncovered her legs, and the brother began to operate on her with the knife. He made several incisions, and left them uncovered for all of us to see what he had done. Finally, Enrique saturated and bandaged the leg. "I will never marry," said Gina suddenly. "All men are bad." Let's see, replied SM. "The brother is also a man." "Yes, I am a man too." "I've heard about you, Don SM." "Well or badly?" asked the brother. "I have heard very good things. You see, and I am also a man," replied SM. "But you are exceptions," said Gina. "All the rest are bad." A middle-aged, corpulent, and slightly obese lady was welcomed by the brother. She lay on her back, and when the brother listened to her belly, he let out an exclamation of surprise. "1, 2, 3, 4 operations, my dear. How can I do it if I have no more room?" "Look, my little one, you must leave everything. Do you understand me? You must live alone, because if you don't, no matter how much I operate on you, they will hurt you again. Do you understand me?" I turned to see the lady's face, and I noticed that she had not understood. I confess that I didn't either, and later I knew why. I held her hand while the brother opened her belly. He asked Armando for a needle, and for the first time I saw him stitch. With all speed and certainty, his matter-of-fact hands were pushing the needle into the belly and pulling it out again, and at the end, with a jerk he broke the thread. Someone must have held the thread from inside the body. This was the only way to understand how it broke without pulling out behind it. Because of the tremendous pull, the organs that had been tied to it. Enrique saturated and bandaged while I approached the woman's ear and asked her if she had understood the brother's indications. "Should I leave my husband?" she asked me anxiously. "Well, I think so, but you'd better ask the brother." "Brother," I said, interrupting her conversation with SM. "This woman wants to ask you something. Should I leave my husband? But I have 2 daughters, and they will suffer a lot." "No, my daughter. How do you think? You must leave the bad friendships and habits that make you turn away from God. You must change your way of thinking." "But he drinks too much," the woman protested. "Put him down, and the next time he drinks, put him in his cup, and then you'll see. You invite him to drink yourself, and he won't do it." Asterisk. I don't remember what she said. While the woman was being taken away, the brother commented with SM about the misinterpretation. Can you imagine? Me advising to destroy a family. I realized that I had interpreted in my own judgment that you must leave everything. I knew that this had been my behavior on several occasions, and my solution to life, leave everything when there was a very strong problem. My back pain increased considerably, and I asked for relief. They immediately brought in a very fat lady. The brother had consulted her at the beginning of the session, and upon detecting cancer had asked her to wait. "We are going to operate to remove what you have in your stomach," the brother told her firmly. "But I only came for a consultation, and I am very afraid." "No, my dear, don't be afraid. Would you rather continue to suffer?" A terrible smell saturated the room while the brother opened the womb and extracted the cancer. The woman trembled and begged for mercy. Finally, I saturated, and Enrique bandaged, and we rested for a moment. Several seconds passed, and I began to feel something very strange. It seemed to me that everything was too calm, and yet there was a strange tension in the atmosphere. The brother turned to look at us and told us that the next one was a damage. To be very careful. I understood my strange feeling, and they passed a tall, obese woman. "Lie down, my beautiful girl. Lie down." I noticed a void in that woman's gaze, and remembered Leo's words to be very attentive. Brother asked for a chain of protection, and all of us, except Enrique, held hands. I felt a very powerful energy pass through me. The brother opened the belly and began to struggle with the damage. The woman had said that a witch doctor had extracted a tarantula from her chest, but that something strange had remained inside. The brother continued operating, and suddenly some noises were heard outside, children crying, people screaming, moaning. Finally, the brother pulled out the damage and handed it to Cande, who covered it with a black paper. At that moment the noises, moans, and cries from outside increased, and something took possession of the brother. He collapsed, and a few seconds later began to say, "Go away, leave me alone, go away, I command you." Immediately he recovered, and as he got up, someone ran into the room. A truck came to the house and ran over a child. "I told you," said the brother. "Children should be locked in a room when someone brings harm. Those spirits don't mind killing a child. They seek revenge, and in the defenseless they find an easy prey." Later they confirmed to us that something very strange had happened. A van parked in front of the house had suddenly and inexplicably gone into reverse and had left a child playing in the same direction underneath it. An adult had rushed to save the little boy and had managed to do so a second before a wheel crushed his body. The brother breathed a sigh of relief and asked me to order all the children to be locked in a guarded and protected room. I went out and did so. On re-entering, I saw that the brother had stood up from his place, and after tearing a yellow ribbon from a flower arrangement, was stretching it horizontally around the enclosure. He then entered the adjoining room with the ribbon and tied it to a door handle. He asked Enrique to do the same with the other end, to tie it to the doorknob of the entrance door to the room. The ribbon was not enough, and we had to look for another one. We found an orange piece. After receiving the brother's approval, we tied it to the other end and to the doorknob. The brother sat back down and told us more calmly that we could continue. Only then did I realize that he was completely bathed in blood. When I opened the woman's belly with the damage, a hot stream had fallen on my face and clothes. I also remembered being drenched from the ceiling. I asked A if she had felt drops, and she told me that while we were doing the chain, Doña Candelaria had been throwing balsam as protection. For 3 consecutive days before that session, I had seen an elderly man dressed very elegantly and wearing a London-type hat walking on the esplanade in front of the house. He had attracted my attention because for hours he would chirp the same tune. He looked like a bird, and in spite of the monotonous repetitions, the tone and the changes of rhythm he executed were exquisite. The sick man who followed was that gentleman. We laid him on his back, and I learned that he had something very wrong with his throat and his brain. The brother took the knife and opened his throat. I didn't get to see what he was doing, and it was over very quickly. Then he asked for the saw. At the beginning of the session, I had seen that saw and it had frightened me. It was the iron blade of one of those instruments used to cut metal, long and thin. With the knife, the brother opened the scalp, and with the saw, he pierced the bone. I held the man's hand, and when Enrique finished, he bandaged it. That was the second time the brother sutured with a needle. In this case, it was the throat of that gigantic nightingale. After removing the operated man, I felt again the atmosphere charged with tension. The brother turned to look at us and asked if the children were well and locked in their room. "Let us pray, brothers, because what follows is another damage." He was referring to Daniel, a 4-year-old boy who was possessed by a certain Fernando Breñas. When Enrique heard that another harm was going to be done, he protested. "Brother," he said in a firm voice, "we'd better leave it for Wednesday." "No, my little Enrique, at once. We were going to witness an exorcism, and we all felt the need to accumulate energy." The brother asked for a chain of protection and silence. Enrique and I slipped inside the chain, and the others held hands around us. In came the mother and her son Daniel. He looked very scared and refused to lie down on the bed. He cried as Enrique and I forced him to lie down. For his age, he had the strength of a grown man. I held his legs, and Enrique held his head while brother asked us to pray. Losing all fear, I took his hand and began to caress him while holding his legs. We all knew that we had before us a child, and at the same time a sinister spirit. I was glad that I was able to overcome my repugnance for the latter, and just see in that little body an innocent creature. The brother began to speak as I had never heard him speak before. "You are going to get out of the body of this innocent. I order you to come out." The child or the spirit cried desperately, and tried to free itself from me and Enrique. The brother repeated the order once more, and then introduced the knife into Daniel's cleft chest. "Die, damn you, die," he said with such intensity that my hair stood on end. "Not with a knife, not with a knife," said that low astral. I knew it was not the boy who was talking because it was not possible that he had seen the knife. It was the other one, Fernando Breñas. The brother pulled out the knife and put it back in with force. Die, damn you, die. A cadaverous, manly, finished voice came from the body of the creature. I can't take it anymore. At that moment, the brother pulled something inconceivable from the child's body. He passed it to Enrique, and he showed it to us. Look, take a good look at this. It was a kind of dagger blade of a consistency similar to that of black charcoal, flat, 10 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide, ending in a point. It was incredible and amazing to see that horrifying form extracted from the creature's chest. C&E stepped forward, and that black shape was removed and kept in the same black paper as the other damage. Meanwhile, a total change occurred in that 4-year-old. Instead of screaming and snorting, he had become still and whined sweetly. His little voice was that of a child, and his little body without energy was embraced by the brother. He took him in his arms, brought him close to his chest, and amidst caresses and kisses, he lulled him with such tenderness and love that we all watched the scene in absolute silence. I thought I saw tears on Pachita's face as she consoled the creature. I thought I saw tears on Pachita's face as she consoled the child. My child, my little boy, my darling, you are already out. You are already you. You will no longer suffer. I baptize you, my little one. I will protect you. I love you. Upon leaving, carried in Memo's arms, Pachita's body fell lifelessly on the shoulders of SM. 2 or 3 seconds later, she got up and began to scream. Daniel, Daniel, it was that spirit lost in Pachita's body and looking for its usual refuge. There was a total mobilization. The bush knife was hidden and taken away from Pachita's hands, as well as the scissors. Memo ran to the saint's head and embraced her, while Enrique protected them by extending the palms of his hands in her direction. SM took off the cross-shaped support on his chest and placed it on the nape of Pachita's neck. We all waited, and the brother returned. My God, I heard myself say. SM asked the brother for an explanation. Look, little one, he began to say. A family has 3 children, and the father goes out into the street and passes by a corner where a few moments before someone has been murdered. The spirit of the dead man enters his body. He arrives home angry and fights with his wife in front of his children. In the midst of the children's despair, the spirit takes possession of one of them. This is how it happens, and what parents should understand is that they should never fight in front of their children, ever. The child becomes cowed, disorganized, and little by little sucks all the aggression of his elders. In an extreme case, what happened with Daniel happens. My brothers, the brother said to us immediately, I bid you farewell. Does anyone want anything? I went ahead. The pain in my back was unbearable, and I asked brother for help. If you go on like this, we'll have to operate, he said jokingly. Lie down and we'll see what we can do. I lay down on my stomach and Pachita's hands touched my back. I felt an instant relief. Then Enrique lifted me up and quickly folded me on my stomach. I let out a moan and then giggled with pleasure. I was still sore, but hardly sore at all. El Hermano turned to say goodbye to us. We surrounded Pachita, and Memo stood in front of her with tense muscles. In a minute, Pachita occupied her body and rubbed her eyes. Still with the light off, Enrique showed E a rubber tarantula he was holding in his hand. E began to scream the same as the other women while we men laughed in delight at the joke. In that atmosphere, they turned on the light. Pachita turned to look at me, and the blood on my face and clothes impressed her. Jesus, what happened to you, Jacobo? On the way out, we were invited to a party. We all accepted, and SM took me to my hotel. On the way, we continued talking about God and the work and conscience. I wanted to thank HM for his sincerity and devotion. He told me that Dr. M had had difficulties with him. One day, he came to tell Pachita that the Americans wanted to pay him a substantial monthly fee in exchange for some interviews and studies about the brother. I got angry with that asterisk man, said SM forcefully. How dare he say that? Pachita, I remember telling him, is a bird that needed freedom, and no one can ever imprison her. The balance, SM continued, the balance I have found. I would like everyone to enjoy it. Chapter 16, El Monte Blanco. Truly, everything comes when it must. For many years I wanted to get out of my body and travel out of my body, and only here in Parral do I begin to understand the technique. There is something about Parral that makes people interested in the spirit. Even at parties people talk about it, and R comes for me in his ethereal body every night at 12 o'clock and helps my spirit. He travels and comes in astral, and I feel it. Could it be the mines, the air? Here Pachita was born, an illegitimate daughter, and was abandoned at birth. Eager to find out more about Pachita's life, I went to see her on Sunday morning. Sitting in a chair in the kitchen of the house in white with her shabby sweater and her usual dress, she was giving advice to her daughter. After a while she stood up and went to lull her granddaughter lying in an armchair. I sat down next to her and began to ask her questions. "Were you born here, Pachita?" "Yes, in Parral, but it was a sin because my parents had not married and abandoned me." "Oh, Jacobo, sometimes here I live very intensely. I remember my childhood and my first years with Charles. Look, don't even ask me why I cry. My eyes can't see anymore. The right one is already opaque and the left one can hardly distinguish things. But I see with other eyes. When I look at a body I see the rotten parts. Since I was a child I do it. And how? I don't know. It's like a map in which the parts of the body stand out and I know. But my problem right now is to raise money for my kindergarten." "Kinder? Yes, man. In the poor neighborhoods of Mexico, people watch all kinds of crap. Imagine how are you going to straighten out a big bastard? It's necessary to start when they are little. And that's why I want to start a kindergarten, and teach the kids good things from a very young age. I thought I was going to raise enough money to pay the bricklayer, but people don't even come. That's why I'm leaving on Friday. I have a lot of things to do. I want to give toys to the poor children. At Christmas I always give them a party, and on January 6th, pozole and tostadas, and the whole neighborhood comes to my house from Mexico, and I play music and also, why not, drinks, so that the grown-ups will be happy. Do you think," I asked him, "do you think we can learn to heal?" "I don't know. What do you see in my body?" "A lot of tiredness and success with your book because you are living it in the flesh. Nobody tells you what you see, and that is the secret of a good writer. The youth here is very spiritual," I told him. "The boys travel outside their bodies. Pure fairy tale. No, Pachita, it's true. And you, Pachita, do you get out of your body?" "Yes. Well, I just give a push and I'm out." "And where are you going?" "It depends. When someone needs me I go to see them. Sometimes I do it to visit places. If you saw how beautiful Siberia is. When I go there I like to go back through Monte Blanco. It looks very nice, but it's very cold. Do you see it like here?" "Of course, I see everything. I feel and smell. Do you get into other bodies? It is very necessary to be very careful about that, especially not to cross yourself." "Crossing over?" "Yes, man, cross." "And do you see other entities?" "Yes, but they are better than us. They are purer." "Do you go to other planets?" "Yes, to Mars and the Moon and Jupiter." "Is there life on Jupiter?" "No, you go to the Sun." "Not that, it's too powerful there." "I really like to visit the craters on the Moon. They are very beautiful, but I have to be back in time." "In time, yes, there is time for everything, and it must be respected." "Does anyone tell you when to come back?" "Yes, Orion." Pachita could not stay still for more than a few minutes. I followed her to the kitchen and together with Enrique, we talked about the operations. I talked about what I had seen and Pachita was the most astonished. "Hey," she suddenly asked us, "how is that 85-year-old lady who had a tumor in her stomach? Everyone had given her up." "Well, Mom," Enrique answered. "How is the book coming along?" asked Pachita. "It's going well, except for the prescriptions and the names of the medicines. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember those names. On the other hand, I remember the operations very well. By the way, what do you have to add to alcoholic beverages to make someone stop drinking?" I can't remember, and I had to leave a sentence in the book blank. Neither Pachita nor Enrique told me. "Are you going to visit the sick man at the hotel?" Pachita asked me right away. "No, but I plan to." "And aren't you ashamed of being run off?" "It depends," I answered. "If I arrive as a mirror, they won't run me off. As a mirror, yes. If my mind is a mirror, everything goes well. Like in jail, I go there to teach a friend to meditate, and when I come as a mirror I have no problems." Enrique was about to take a bite of the taco, and remembered the event in the van. "That truck," he said suddenly, "almost killed Daniel." "So it was Daniel," I said with astonishment. "That spirit wanted to kill him before he was taken out of his body." Pachita got up again towards the living room. She sat down to coo to her grandson, and I went after her again. "Will there be a consultation tomorrow?" I asked her. "Yes, but I'm not ecstatic." "What?" "Yes, I don't work with the big boss, I work with other doctors." "Why, well, Jacobo, don't you think there are many beings who should finish their mission? Here there is no certainty that I will open everything. Here there is more clarity, and here other entities enter. In Mexico I am very protected, and here there is not so much noise. In Mexico a noise can make a facultad die." "What? Yes, I can stay dead. The truth is that I don't understand why it hasn't happened already. How do they choose who gets in?" The set of spiritual vibrations gather around me to diagnose. "And the hands. It is an operating room, and seers are needed, but not fantasies. They have made a carnival. A parapsychologist comes and gathers people and charges them 5,000 pesos, and everyone is silent and respects him. On the other hand, because I am humble, they come as if it were a carnival, and they bring degenerate people who are not psychics, and they break all the tubes and instruments of the operating room. There was a writer, L.E., who attacked me a lot without knowing me. This is how they attack the operating room, and have no respect. I would like to leave my memoirs to make people understand what God is capable of," Pachita continued, saying in an increasingly deep voice. "I remember since I was 7 years old. One begins life without understanding it, but feeling the sting of suffering. That's why I love orphans so much." At that moment 2 of Pachita's grandchildren passed by, and Pachita asked them for a blanket. They were playing and did not pay attention to her. She said, "You motherfucking sons, fuck. You ask them for a favor and they don't even listen to you. I've lost a lot of things, but I'm not foul-mouthed. I have a rifle from Villa. It's my only inheritance." At the age of 15, Charles left. He was sick and went like the elephants to die in his land. At that age I was with Villa in 1914. "Were you his lover?" "I was a leather, but I didn't like him. What I loved was his manhood. He had balls." Pachita stood up again, and brought me a toy from one of her grandsons. It was a flying saucer that made a very peculiar noise. "Look, Jacobo, that's the way they make those ships. They stand on top of your head and go like that." I walked back to Parral, and remembered that Cande had told me when I left the house in white about the weather and the feeling of peace that I felt in Parral when I saw the sky and the clouds. I was impressed by some words Pachita had said to me. "You have me unconditionally, Jacobo, but if I see anything dirty on your conscience, you will fall from my affection and into my most absolute contempt." Chapter 17, Consultations. I went to visit the hotel's surgeon. On a bed full of cushions rested an almost bald, aquiline-nosed, Spanish-type gentleman. His son and wife were taking care of him. I introduced myself and saw him. Before the operation he could not speak, and was surviving on oxygen. Now he turned to me and began to tell me about his operation. He was still paralyzed on the right side of his body, but his skin color was pink. He no longer needed oxygen, and he was talking, not very clearly, but he was. The brother had removed a brain tumor, and his son, after seeing the operation, had regained his faith. The next day I went to visit Pachita and found her giving consultations. She was not in a trance, and only when she dictated medicines and remedies to Enrique, her voice changed. She would listen to the sick with her hands, and as she closed her eyes, she seemed to observe the interior of the bodies and the details of the illnesses. SM was in the enclosure, and the picture of Cuauhtémoc framed the red-haired head of the saint. She had forbidden me to call her that, and was annoyed when one of the sick came with the idea that it was enough to touch her to be cured instantly. "I am not a saint," she had told me. "Look at me, more fucked up than you and me put together." "I'm leaving Parral," she said to SM. "I can't raise the money for my kindergarten. I can't raise the money for my kindergarten. Besides, they don't even show it anymore. Yesterday Father L came and made me go to Mass. I don't like that, SM. They made me take communion, and I'm not that kind of person. I buy a joy in the street, and with that I take communion wherever I feel like it, and what Mass or what 8 quarters. The son of SM asked for a consultation. Instead of hitting a soccer ball, he had kicked a sidewalk, and his foot hurt a lot. Pachita adjusted a bone like someone who screws a nut, leaving him ready to walk without pain. You too, SM, Pachita suddenly told him. Why only me? They only see my stupid face, and I'm not one of those waves. God is everywhere, and no one has communion more than me. At the end of the session, crying bitterly, she told me about the injustices she saw. He told me of the great differences between rich and poor, of the sufferings of the latter, and the blindness of the former. Why don't they share all their money? SM has an employee with 10 children, and he is sick and his salary is not enough. Enrique was reading a pocket book while jotting down prescriptions. He also wanted to leave Parral. I miss my soccer team, he told me as he put aside his book. I get very desperate here. Meanwhile, a family with 2 children had entered the compound. The mother, a large and obese lady, stepped forward, greeted Pachita, and uncovered her chest. I have some balls here, and I'm very scared. Pachita listened to her and asked if she had fallen. No, the woman answered. I had them on both sides. They came out after I rubbed myself with a reducing cream. I still breastfeed my son and it hurts a lot. Sarsaparilla, white root 3 times a day and potatoes, Pachita dictated to Enrique. Red ointment after the potato, and have the boy suckle upside down. What he has is water, not cancer, Pachita diagnosed. Now it was the husband's turn. His skin was very bad and full of sores. Solid Vaseline, olive tea as water for use. After prescribing it, Pachita asked him if he used to bathe in dams or lakes. No, only in public baths. Sarsaparilla, green drops. Papaya on wounds and moth. Do you know the moth? Look, you get some very moth-eaten wood. Take out the moth-eaten wood. Mix it with bits of papaya and mallow water and rub it on your skin. Then a woman came in. Pachita took her hand and with her eyes closed pressed different areas of her hand. Chamomile, parsley and beef dung, you put it on his side and the next day you take it off. A woman and her daughter passed by. After palpating the first one, he prescribed flaxseed and purslane for constipation. The girl had a broken hip bone and Pachita scheduled her for surgery on Wednesday. It's going to hurt a little bit, she told her gently. But we have to adjust the hip so that the blood can flow to your leg and you can walk well. My daughter suffers, said the mother. They make fun of her and call her Chueca. That's how humanity is, my precious girl, said Pachita to the girl. Even your own age wants to throw you away, but you must forgive them. 2 boys came in, one of them in a wheelchair. They shot me and the bullet cut my marrow. The doctors tried to take it out, but they told me that a piece of it had stayed inside. Pachita operating 3 bottles of sherry, cola nut extract, walnut oil, chamomile, wormwood, sap and rue. Let's see if you still have the bullet. Pachita touched her back with her eyes closed. She turned her face away and seemed to be trying hard to stay focused. There is no bullet, but the nerves are stuck to the spine. The blood doesn't go down, and you don't feel when you urinate or defecate. On Wednesday, if my father gives us leave, we will connect your nerve so you can feel your urine. For your sores, you take out the moth-eaten wood, put it together with pieces of papaya peel and mallow, and let your brother apply the mixture to your wounds. Then a lady passed by. She looked at us very sad and sat down in front of Pachita. My legs and back and brain hurt. Drunkenness? Yes. Olive tea for the rest of your life as a water to use. That will help your circulation because it's very deteriorated. The woman went out, and in her place a young blind girl was helped to sit down by a friend who accompanied her. With a hand lamp, Pachita illuminated her eyes after removing a pair of dark glasses she was wearing. It's hot. What did you see? A clear one. He's improved, said Pachita. He just doesn't want to open his eyes. The companion said that since the operation her friend had told her that she saw rays of light and little stars like luminous points. The woman who followed complained that she could not sleep. Put a basin of water under your bed to suck out your bad thoughts and let you sleep so that your spirit will feel free to get better. Let him travel where he must to settle your affairs. The next sick person impressed me. It was the one who had heart surgery. His brother said he was eating well. His heart was going well. First, God and up, my good man. When you see water in a stream, cut a red flower and see how the water carries it away. That is good medicine, Pachita told him very seriously. The father of the operated man, an old man who could not hear from one side and who was also operated on, came forward. My eye hurts and I still can't hear. If you want we can fix it, said Pachita. But you said you preferred to remain deaf and no longer suffer pain with the knife. I had been taking notes and tiredly stopped for a moment. Pachita turned to see me and accused me. Let's see if you'll work, you idiot. I laughed and picked up my pen to write down that a little old lady with a swollen neck was scolding Pachita. You operated on me, and look, I'm the same. But it doesn't hurt anymore, does it, mother? But it's just as swollen. What do we do now? Well, we're going to stick his neck. What are you going to do to me? Well, what are you going to do to me? Well, listen, Pachita, said the woman. Come to Conotilla, to Durango, to the Villa Hacienda. The woman lived there and the address was an answer to Pachita's question. Have you already rebuilt my old man's house? Yes, that's good. So that it will look like a museum. A man who passed by later, Pachita detected an ulcer. You are anemic and you have an ulcer, she told him. Come on Wednesday and we will remove it. And how much is it going to cost me? 80,000 pesos. Oh, the man complained. I don't have any money. No, man, don't pay me anything. You pay me when you are cured. The next time I come to Parral, then I'll chase you to collect the money. Then the American with the false knee came in. It is necessary to remove the osteomyelitis, said Pachita to her companion and translator. Tell him to come on Wednesday and we will operate on him. Then a man with his bad eyes, you need to wash your eyes with chamomile. Come on Wednesday to remove the cataract you have in your eye. A very tired gentleman with a healing in his neck came in later. He was carrying a letter. Read it, Enrique, said Pachita to her son. Read it because I don't know how to read. He has a sick lung. Cancer, Pachita told him. Cancer in the lung. Pachita patted his back and asked him to speak. Cough weed in milk. Alum in water. We are going to operate on that lung. You come on Wednesday. Eggplant and green drops. I had bought a tape recorder for Pachita to listen to music and record her memories. I had saved her some money for her kindergarten and gave her both presents when we were alone after the consultations. She looked at me and started to cry. I cried too, and in that state I said goodbye to Pachita. Chapter 18. Individuality. When you push a part of the membrane of your being, you see colors. When you push another part, a landscape appears, and when another, a piece of furniture, and a city and faces. The rainbow results from a process of interaction. A holographic image also results from a process of interaction, the same as experience, consciousness, light. The darkness associated with the activation of a low-frequency electromagnetic phenomenon is not the same darkness as that associated with a very high-frequency electromagnetic phenomenon. Everything has a life of its own, and the here, there, and beyond are the same. There is a place on this planet that holds such energy that whoever lives there recognizes an inexhaustible source of creativity flowing through him or herself. Whoever has lived in Tepoztlan knows what I am talking about. Its geographical location and its people act as amplifiers of consciousness. Whoever has something unresolved within himself and visits Tepoztlan will feel a supreme tension. Whoever is pure will experience ecstasy. I remember that after living for a year in New York doing brain research, and completely disappointed by the impossibility of penetrating the consciousness using contemporary psychophysiological technology, I decided to look for a suitable place to tour myself. I went to Tepoztlan. There I met Rita, an extraordinary woman who taught me the non-existence of the external-internal dichotomy, and John, who introduced me to the consciousness of unity. After 2 years, I decided to return to Mexico City. I have lived another few years in the city, and the constant dealing with rigid structures has distanced me from the true self. I had stopped visiting Tepoztlan out of fear, and when I met Pachita, I suffered a real crisis and a new awakening. I was confronted with the reality of the existence of spiritual entities and the unlimited capacity of consciousness, and my own, I confess, was not fully prepared for the revelation. After 2 months of work with Pachita, I felt I was awakening again to the experience of true development and the vision of the human being as possessor of an extraordinary essence. When I returned from Parral, I was eager to go back to Pachita's house and continue with the work of the brother. On Friday, I felt that something extraordinary would happen in my reunion with Pachita, and I lived the whole day in a state of excitement and clear consciousness. In the morning, I realized that the woman I had loved for 3 years was not for me, and this, together with the feeling that something extraordinary was happening to me, made me understand the reason for the terrible storms that hit Mexico City that day. At 7 o'clock I arrived at Pachita's house, experiencing a state of absolute ecstasy. Several people were waiting for their turn to be operated on, and as I approached the door I heard my name pronounced twice. I turned in the direction of the sound and found Rita. "This is it," I said to myself, immensely excited. "I am back in contact with the beings whom I truly feel as brothers, and this meeting with Rita is only the beginning." We embraced without being able to believe that we were there, and then I entered the enclosure. The operating bed was placed against the wall of the enclosure in such a way that I could not place myself in my usual place. I stood next to Pachita and realized that the brother was creating an atmosphere of extreme serenity and calm. We greeted each other, and in a very deep voice he explained to me that the area near the wall had been purified, and therefore the operating bed had been moved. "My flesh," brother continued, "I was very sad because I thought you were not coming anymore. How do you think, I pretended to say, thinking to myself that I would never leave Pachita. I was going to say that I adored that woman, but I didn't dare. "You're a crybaby," my brother said next. "A real crybaby." He was referring to Parral's farewell, and feeling self-conscious I tried to explain to him that seeing Pachita cry caused me such pain that I had to accompany her in her crying. But I didn't tell him either, although I'm sure he understood my thoughts. "What a great sadness, right, Jacobo?" "We live a lot of pain in Parral," I answered, "and a lot of hypocrisy." The brother joked that I was looking forward to returning to Parral and was just waiting for the slightest opportunity to go back there. We all laughed and prepared for the operations. Candelaria was in the position of the afanadora and was busy cutting cotton balls and soaking them in alcohol when the first sick person arrived. If I think back to my early days at brother's side and compare them to my present vision, I am amazed at my changes. At first, I had a terrible hard time thinking that brother existed as an independent entity and retained his individuality. My conception of the spiritual level was that of an indifferentiated and omnipresent state in which the individual disappeared to give way to unity. In spite of having seen Don Lucio talk to spirits and having developed a whole technique to recover the memory of past lives, I baptized it as the technique of reincarnational analysis. I had not been able to accept the existence of the individual beyond the organic plane. After almost 2 months, that idea no longer existed. I had seen so many cases of damage and heard so much from brother that I finally accepted that after death we retain an individuality and that our development continues. Cuauhtémoc, for example, had been brutally prevented from continuing his apprenticeship on Earth, and in order to pass to the next level, he had to complete it through the body of Pachita and all those who would constitute the shamanic chain of the work. I could not imagine life on the plane of the spiritual entities. However, I was beginning to have access to certain elements that little by little would help me to understand. One of them happened at the end of the operation session that I will describe later. Pachita's body occupied a bench next to the altar and quickly said goodbye to those of us in the room. She raised her right arm and announced to us that she had to leave because she had a very urgent mission to accomplish. Urgent mission? For 2 weeks I had been feeling an unbearable tension that increased and decreased in intensity. I am old enough and experienced enough to differentiate between what comes from my personal history and what results from a global change of consciousness, and the tension I was experiencing had its origin in the latter and not in the former. I felt that a formidable struggle was unfolding in my psychic senses, and that the alternative of light versus darkness was at stake. I told this to Brother at the beginning of the session, and in the end, the urgent mission connected me with that struggle. So it is, I thought with enthusiasm, that Brother and other entities make coalitions, have plans and fight and communicate, and live in a permanent and ever-defended work. There was definitely a level of consciousness that, although occurring simultaneously with my own, was completely unnoticed to me in its details, and instead was clear in generalized emotions and in differentiated sensations. I never had such clarity of such an existence as in those days after returning from Parral. I wanted to establish contact with that level of reality and be able to see more deeply and clearly what the Brother was doing. I think that was one of the reasons that prompted me to go to Tepoztlan. One of the patients that the Brother would operate on her back was resting at Rita's house, and I helped her apply the medicine that Pachita had prescribed in order to strengthen her spine. Her spine. It was boiling mashed potatoes that she had to put on her back all night long. Obviously, in addition to a healing capacity unknown to me, this remedy had the goodness of directing her attention to the delicate area and making her aware of its functioning and anatomy. Back pain, like any experience, is the final resultant of a hypercomplex neural process. Pain is the transformation to conscious experience of what is previously a management of neuronal logic through hypercomplex circuits. The potatoes serve to direct attention to the process prior to the resultant, which would surely channel energies in the right direction and strengthen the area to be operated on. The access of the consciousness to its processing, besides allowing a supreme degree of knowledge of one's own individuality, is a grandiose new adventure of thought. In a way, this access opens the doors that allow perceiving reality as a personal creation and facilitates the consciousness of unity. I mean that whoever is able to understand his inner processes will find that between them and what we call the world there is a continuity, and that an adamantine symmetry configures the inner as a micro-model of the outer. The symmetry is then transferred to a plane of synonymy, and at that instant it is recognized that the internal and the external form an inseparable continuum. Of course, one of the frontiers of unity consciousness is the direct handling of the world through thought and openness to contact with spiritual entities. In Tepoztlan, I remembered that, like Minkowski's biconical space, the embodied consciousness is a convergent cone that unifies elements located at its base until it reaches the center or point of total inclusion, that in a splendid integration connects the consciousness with its own individuality. The center is the end and the starting point. It is the sensation of being beyond any definition, and the adequate cerebral logic to reach that center is the convergent logic. Thus, in the cerebral, the process is a cone ending in a point. The next level is again conical, but instead of converging, it diverges. From the point the consciousness expands and space opens up. It is there where a contact with the other reality is established. Pachita had had to live innumerable experiences to leave behind so many illusions and establish a total and permanent contact with her center of consciousness. Then the Brother appeared. I also remembered in Tepoztlan that after a certain level of life, illusions are recognized and discarded as false. So it happens with sex, ego, emotional dependencies, and the material world. one begins to accept only that which is permanently within all the changes, that which unifies the apparently dispersed, and the only motive for survival is to maintain that rediscovered essence and keep it free of structures, temptations, and illusions of ephemeral pleasure and enjoyment. The first patient was a baby just a few months old. Her delicate little body was embraced by the brother and then placed on the operating bed. Her flesh was delicate and fragile, and she suffered from general weakness and intense motor retardation. The brother commented on the fragility of the creatures, and having me hold the tiny head in my hands, introduced the bush knife into the nape of the baby's neck. He turned the knife several times, and convinced that he had organized something inside the brain mass, he pulled it out and closed the wound. We bandaged the baby, and I handed it to its mother, who was grateful for the intervention. Immediately, the parents of the over-anesthetized child and herself in her wheelchair passed by. The brother took the child's arm and asked her to get up from her wheelchair. I saw the amazement and excitement on her parents' faces and rushed to help the beautiful invalid. She seemed to have understood the brother's order, and with a titanic effort and emotion she got up from the chair and remained standing for a moment. Her face reflected the effort, and her mute eyes reflected a newly acquired knowledge. The child had begun to show encouraging signs of motor coordination, and while Pachita remained in Parral, she had fallen out of her chair in one of her attempts to walk on her own. The brother said that the fall had been a blessing because it helped connect two parts of the brain that were needed for the next level of recovery. We laid her on her stomach, and I held her legs, while her father did the same with her head. I had seen at least 3 brain surgeries performed on her, and no infection that an otherwise unsterilized bush knife in contact with infected bellies, breasts, penises, and vaginas should necessarily cause. I noticed an extreme stiffness in the girl's legs, and the brother remarked with pleasure that she was also angry, and that was the reason for the tension in her body. The knife penetrated the scalp and part of the skull, and I paid close attention to the blood oozing from the wound. It was very strange, and I had already noticed it several times, and in many sick people. Its coloration was red like normal blood, as was its odor, but its consistency was strange in the extreme. The only way I can think of to describe it is a paste made up of gelatinous spheres of approximately 5 millimeters in diameter, covered with an elastic membrane, that sprouted from the girl's head, and as the brother worked with the knife, he talked about the need to connect and reconnect nerves and brain structures. At last he finished, closed the wound, and commented that there would soon be a colossal recovery. When I told Rita about this case, I suddenly remembered that I had seen how the brother grafted pieces of brain into the brain mass of patients to replace damaged ones, and a tremendous shiver ran through my body. To place pieces of brain as grafts was to transfer part of the consciousness of several people to another, so the recovery of the latter must necessarily be different from that expected without the foreign parts. What happens to the consciousness thus grafted? Who is the one who awakens? I imagined the child fully recovered, talking, thinking, and laughing. I thought that her consciousness would be something absolutely different from the consciousness her parents had known. I asked Rita if, in her opinion, the center would not change, and she answered, optimistically, that it would. The recovery had to be gradual and not abrupt, among other things, to allow the child's unification. I remembered Patanjali and his aphorisms on yoga, especially when he mentions that the aim is to make the lake of the mind waveless so that the mind can see itself crystal clear. I prayed for the girl's recovery to a level of crystallinity and peace, and was startled to see the next patient. She was a frighteningly swollen lady. Brother had operated on her liver and kidneys weeks before, and I had assisted her on that occasion. I remembered the woman's prayers and wondered why she had returned. The brother explained that the graft he had made had not stuck, and that meant there was a powerful and non-random reason for the contingency. As I held the sick woman's hand, he punctured the abdomen, and her swelling seemed to come out of the incision in the form of a hot stream of blood that soaked my face and clothes. Blinded by the blood and dripping from my beard, I asked CAND for an alcohol swab. I scrubbed myself, and figured there must also be a reason for that baptism in blood, but I couldn't come up with the answer as to why. I saturated the wound, and after seeing the tremendous incision close and not recognizing any scars from the first time, I bandaged. An American lady of adult age occupied the table. Her left leg was in pain. The brother had detected that the femur was out of place, and prepared to open the leg and put it back in place. He explained that I should pull the leg to assist in the placement, and I prepared to do so. I took the lady's hand and asked her to squeeze it to ease her pain. One of the conditions for the operation was that the patient's legs had to be relaxed and completely straight. But pain and fear prevented this. The patient squeezed my right arm, while my left arm prepared to help give the necessary pull to place the femur. The brother opened the leg and maneuvered directly over the femur as the lady screamed in pain. I felt I had to use both my hands to pull, and tried to let go of my right, but the woman would not let go. "Pull, Jacobo, pull." "I can't. She won't let go of my hand." The brother laughed at my situation, and in an acrobatic maneuver I had to climb on the bed so Enrique could pull my leg. "He doesn't want to let go, does he, Jacobo?" brother asked jokingly, as we all heard the thundering of one bone snapping against another. Finally, the femur had taken its place, and the sick woman felt that the pain was diminishing, and that she had completely recovered the movement of her leg. We asked her to move it in all directions, and she did so cheerfully, and without pain. Afterwards, I was told that the cries of the operated woman and my own, ordering her to relax, had been heard all over the block. The last sick man was a musician from New York who was completely deaf in his right ear. Rita had brought him in and curiously attended the operation. We greeted each other inside the enclosure, and the brother, after making a field around the ear, inserted almost the entire knife through it. He was going to, in his terms, open the snail to restore function to the ear. The operation took long minutes and was not concluded until Stan indicated that he was hearing slightly. I bandaged my head and remembered that Enrique had scolded me several times, and rightly so, for leaving the bandages loose. In Tepoztlan, I saw Stan at Rita's house. The bandage gave him the appearance of a diminished Van Gogh, worried about his recovery. When I saw him, the image of the baby operated on his head came to my mind. I remembered that the brother had injected her with cerebrospinal fluid and had ordered a plastic probe. He had inserted the latter into her brain, while the other end was placed in her mouth to suck or perhaps inject a reddish liquid that looked like blood. I had never seen that maneuver, and in my amazement I never knew if the blood was coming from the creature's brain or from Pachita's mouth. I don't know why Stan's sight reminded me of the probe, but it did. I talked to Stan and told him about my book, and he was very excited. "I want to make a Pachita movie," he said intensely, "and I want to know if we can use your book as a script. I must ask Pachita and the brother about that. Without their authorization, I can't accept your proposal, but if they agree, I will agree too." I confess that the idea of making a movie frightened me, and I waited until Wednesday to ask the brother for his opinion. In Tepoztlan, I met wonderful vibrations and people interested in the development of consciousness. Pachita had flatly forbidden Memo to travel to Tepoztlan, and that made me doubly attentive to detect any negative vibrations. But the only thing I perceived was a limit in my meditations and storms whose thunder was answered by thousands of mountain ledges. Chapter 19: What You Mortals Call Ego. True reality transcends all logic, thought, and verbalization. Beyond thought and language is that which connects with the self and with life full of meaning. Each one of us is a feeling, and there is a state of consciousness from which we dialogue with the world, and everything acquires meaning. On Monday, in the meditation session with my group, we all saw a white light, and two of us connected with the dialogue with the world. A noise answered a wish and a question. The chirping of a bird answered an illusion, and the barking of a dog answered a bodily sensation. No language can describe it, and any language can reach total meaninglessness. the feeling of union with the world never. Thus I prepared for Wednesday's session. I was going to help operate on 3 friends, Stan, his girlfriend Mimi, and his ex-wife Simi, whom I had invited to recuperate at my house in Coyoacán, and I was going to ask the brother about the film Stan wanted to make. Wednesday morning, I was introduced again in the state of synchronicity, and again, I knew that there is a state of consciousness in which a dialogue is established with the world, in which every sound, gesture, movement, change of coloration, and texture of the clouds has a total meaning. As always, I had to be aware of the tests that the world imposes on me, and I arrived at Pachita's house with the sensation of having passed them satisfactorily. I met Rita and her friends and entered the house. About 100 people were waiting in the courtyard, and I learned that that afternoon there would be 50 consultations and more than 20 operations. A new assistant was at the door, and the way he controlled the entrance of the people seemed to me to be very efficient. The brother welcomed the people with his usual tenderness, and again I became aware of his unlimited capacity to be completely and absolutely with each sick person. There were more than 40 consultations left before the operations began, and the curtain of the altars was drawn, and Pachita's body was sitting on a chair adjacent to the flowers, statues, and paintings of Cuauhtémoc. For some reason I did not dare to approach the brother, and when I did not dare to greet him either. Inside me, there was the greatest feeling of shyness I have ever experienced, and when I asked myself why I could not find an answer, finally I asked the lick, V for balsam, and after smearing the back of my neck, my arms and my hair with it, I greeted, "In the name of the Father I greet you. In the same name I answer you." The brother answered me. "How has my little boy been?" "Well, I am well," I answered. "What new things have you found?" "The light is already with us again," I answered, feeling a bit superficial. In reality, what I had seen was the dialogue of the world with the consciousness, and my concern of the past days was to understand the level of consciousness at which synchronicity was stimulated. But that I did not say, and only spoke of the light. The latter I had seen coming for everyone, and not only for me. The brother stared at me and answered something that left me sad and unsure. "What is the light coming and going? What are we playing at?" I thought that the brother had not understood that I was referring to the victory of the light for everyone, and not only for me, but I also knew that his admonition was fair and necessary. I was impressed to observe that they all came with an egg, and that this was handed to the brother for a cleansing. The latter was similar in execution to the one I had seen Don Lucio perform. It consisted of a series of egg movements around the scalp that resembled the configuration of some brain structures, such as the hippocampus. After each cleaning, the egg was thrown in a trash can, and the patient received a rubbing with balsam. I cannot describe all the cases and will only talk about the ones that impressed me the most. An 8-year-old boy entered the enclosure alone and approached Pachita's body. "I feel like dying," he said in a muffled voice. The brother looked at him for a moment through Pachita's closed eyes and with his peculiar head movement. Finally, he pulled him close and told him that he must love his mother and that his father would be back soon. He told him that his father had gone to get some denarii to support him and the rest of his family. "Don't worry," she continued. "He loves you very much and will be back soon. What else is wrong with you?" The child spoke of a difficulty in controlling his sphincters, and the brother, recognizing his lower abdomen, considered that it was necessary to operate. There must be some common and shared component or process not only of the phenomena of consciousness, but also of bodily disease. That day, at least 40% of the consultations were of emotional disturbances. People came and went complaining of infidelity, jealousy, and abandonment. I thought they were wasting the brother and that he should spend his time on more important things. But obviously he did not share my opinion. He treated a woman complaining about her man's infidelity with the same intensity and attention as he would a cancer considered incurable. When asked for help in bringing back the irresponsible husband, He would ask for the man's name written on a piece of paper and promise to visit the concerned parties to resolve the abandonment. A blind and elderly woman entered the enclosure, and the brother immediately recognized her. He embraced her, placing Pachita's arms around the old woman's shoulders, and listened to her complaints. "My body is weak and I can't get used to the lack of visions and encounters." "My dear child," replied the brother, "what is happening is that in your life you have seen a lot, and now you have entered a new stage. Be patient, and I will ask my father for blessings for your old age." I accompanied the old woman to the exit, and when I returned, the brother told me that this woman had been a great medium and had had a lot of money, but now she had lost both the first and the second. I thought that psychic talents required extreme care, and I could not imagine Pachita losing her healing ability. She was like a light sent from above, and no bodily disturbance could extinguish her. If she left, it was due to error, neglect, or irresponsibility. Did the operation start with the eye cases? A young boy, completely blind, came in, accompanied by his wife. He was seated in the same chair that had previously occupied Pachita's body, and was intervened with the knife. It was very impressive to see how the time-worn metal blade penetrated the delicate jewel of her eyes. I have never seen expressions of pain during eye operations, and the young man's case was no exception. As the knife penetrated and rotated inside the eyeballs, the boy remained calm and still. As usual, after the knife, the visual range and finesse was tested using a hand lamp, and the brother inserted his thumb between the inner wall of the orbit and the lateral outer wall of the eye. In spite of all I had seen, I was stunned, trying to understand how such a gigantic finger could fit in such a small space. After several eye operations, a young, deaf and dumb boy occupied the operating bed. El Hermano had not allowed me to take my usual place next to the window and in front of Pachita's body, and I worked next to him in an uncomfortable position. The case was complicated because there was no way of knowing whether the intervention was successful or not. The knife was inserted into the right ear and penetrated 5 centimeters into it. The brother whispered that he had to reach the snail of the inner ear to open it. I decided to touch the boy's eyebrows to detect some movement that would indicate a response to the sound. I could not do so from my position, and asked the brother for permission to take the place of the window. He agreed, and we began to talk to the deaf-mute. "His world is very different from ours," said the brother. "Even if I manage to open the snail, the sound will not be recognized as such but as another sensation." After several minutes, I noticed that the eyebrow moved at the instant we called the boy, and that was the end of the operation. While the next patient was being brought in, I took the opportunity to ask the brother, "Do you have any friends?" "Of course," he answered. "They are all my friends." "But," I insisted, "do you have friends?" "Well, my entourage accompanies me. Quetzalcoatl is by my side, and the rest of my reigning companions help me." At that moment, Memo came in. He had a terrible headache and felt dizzy from so many people and problems. "Brother," he said in a strong voice, "I can't stand so many people anymore." "Look, my little one, don't despair. Memo is not made for crowds," brother told Armando and me later. "He gets disorganized and gets a headache." I wasn't feeling very calm either. I had promised Stan to ask about the possibility of making a film about Pachita using this book as a basis, and I could not find a way to make the request. I finally took the plunge and told the brother that I would do whatever he advised. If he considered the film suitable, I would collaborate in it, and if not, I would not do it. "Look, Jacobo," he answered me seriously, "the purpose is commercial, and there is no innocence." I thanked him for his clarity and accepted his decision, and from that moment on I felt at ease. The next patient was a woman who complained of abdominal pains. Armando told me that the patient was accompanied by a psychic, and that it would be interesting to ask her. I don't know how Armando knew she was a psychic, and I noticed that his attitude changed. He probably felt that he was being watched, and that made him behave more seriously than usual. The woman lay down on the bed and the brother listened to her belly. "They've already operated on you, haven't they, little woman?" The woman's womb had been removed, and a huge scar was the evidence of the attack. "Modern medicine is a butcher's shop," commented the brother very seriously. "Doctors have no qualms about violating the most sacred aspect of feminism, and they extract a woman's womb as if it were a tooth that had been pulled out. Such a barbarity should never be done. It is an attempt against life and the possibility of procreation." "She had cancer," the woman replied. "She had cancer," the woman replied. "Cancer is in fashion, and when doctors do not know something, they say it is cancer, and dare to do such barbarities. They have become specialized," she continued, "and they no longer remember that the body works as a unit. That's why they often don't know what they're doing." The woman complained as the knife opened her belly. I held her hand in the meantime and caressed her forehead, trying to diminish the pain. Armando, very serious, was passing cotton balls to the brother. From the wound, Pachita's hand extracted a tumor, after which she asked me to suture. As usual, I placed a cotton ball soaked in alcohol over the wound, and my hands on top. The opening closed almost instantly, and Armando hurried to bandage the woman. Curious, I asked the seer what she had perceived, and she replied that a golden light had floated over the sick woman's body and surrounded Pachita, Armando, and me. After leaving, the brother confessed that the description had disappointed him. "A true seer," he told us with intensity, "says, 'In the name and by the grace of God I see.' And she describes what she sees and does not just say, 'a golden light.'" Again, memo came in, now more upset than before. "A lady," he said, "wants you to attend to her, and she is not signed in, and she insists too much, and she has exhausted my patience. Oh, my dear little one, when will you learn to forgive and be patient? Remember Jesus. When he was carrying the cross on his way to his death, a man came up to him, and without caring about his suffering, asked him for help to calm his own. Jesus looked at him through his own blood and tears, and said to him, 'Healed you are.' Do you understand me?" In spite of his own suffering, and at the last moment of his life, Jesus was able to give, and that is what he did. The brother's description impressed me, and I thought I saw images of a remote past. Jesus was able to go out of his own body and heal another even in the worst personal conditions. Where did he get the ability to concentrate, or what immense power did he have over energy and over entities dedicated to healing? The level of the brother and Jesus himself was unlimited, and the interface between them and matter was like a membrane capable of executing the most inconceivable maneuvers. The next patient had a brain tumor that produced a constant trembling of arms and hands. A surgeon by profession, a man in his 60s, occupied the bed. "Look, Jacob," said the brother, "this man is a magnificent doctor, and today we are going to pray to return control to his hands." "My sweet little boy," said the brother to the doctor, "we are going to help you so that you can operate again. Where is your disease?" "In the right parietal lobe," answered the doctor. "You are going to tell us what we do?" asked the brother. I took the man's hand and heard the most extraordinary description. "You just trephined my skull. Now you're pulling my meninges apart. Now you are penetrating my brain. Now you are closing the trepanation and the wound in my scalp." Armando bandaged the doctor's head, and the doctor asked if he could operate. "Of course, my little one, you can do it, and there will always be a brother to accompany you." "Let's hope he gets over his fear," the brother told us later. "Organically, his problem is solved. Only the emotional part is missing." Suddenly he turned to look at me and said a very strange, loud word. "Jacob, when you have a solid gold stethoscope, you will know what God is." The next patient was an old man who had a prostate problem. I helped him lie on his back, and my body was run through with a shudder when I realized what the knife was doing. Pachita's left hand was holding the man's penis, and with her right hand she was inserting the knife through the man's urinary orifice. The blade of the knife is about 15 centimeters long, and I could only see 3 or 4 outside the penis. The rest had penetrated it impossibly. The man was not complaining, and seemed to be in no pain. With the utmost attention, I watched the twists, turns, movements and translations of the metal object inside the penis, and Sweaty prayed that he would never have a prostate problem. The brother seemed to hear my thoughts and gave me the remedy to maintain a perfectly healthy prostate. The next patient was CH, a Jewish boy from Canada. He had poliomyelitis and total paralysis from the waist down. He had suffered from it at an early age, and his shoulders, chest and arms were hypertrophied by the use of crutches. We laid him on his stomach, and I uncovered his back by lifting his shirt. Brother had me feel his spine, and I noticed that it was deviated along with a scar. Jacob, ask him when he was operated on. I translated that when he was a child, and that the purpose had been to allow him to sit comfortably in a wheelchair. The brother opened his back, and while grafting bones to the spine, CH squeezed my right hand. I almost screamed louder than he did, feeling an imminent fracture of my fingers. The power of She's hand, together with his desperation, made him squeeze so hard that even now when I write I feel pain. Next, a thin, very short, old woman occupied the bed. Her full silver hair and diminutive build made brother let out exclamations of tenderness. As I held the old woman's hand and he opened her abdomen, I heard him ask for the absence of pain. "My father," whispered the brother, "grant me that it may not hurt her. I beg you that it may not hurt her." He took my hand and put it into my abdomen. "Feel, Jacob, feel." There was a small throbbing ball. It looked like a tiny heart located in an impossible part of the body. "It's beating," I said, unable to contain myself. "That's what malignant tumors are like," replied the brother. "They are alive and throbbing." "Brother," I said at the end of the operation, "I would like to see everything you do, but I can only see a knife and the hand of your matter. How can I see more?" "If I asked my father," he answered, "you would see, but you would not be able to sleep at night. You are doing very well, Jacob, be patient. Your book is corrected and your vision will also be corrected, but you must go little by little." The next patient was Simi. We laid her on her back, and the brother opened her lower abdomen. The woman shrieked in pain and almost howled when the brother pulled out a dark sphere that had grown next to her sex. "This is the price to pay for inordinate pleasure," brother replied. I translated the remark to Simi, and she seemed to understand his meaning. The next day, recovering at my house, she told me about her life, and I also understood. She had lived in Tepoztlan, and after some months, strange visions and strange messages she began to receive. She saw goblins and floating machines, UFOs and extraterrestrials. Absolutely confused, she had looked for someone who could help her, and in California, she met AP. He invited her to live in his institute in New York, and for 2 years, Simi participated in a series of psychic experiments aimed at establishing direct communication with extraterrestrial beings. AP subjected her to hundreds of hypnotic trances and convinced her that her mission in this life was to help him prepare for the mass landing of extraterrestrials. Little by little, Simi penetrated into AP's mind, and AP placed her in a state of total dependence. Simi's mind ceased to belong to her, and began to be considered AP's exclusive property. After 2 years of experimentation, Simi ceased to understand the reason for her apparent mission and became suspicious of everything that would happen. Finally, one day she ran away. Simi turned to pleasure in a desperate effort to find herself, and the tumor in her lower abdomen was the result. Then they moved on to Mimi and Stan. Mimi was in severe back pain, and brother grafted several small bones in an attempt to create a bone structure to strengthen her spine. Stan, her boyfriend, had had surgery on his right ear, but his deafness continued. He was attending the operation, and the brother had him come over to see the bone graft. Mimi bravely endured the operation, and Stan learned that his deafness was continuing through a mixture of faithlessness and impatience. After finishing with Mimi, brother invited Stan to have another procedure, but he fearfully declined. When we were alone, brother told me he would tell me about Pachita's life. "Someday I will, and you will know what mortals like you call ego. Here on Earth, mortals need air, water, food, and they must be provided. The next sick woman interrupted the monologue. The operation that was going to be performed on her left me astonished, and managed to surprise even Memo, who witnessed it next to Armando. A kind woman entered the room accompanied by her daughter. The doctors had detected a malignant tumor in one of her breasts and had amputated it. Now the brother saw that a lung had to be grafted, and we all prepared for the operation. It was the last operation because it was the most complex and the longest. I took the woman's hand and stroked her forehead while the bush knife opened a gigantic incision in her right side. There was a sound similar to an air escape, and immediately Pachita's hand extracted a membranous and purplish tissue and took from the table adjacent to her chair a package of aluminum foil. Again, I did not know who had brought the package or how it appeared on the table. It contained a lung rolled up on itself. The brother placed one end of it in the incision and asked me to hold the free end. Its consistency was soft and spongy. I held it with difficulty, fearing it would slip from my fingers, and approached * the wound. The knife was placed in it, and Pachita's hand was holding it. There was no other instrument, and yet something began to pull on the lung. I could see it sliding into the body, and my hand followed the movement. Suddenly, the tissue disappeared inside the body, and the wound closed in front of my eyes, leaving no apparent visible trace. I told the woman that it was all over, but I was wrong. Pachita's hand took the knife and brought it closer to the woman's throat. With a sure movement, she inserted it 5 centimeters below the throat. There was a snapping sound, and the brother asked me if I heard it. Of course I did, I replied. What was it? He asked. The lung, the brother laughed out loud. The lung is not in front, Jacob, the windpipe, I corrected with embarrassment. Of course, he answered. That was the trachea. Later I learned that the woman had great breathing difficulties, and the maneuver on the trachea had been used to solve them. I no longer dared to say that it was all over, and I watched the next maneuver. I rather smelled it. Suddenly a putrid odor invaded my nostrils. I looked for its source, and as I did so, I heard a strange noise. It was as if a water faucet had been turned on and the dripping liquid had been discharged onto the floor of the room. I peered over the bed and saw that blood was gushing from the woman's right arm, but it was not normal blood. It was much thinner and lighter than that, and the smell was awful. I watched her drip for several minutes. It was unbelievable that someone could have so much liquid. Suddenly, I understood that the woman was undergoing a total transfusion. I had seen how Pachita's mouth held one end of a catheter while the other was placed inside her belly, and how a thin liquid passed from one end to the other. It was too unbelievable to think of Pachita's mouth serving as a source of blood, but my learning was that the most likely is precisely the most unlikely, and I do not discount that possibility. But still, in this case, there was no probe, and short of replacing all the blood spilled, the woman's survival was less than impossible. But the woman survived, and while all this was going on she was talking and joking, and did not seem to be in pain, as if she was living outside her body. There was really no other way to explain the maintenance of her consciousness. Chapter 20, Faust. The city traffic delayed me, and after several crowds I understood that something did not want to see me during the consultations. I arrived at Pachita's house 30 seconds before the eye operations began, greeted the brother, and took my place while I watched the patients being operated on. The first patient to occupy the bed was a boy who was totally deaf in both ears. He was also mute, and as in similar cases, the difficulty of recognizing whether the intervention was successful was great. His name was Faust, and at the end of the operation, the brother remembered Goethe's Faust, and told us that the story was true. Afterwards, the brother asked me about my well-being, and I told him that the day before I had talked to some friends about Cuauhtémoc. They said that we were cavemen, and that we made sacrifices, right? No, brother, I answered seriously. We talked about the level of consciousness in which you find yourself, and I came to the conclusion that I did not understand it as I would like to. Armando had approached us, and was listening with great interest to our conversation, and when he heard that I did not understand the brother's level, He smiled as if to say that I was asking too much. Equals, it is very beautiful and lovely, Jacobo, answered the brother. But what is it? For example, when you said you had an urgent mission, what was it? A cyclone was approaching the territory of the Cora Indians, and I went to ask my father for protection for them. And did you get it? Yes, the cyclone was diverted from its path. I would also like to see more of what goes on in the operations, I continued. The brother did not answer me immediately, but after a few seconds he said something that surprised and pleased me. I'm going to ask my father to perform a miracle for you. The next patient was put into a wheelchair. Next to him, 2 other patients in similar chairs were waiting for their turn. He is a great musician, the brother continued. His body was completely limp and paralyzed. We laid him on his side and the bush knife made a 10-centimeter incision. The brother asked for a probe and placed one end into the wound and the other into Pachita's mouth. Again, a red liquid began to flow through the extension of the probe. The sick man had a terrible infection, and the procedure was aimed at purifying him. When I finished, I sutured and then Armando bandaged. The musician's son helped him into the wheelchair, and I felt sorry for his difficulty of movement. Why do these things happen? I asked aloud. The brother approached me and in a whisper told me that the musician got excited, and the brass of his instrument got hot, and then he went out into the cold and neglected his material. That is why they weaken, Jacob. I was not very satisfied with the answer, and helped the next paralytic patient. He was wearing a corset that helped him keep his back rigid. Face down, the knife penetrated a location next to the spine, and some bones were placed in the spine. I observed that the patient was extraordinarily calm and humble, and when I finished, I commented on it. It is that, said the brother. He has recognized the power of God in his situation. If God wishes, he can finish a man or make him be reborn. Nothing is comparable to his glory and power. I noticed that Sandy approached the only candle that illuminated the room and extinguished it. After a few minutes, she approached it again and lit it. Later, she turned it off again. Intrigued, I asked her about the reason for the light changes, and I did not understand her answer. Suddenly, the brother turned to me and told me that he saw that I was finally reaching peace. You have lived many lives, Jacob, and only in this one are you feeling the suffering of your fellow man. To feel that suffering is what will bring you peace. I had many questions to ask, and I was going to take advantage of that moment to ask the brother if he was one or divided, but Memo interrupted me. Brother, there is a damage. Shall we leave it for the end? Of course, little one. My subject is very tired and I might take her soon. Would you be willing to accompany her? Of course, Memo answered, as a shiver ran down my spine. Brother, Memo said again, here is Father E. Tell that good man to come in. Jacob, Brother E. told me. Father E. is a wonderful man. He works in the highlands with the Tarahumara and gives everything to lessen their pain. He deserves all our love and help. When he was young and beginning his priesthood, women tempted him because he was very handsome, and he decided to cover himself so as not to fall into temptations. A tall man with pleasant features and a kind look approached Pachita's body and greeted the brother with such sincerity and intensity that we all turned to look at him. How is my little one, with a donkey back and complaining of pains? I think what I need is a crane. And how are your Indians? Well, now I'm struggling to create a farm where children and old people can live together, help each other and learn from each other. Come closer, my little one. Let's see what you have on your back. With the palms of Pachita's hands a few centimeters away from the priest's back, the brother made a diagnosis. Lie down, my little boy. We are going to fortify that spine. You should rest. You are carrying a lot of weight. With his back uncovered, the brother located the painful area and began to work on it. He made an incision of at least 30 centimeters and exposed the spine. He asked Armando for some bones, and with the handle of the knife he inserted them between the vertebrae. The patient complained and prayed to God when I finally saturated the wound, which closed instantly. On leaving the enclosure, the brother confided to us that he felt very sad, but the reason for his sadness, I cannot reproduce here. The last operation was on a woman with materialized damage to her back. Obese, and with an ashen complexion, she came in, accompanied by 2 of her daughters. She complained bitterly of back pain, and we had a hard time laying her face down on the bed. Brother felt her back and asked us to place her on her side. All around us, all the helpers held hands and made a chain of protection. Doña Candelaria took a bottle of balsam and began to sprinkle drops of it on my head, Pachita's, Memo's, and Armando's heads. "Let us pray, brothers," Cuauhtémoc asked us. He introduced the knife in the back of the damaged woman and struggled for a few seconds trying to extract something. I was holding the sick woman's hand and felt very energized and strong. Brother took my right hand and placed it directly over the damage. I felt a soft tissue with excrescences and began to pull on it. I felt it must be very strong and saw how that tissue took up my whole hand. I pulled hard and pulled it out, placing it on a black piece of paper that C&E offered me. I asked if that was all of it, and the brother made me put my hand back in. This time I felt a sort of pit, very jagged and about the size of a ripe peach. That slipped into my hand and I placed it on the black paper. "There's another one," brother indicated. I put my hand in again, and this time I felt a sphere the size of an eye that seemed to me to have reliefs like those of a man's head. I took it out and placed it on the black paper. I felt very strange, and I noticed that all the helpers looked at me with a kind of new respect and admiration. Satare and Armando bandaged, they took the woman away, and Pachita took the chair next to the altar. Memo stood in front of her, and I remembered that Armando had prevented visitors from approaching the altar during the operations. The brother said goodbye to everyone, and his body convulsed, but Pachita did not return. Instead, a subhuman voice began to babble unintelligible things while Pachita's body continued to convulse. With a quick movement, Pachita's legs opened and she urinated. Cande approached Pachita's face and placed her hands in front of her eyes. Take, lose, and go away." Cande repeated the command several times, and finally Pachita recovered. I approached Armando to ask him something, and Memo intervened, telling me that I still had to see the best part, when the alcohol bottles break and things fall from the ceiling. To me, Armando told me, "A damage destroyed my testicle when I once tried to give him light. It's very dangerous." The daughters of the woman of the damage asked for me, and I told them what I had taken out of their mother's body. Memo asked them to sleep until after 1 o'clock in the morning. When I finished placing the damages on the black paper, I saw that the brother took a kind of palm. I did not know how or from where it appeared on the operating bed, and wrapped the paper containing the damages with it. He squeezed the package tightly as if he wanted to hang the damages, and then offered it to Memo. "Before the cock crows," said the brother to Memo, "they will come to claim it, and you will have to make the deal." Father E had no one to take him home, and I lent myself to drive him. On the way he told me about his own work, and I found it extraordinary. "Pachita looks very finished," he suddenly said to me. 6 years ago she looked much younger. It must be the continuous sorrows and the intensity of her work. One day, after the operations, a violent damage entered her body and was about to kill the sick woman from whom she had extracted it. I had operated and was resting in a room in his house when I saw her coming with her knife in hand. I hugged her tightly while Enrique tried to take the knife from her, but it was useless. Finally, Cande gave us holy water, and by accident, I mixed the blood from one of my wounds, which had opened due to the effort, with the blood that flowed from one of Pachita's hands that had been hurt, and that drove the spirit away. In spite of all her tiredness, the father continued, "She still has a magnificent dose of humor, and that is extraordinary." It was true. That afternoon during an operation we heard the sound of a patrol siren. The brother had turned to see me, and with a smile said that it would be interesting if the police entered the premises and found us. "If you can imagine," he had said, "we would appear on the front page of the Alarma. Old witch performing blood ceremonies and initiating naive youngsters into black magic." When I arrived home early that morning and entered my room, I realized that something had placed a book next to the head of my bed. It was Goethe's Faust. I began to read it and knew that the brother was right. The story was true. Chapter 21, The Work. He is the creator of all things, possessor of all wisdom, having no other origin than himself, author of time, creator of forms, endowed with universal wisdom, king of objective nature, lord of worlds, of cause, of generation, of the free and imprisoned state. He is, in truth, united to being, the immortal, residing as Lord. He is the knower, the pervader of all things, the protector of this sphere, ever directing this changeable world. No other cause could be found for the movements of the world and the stars. In him who from antiquity disposes the being, and who in truth penetrates all sciences, in this God who enlightens the individual conscience, the cause of freedom, I want to seek my refuge. It is the undivided being, dominating activity in perfect peace, in whom no fault is found, pure of all stain, supreme bridge that leads to immortality, similar to the perpetual fire of the red blights. When like a carpet men shall roll up to heaven, then and only then will pain cease for those who know God, knowing then the self by the power of meditation and by God's favor, and realizing the higher form of life, is how the supreme truth is shown to us in all its fullness. This supreme secret, contained in the final science of wisdom, taught in past centuries, should not be taught to one who does not possess perfect peace, or who disregards filial duty, or who breaks the rule of discipline. To him who offers to God the supreme devotion, and to his instructor as to God, these truths will certainly shine for this great soul. For this great soul they will shine. This sixth part of the Shustawatara Upanishad came to my memory the next morning. For several months, when I met Don Lucio and heard him speak, I wondered about the meaning of consciousness. What is it that connects the individual consciousness with the self? What is it that enlightens man and connects him with peace? I had discovered in myself the existence of a luminous wisdom wrapped in layers of structures, and through meditation I learned to pierce them, to let emerge what knows and is. I saw the same process in all those who used the technique, and came to the conclusion that free meditation connects the self with that which illuminates. My curious spirit, knowing some of the rules of scientific thinking, had been engaged in the difficult task of finding out how the wonder of contact with the unmentionable, with the voice, with the Tao, with the self, with God, was realized. I discovered that space is organized, and that one of the bases of contact is to reproduce such organization in the nervous system. It is required, as the Upanishad quoted at the beginning says, to roll up the sky like a carpet, that is to say, to include everything within a more unified and convergent generalization. This increase in the capacity of unification was one of the rules, but it was not enough. Coherence had to be increased to reach perfect order and calm. Space and brain had to be symmetrical and reflect each other in an increase of convergence and redundancy. Brain activity had to assist contact by becoming a perfect model of the whole, so that it could see itself and reflect existence itself. The light was the contact, and this did not mean anything like a communication of one being with another, a conversation or contact of one human with another, but rather the whole embedded in its own reflection. It made me despair to see so much longing to concretize and translate the immeasurable into a humanoid dimension. That Wednesday morning, I resolved never to get involved in sterile discussions, and prepared to gather strength to assist in the afternoon's operations. In the name of the Father, I greet you, I said to the brother, as he entered the enclosure. In the same name I answer you. I placed myself at the side of Pachita's body, and began to help in the consultations. More than 25 were missing, and each patient had to be recognized, diagnosed, and receive a sheet of paper with the pertinent prescriptions written on it. After an hour, the brother asked not to accept more patients than those expressly noted on the list. The world, he told me, is going through a terrible crisis, and I have many urgent missions. I went to ask how many consultations were missing, and they told me 9. They passed the over-anesthetized girl. I approached her and caressed her little face. We laid her on the bed, and the brother recognized her. He heard the complaints of her parents and consoled them by telling them that she was getting better and that soon everything would be all right. This little angel was sent to me to remake her, and I see that she will soon start to walk. He recognizes his parents and his brother and tries to communicate but cannot. I saw the face of the girl's mother and recognized her pain and her sudden understanding of what the brother was saying. She began to cry, and I comforted her as the father placed his daughter in her wheelchair. Then a little old lady came in. I recognized her immediately. The brother had operated on her a few weeks ago. She was short, thin, and with all her silver hair. We recognized each other, and I noticed that she was no longer complaining of pain. She had come to greet the brother and ask for an examination. He found her healthy and sent her off with a hug. "You no longer have cancer," he told her. "You are now healthy." People came with an egg that the brother used to clean them. A man dressed in a suit approached and offered the egg to Cuauhtémoc. Cuauhtémoc, through Pachita's body, took it, and as he began to rub the man, he literally made the egg explode. The egg white bathed the man's shoulder, and Cuauhtémoc, in a hurry, hurried to clean his suit with his own tunic. "You are made of steel," he said after cleaning him. "You have a cross on your chest, and your stiffness and strength, you see, have made the shell not resist. You are very healthy. You can go." The next person impressed me. She was literally carried in my arms. She was a mature woman with a lost look and a body full of tremors. "What's wrong with my pretty girl?" the companion began to answer on behalf of the sick woman, and then she continued. Her voice was weak and she stuttered as she said the words. "8 years ago I got married," she began, "and it has been a terrible torment. I don't live with my husband, and every time he visits me I get terribly sick. The last time I became blind and paralyzed." The brother looked at her carefully and suddenly told her that she had a damage and that it was necessary to remove it. He gave instructions for the next appointment and added that the blindness was not internal but external, and that the woman had to be strong to resist, since what was happening to her did not come from herself. When the woman walked away, the brother asked me if I smelled the woman's stench. "Charo," I replied. "She smelled terrible. They have her living in poop," Cuauhtémoc told me. The next person complained that his children were being spoiled by their father. "I am separated from him, and every time he comes to the house everything becomes hell, and my children are terribly upset. You yourself instilled in them love and respect for their father, and you never told them the truth about his behavior. Now no one can tell them the truth because it would destroy them. It is a very difficult case, but I will ask my father to bring light to yours. My son is a drunkard and he won't give up drinking for anything in the world," said an elderly woman. "Help me for charity." "Look, my child," said Cuauhtémoc. "It is very simple. You are going to buy a bottle of wine and 3 frogs. You pour the frogs into the wine and let them rot inside, without your son noticing. You give him a little bit of it to drink, and you will see that he will never taste alcohol again." The next person entered in a wheelchair. She was a very beautiful old woman who, as she began to speak, burst into bitter tears. "I can't walk, little brother. My hip and back hurt and I am very weak. Where are you from, pretty girl?" asked the brother to the old woman. I did not hear what she answered, but Cuauhtémoc said that he had been treated for his wounds by Father Elias in that place. "He is precisely my protector," said the old woman. "Then we are from the same tribe," said the brother. "What happened to him that he can no longer walk?" "I don't know. I must have done something wrong, but I don't know what." "Let's see, my dear. The power of the Lord has no limits, and you are going to get up from your chair and walk." The old woman shook her head, but the brother insisted so much that in a tremendous effort the woman stood up, and with the help of Armando and the brother, she walked a few steps. Then she sat down again, and the brother prescribed her some ointment and herbs. He told her how to prepare and use them. At the end of the consultations came Elle, a tall woman with jet-black hair and Egyptian physiognomy. She approached the brother and greeted him. "Why is my little girl sad?" "It's not important, brother," Elle answered. "There is so much pain that mine is just an unimportant detail. "No, my little one, everything is important and so is yours. Tell me what is happening to you." The first patient was about to be brought in for surgery when the brother called us all together and asked for our attention. "My flesh," he began. "She thinks she has no limit. If it were up to her, she could work day and night without stopping, but that would finish her off. You must take care of it and protect it from excesses." The first eye patient was brought in and the bush knife penetrated his eyeballs. Father E had entered the room and was holding the knife. The brother was going to operate on him again, along with another priest who was also suffering from his back. Then they brought in a deaf boy. We laid him down, and after making an operative field with absorbent cotton, the brother inserted the bush knife through the boy's ear canal. I shouted in his ear, trying to detect any sign of hearing. "Do you hear?" Suddenly, the boy answered that he could not hear. "How is it?" I asked. "He answers that he does not hear and can only answer if he does hear." The brother turned to look at me and burst out laughing. I joined him, and from that moment on, everything was joy in the room. I had never felt so close to Cuauhtémoc, and I really liked the feeling of camaraderie. L stood to my left, and we waited for the next patient. They passed a man with a white beard who was going to have surgery on his kidneys and prostate. I took his hand and noticed that he was completely relaxed. The brother opened a gigantic incision while the man showed no sign of pain. "Doesn't it hurt?" I asked in amazement. "God works through Pachita, and I have absolute faith, and that makes it not hurt," answered that incredible man. After suturing and watching the incisions close almost instantly, we turned the man on his back, and the brother inserted the tip of the bush knife into the penis through the urinary orifice. The man had pressed his palms together and placed them on his chest and prayed as the knife penetrated him with no sign of pain. I admired this person and found his capacity for trust incredible. Just as he was being carried to be laid on the floor of the enclosure, Armando came in. He was very angry because there were so many people in the room, and he started to organize the session asking for order. The next woman was an American woman. She had a tumor on one of her breasts. We took off her blouse, and lying on her back, the knife penetrated one of her breasts. The incision he made was tremendous, and blood gushed uncontainably from it. When we finished, the brother told me to translate that the breast would be a little hard, but free of any disease. I told him so, and the woman was grateful. Memo entered the enclosure, and in a whisper he communicated something to the brother. The latter turned to see him, and in a loud voice told him that whoever wanted to teach should be a polished mirror. Whatever one wants to teach must be a reflection of oneself. The next patient was Father E. His bones were weak and any effort made them break. We laid him face down, and after palpating and recognizing his back, the brother opened an incision near the spine. He asked Armando for cartilages, which he inserted into the spine by hitting them with the handle of the knife. I saturated the wound, and it closed. The next patient was Father H. During the consultations, I had seen several nuns and several priests in the operations. The church and its members did not reject Cuauhtémoc's work. Father H. suffered from the base of his spine and one leg. Cuauhtémoc opened the thigh with the knife and began to palpate the femur, then suddenly raised his right arm and placed his palm upward. He seemed to take something from the space and introduce it to the femur. "Look what they sent me," he said at once. He brought my hand to my thigh, and I was able to touch the femur. At one end of it was a small bone that was clearly not a natural part of the skeleton. Cuauhtémoc had materialized that little bone, and when I touched it, I understood that there were no limits. I had already seen and felt it, and now, once again, I was amazed again. "The movement of your hand was to materialize?" I asked Cuauhtémoc immediately. Of course, after placing that materialization, Cuauhtémoc asked Armando to pull the leg, who did so, and after suturing, the operated patient was taken to rest. L, who was in charge of asking for dry and wet cotton wool, replied that she had suffered an operation in her own flesh. Cuauhtémoc changed a lung that had cancer, she said in a deep, manly voice. The next patient was an adult woman. She also had a bad back, and while Cuauhtémoc inserted cartilage into her spine, The woman screamed for them to stop tormenting her. Who? I asked curiously. They were tormenting me, and I could not find a way to get them away from my body. Spirits, yes, what happens, Brother began to say, is that people die and sometimes they don't realize that they have died. They go on with their envy and hatred, and they need to receive the. So it was true that some men did not realize it, and others did realize that they had died. I thought in amazement. After the lady, another woman occupied the operating bed. I took her hand while Cuauhtémoc opened her side. The woman squeezed my hand, and her nails were embedded in my flesh. I almost screamed in pain, and suddenly I noticed that something very strange was happening to the woman. It did not seem to hurt, but instead she was expressing extremely strange sensations. At the end of the operations, I said that my left leg was hurting. The brother made me lie down on the bed face down and gave me a back massage which relieved my pain instantly. Brother had told me that I would receive a lesson every day, and I knew it was true. Chapter 22. The Warriors. Pachita is completely blind and only eats from time to time. In the operations she is brought a glass of tea, and in it, the brother puts an elixir that gives her energy for the whole week. In a monologue that lasted several hours, Armando gave me his particular vision of the play. Plus it is a road full of tremendous trials, 24 hours a day, and what you must understand is that around Pachita coexist the extremes of the human condition. On the one hand, the most selfish materialism, and on the other, the spiritual holiness. Here you see everything that can be seen, and that is a magnificent gift. His wife, M., prepared the food while my daughter Esther and I listened to the story. I have been working with her for 19 years, and if it weren't for my pride, I would be dead by now. It is necessary to be a true warrior, and there is no possibility of turning back once you have started. Many years ago, we used to go to the field to make deliveries. If a sick person came with a damage, and the brother operated on him on the physical plane, then it was necessary to cut the spiritual connection with the entity that had evoked him. We were summoned to a mountain, a valley, or by a river, and then we had to fight. Almost always they asked us for a virgin maiden in exchange for the damage, and of course we refused. One day Pachita was hit by an arrow that penetrated her head. Her encephalic mass came out through the cranial orifice, and here on my right forearm she fell dead. But the brother saved her, although I know that from that moment on she has remained dead. It has already rained. It was 18 years ago. But these are the benefits of true mediumship. I mean that the body becomes immune. On the other hand, I ask to be conscious, and I have to pay for it with my body. How? Yes, man. When Pachita falls into a trance, she lives in the astral, while her body has absolute protection. If someone tears it apart, the brother rebuilds it. I, on the other hand, have to take care of myself, and although I have a protector, I asked to keep my conscience during my work. Do you cure? I have been given gifts and others I had to earn. I lived with a terrible damage that a woman did to me. For 8 years I could not touch a woman, and no one could cure me until I went to see Pachita. She extracted a 30-centimeter damage from me, and when it took shape it became a beautiful woman's body. From that moment on my apprenticeship began. At night someone would come to visit me, and prepare me with strength to resist the energy of the brother. Imagine, I would lie down on my bed and suddenly someone would take my leg and bend it and massage it, then my arm and my back and my neck. For a year and a half between 12 and 2 in the morning they would come to prepare me physically. Then something would appear in the corner of my room and shoot arrows at me. I would just watch as the string of a bow began to tighten, and an arrow was placed in it, and then shot. They would point in the direction of my head, and the arrows would penetrate between my brain and my cerebellum. What for? That was a procedure to teach me to resist attacks. I had to survive, and they were testing my strength. One day, after 2 years of throwing arrows at me, someone handed me my weapons. They placed me with my arms outstretched and loaded my forearms with machetes, arrows, bows. I had to guard my weapons for 24 hours without blinking an eye. When I went to see the brother, He always knew what had happened to me. "How are you, Armando?" he would ask me. "Did you take care of your garrison?" He knew my experiences, and whenever I went forward, he would always remind me of my mission. "Father wants you to work," I would complain in refuse. "I like women, and I'm complacent and irresponsible, and I don't deserve the gifts, and I can't, and I don't know what other things I would say to him." But he would always answer me that of the 100 servants, I had been touched with the finest brush, and precisely because I was misguided, I had to purify myself. Sometimes the damages got into my body. Now I have a coyote bladder and an artificial testicle, and the scars on my body are many. But instead, I have seen what no human being has ever glimpsed. I have come to know the devil himself and know of his names and actions. One day we went on a very dangerous delivery. We were to enter a house guarded by an iron fence. No one could enter through it, and we had no way to open it. Pachita relaxed and got out of the car and put her body through the fence as if the bars were light. At that time we lived in poverty. Pachita sold lottery tickets on the streets, and I was learning from the brother and from herself. One night she told me that next to a tree in the yard of my house, something amazing would happen to me. I arrived home, and as I walked out into the yard, I felt someone watching me from the roof. I was terribly afraid and did not even dare to look up. For more than a month I would go out into the yard and always felt the presence watching me. One day I dared and caught a glimpse of a gigantic body. "Who are you?" I asked him after summoning up my courage. "I was waiting for you," he answered. "I was waiting for you, for I am your protector." I climbed the ladder, and when I reached the roof I saw him. He was more than 3 meters tall, and he placed his robe on me. From that day on I met my protector, and he takes care of me. You will meet yours too, although I don't doubt that you already have one. Little by little I acquired gifts. When I got home, it was enough for me to look at an armchair to know who had been sitting in it, and I began to see the doctors who operate there. Cuauhtémoc has an impressive bearing. When he was 13 years old, an epidemic struck the Aztec people. A voice instructed him to make a vaccine, and he presented it to the council of elders in his village. He was then 6 feet tall. The council was amazed at the young man's wisdom, and from that moment on they spied on him to find out the origin of it. Cuauhtémoc told them that the messages came from the sun god, and they believed him. When his uncle died, they made him king. Chapter 23, Quetzalcoatl. I began to read biographies about Cuauhtémoc, and although I found in them inconsistencies and doubts about their veracity, I was moved and admired the evident bravery of the brother, an example of resistance and vitality, a luminous spirit in spite of all the darkness that surrounded him during the conquest and the siege of Tenochtitlan. Cuauhtémoc, they called him, as a sign of respect, and more, the honor of meeting him in person and being able to work at his side filled me with happiness. I arrived very early on Wednesday at Casa de Pachita. I found very few people already writing down the names of the sick in the kitchen. Pachita was surrounded by people unknown to me. I recognized and greeted Father E and the others with a good afternoon. No one answered me. They were so engrossed in what they were doing. What are the names of those people who want to do research? The scientists. Oh yes, those people, as if my mind was worthless. They took me to a house where there were stripes of all colors. Red, blue, green, black. An ugly man told me that I was in the black one. Go over there. He told me I was in the black one. Go over there, you bastard. He just wanted me to get into business. They told me to look for a sick person with my energy. I don't know what I was going to look for or what the fuck for. What for? Then they took me to the zone of silence in Torian so that I would tell them what was there. Pure fucking desert and me there in the middle of it. I found a turtle and brought it with me. Well, Pachita, Father E interrupted her. That zone of silence is very interesting. No vibrations enter, and it would be an ideal place to build a psychiatric hospital. Pachita turned to look at him and smiled. And you, why don't you stop being a priest, man? There are hardly any more, and that's what I started, and that's what I have to finish. Today more than ever we are needed. Well, I don't know, Pachita continued. They say the clocks stop and you can't hear the radio, but what's the use of that? They just search for the sake of searching without knowing, and no matter how much they find, they are not satisfied. If I were to tell you everything they have taken me to do, one day a friend told me to help him look for I don't know what mothers in a field. I went there and found it full of excavations. They told me to report what I felt, and I stayed as I was. They do work here, but I know less about that than anyone else. I just leave, and the brother comes, and I don't even know about it. Let's see, Jacobo, you are wise. Where am I going? Well, I don't know, I answered sadly. Well, what does the brother say? How is it? Well, when he comes, he changes your voice, and everything he says is the truth and becomes certainty and strength, I said. You see, he knows more than me what is going on, and then they come to invite me to give lectures, and what am I going to tell them? Can you imagine this little bitch speaking at a conference? I like good works, those that really help. But how difficult it is. It took me 50 years to build a kindergarten, 50 years of work to get there. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and Pachita got up. I'm leaving now, she said to all of us, as she left in the direction of the compound. I had never seen the brother arrive for a healing session in Mexico, and I followed her with interest. Everything seemed so natural, and yet, in a few more minutes, a being from another dimension would come to perform miracles. We entered the illuminated enclosure, and Pachita approached the altar. Let's light some incense to drive out the evil spirits, she said as she lit 2 Hindu straws. Soon the whole place was saturated with a delicious smell. Pachita kept joking with everyone, and only became serious when she sat down on a chair after putting on Cuauhtémoc's robe. The yellow fabric was completely impregnated with blood clots and large red stains among the rhinestones and Indian designs that filled it. Father E stood to the left and I to the right of Pachita. Pachita took a black book that was placed on the altar and opened it. Large letters filled it, and I was able to read a prayer. It was a religious book that reminded me of a Bible in Hebrew that I wanted to give to the brother. Father E approached and commented on the rarity of the edition. They don't make these books anymore, he said excitedly. Pachita closed the book in her eyes, then began to pray aloud. Father E commented that he felt a tingling in his left ear, and Pachita confirmed that it was a sign of the brother's imminent arrival. I feel, she said, tickling in both ears. Candelaria stood behind Pachita, and as Pachita went into convulsions, Cand began to pray aloud. Pachita squirmed for a few seconds, and then yawned. Her body seemed to be adjusting to the handling of a new being and balancing and filling with its presence. She squirmed again for a few seconds, yawned again, and Candelaria continued with her prayer. Someone turned off the light, drew the curtains and asked for silence. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Cand insisted on the need for silence. Finally, Pachita's right arm was raised, and an intense and deep voice said, I greet you, dear brothers. In the name of the Father, I greet you, I said quickly. In the same name I answer you, my powerful brother. Father E approached to ask if Pachita's indication to leave the priesthood was a sign. No, good man, Cuauhtémoc answered. You already know my flesh and its jokes. Do not worry about that, and continue with your beautiful work. What do we have, my loving brothers? Candelaria approached and mentioned 22 or 23 consultations. Well, let's get started. A little old lady with an egg in her right hand approached the brother and asked for help. I couldn't help myself and checked her out while Cuauhtémoc stroked her gray hair and prescribed some herbs for her ailments. Old people and children are the purest, I said to the brother as I dismissed the woman, and he nodded. I had become accustomed to going to the curtain and accompanying the next sick person and introducing him to the brother, but Candelaria forbade me to do so. You are disturbing the energy, she said very seriously. It is the cords, and you must not do it. I stayed the rest of the session next to the brother. A very strapping young man approached and explained that he had taken all the medicines he had been prescribed, but he still had no virility. The brother focused his gaze on the boy's genital area, and asked him to wait because he had to operate. That is a damage, Cuauhtémoc told me later. I wanted to learn to differentiate damage from other ailments, and the next person gave me the opportunity to do so. The same woman who had come earlier, the one with the lost look and giving off an unbearable odor, was dragged in on a chair. Her abandonment and moans were impressive. The brother stood up and received her very seriously. "Let her stand up for herself," he ordered his companions. "Let her defend herself, and know that what she has comes from outside." The woman turned her eyes and head and did not respond. "Take it off. It is not from inside but from outside. Do it for your children." The woman turned to look at the brother, and the mad rolling of her eyes subsided for an instant. She stood up from her chair and began to speak. "My brain hurts and I can't think, and I do myself in my panties. Help me, please." "Look," said Cuauhtémoc to his companions, "rub the palms of your hands together and give her light, and order the entity to get out of this poor woman's body. They are going to bring her to me on Friday at midnight to operate on her." My neck began to ache, and I rubbed it several times without success. The brother saw me and told me that this happened because I paid so much attention to the damage. "Don't look at them," he said while massaging my neck. "The differentiation is in the body itself and its sensations," I thought, remembering Jose and his psychoanalytic technique. An elderly couple entered the room. The husband reported that his wife had bad kidneys and that the doctors could not find a solution for her case. While the brother was attending to the woman, the husband beckoned me to come closer to him. He whispered quietly that it was cancer, but they did not want to tell his wife. I approached to inform the brother, but he signaled me not to speak. "I know," he said aloud, addressing the woman. "They say you have cancer, but that is not true. My healer Jacobo will come another day to see how you are doing and to change the treatment for your kidneys. Don't listen to the doctors. They have weakened you with their washes and techniques of—" "What is his name, Jacobo?" "Chemotherapy," I said. "Yes, that," said the brother. "He thinks you are well, and that will be the first remedy." A young woman, her husband and baby daughter, approached Cuauhtémoc, who saw the girl and showered her with praise. "You have the grace, beautiful woman, and you have had the patience to carry your family." The baby had complained, and the brother laughed. "This little one does not love me," he said. He took the child in his arms, and she continued to protest. He also rubbed her with another egg, and did the same with the husband. "My chest hurts, and I'm afraid I have a bad heart," he said, frightened. "My heart is fine, although a little slow. You won't die of that, but of something else, and you'd better listen to your wife. She knows what she's doing." The next patient impressed me. The middle-aged woman with dark glasses, purplish lips and withered hands asked for help. "I feel very bad about everything. I come from Guadalajara, recommended." Cuauhtémoc recognized her and prescribed some herbs. "You can go now, woman. That will cure you. Give me your blessing." "Blessing on my back. Sign your hands, they are yours." "Please give me your blessing," he said in a commanding tone. Cuauhtémoc did so, and as the woman left, he turned to look at me. "I don't like this. I really don't like doing this." A very smartly dressed woman showed up next. She said she had very low blood cells and abdominal pains. "Do you have gas?" The woman turned to me and blushed, then nodded her head. The brother turned her around and saw her back. I had the impression that an X-ray machine had been set to work. "You have some very dangerous plaques in your lungs," said Cuauhtémoc. "You must stop smoking and come on Friday for surgery." "What about my red blood cells?" The brother took one of the woman's hands and with a gesture seemed to throw something on the palm. "They are a little low, but not that low," he said. A young girl with thin, aristocratic lips whispered her ailments. She didn't seem to want to say what she had, and after leaving, she came back in accompanied by Memo, who told us she was embarrassed to talk in front of me. I stepped aside, and the girl spoke of problems with her menstruation. The brother gave her a remedy, and as I went out and approached him, he joked with me. "Wow," he said, "it's not like it was something new." A mother was bringing her child. She said she could not speak. The brother asked her name, and the child mumbled something unintelligible. Next to us was a guest, who was curiously observing the consultations. He interrupted the consultations and told the mother that he knew of a special school that could help her daughter. The brother turned to look at him in astonishment, and would not let him continue. I noticed the man's confusion, as the brother prescribed some birds' tongues for the girl. The consultations were over, and we were preparing for the operations. I took advantage of the interval to tell Cuauhtémoc that I was reading his biography in several books, and expressed my great admiration for his courage. No one is truthful. They get their data from dubious sources and do not tell the truth. You tell the truth because you describe what you experience, and that is very good. Look, he continued, we never made sacrifices, we did what you have seen. Behind every symbol we had a God. You are not like that, but we are. That you, I did not understand. My Jewish upbringing had taught me the existence of only God, and I didn't know if he was referring to Judaism or to our time. I didn't die by hanging either, he continued. What the Spaniards did has no name. They took babies and threw them in the air, and then skewered them with their spears. I remembered World War II and the atrocities of the Nazis. It seems, I said aloud, that there are times when the darkness grows and a terrible struggle sets in where the baser motives of the flesh manifest themselves. That's right, Cuauhtémoc confirmed. For me, it was inconceivable what the Spaniards were doing, but they were not the first to come to our land. Long before, some Vikings came led by a friar. Forgive me, he said to Father E. A certain Jonah discovered our continent. He came on a raft and got the bubonic plague. He was able to return and told Columbus of his discovery, which is why he was so confident in his voyage. Nobody knows what I am telling you because the writings were lost. I had a girlfriend, but I never married. She got excited about the Barbados and betrayed us. She told them everything she knew, including the location of our secret tunnels. That struck a chord with me. I too had felt the woman's betrayal and knew the pain it caused. I imagined what Cuauhtémoc must have felt, and it pained me for his feeling of seeing his wife in the hands of the conquistadors and offering herself to them. I was also imprisoned because of her, Cuauhtémoc continued. Brother, I said to him, one day I asked you about Quetzalcoatl, and you answered me that he was a traitor. That's right, confirmed Cuauhtémoc. He knew that we should not mix with the whites, and in spite of that, he brought them to our shores. I did not agree to receive the Spaniards as gods, but they forced me because of his prophecy. At that moment, Memo entered the enclosure with great concern. Brother, we did not find the notebook, and we do not know who you have to operate on. Armando was shocked, and said that the notebook was a state secret, and that it was not possible that they had neglected it. Cuauhtémoc said that if the notebook was not found, he would not operate. I observed Memo and noticed a series of contemptuous movements. He seemed to be enjoying the situation and mocking the brother. I thought perhaps he resented his mother being occupied by another being, and I had no doubt that if what I thought was true, it was unconscious for Memo. When Memo came out, the brother continued his story. I have many missions to accomplish. The planet is in crisis and man makes wars, and right here, in this city, he is slowly dying among all that he has created. Man fights for riches without knowing that he already possesses them. In Mexico, there are mountains full of gold. When I lived in the flesh, what you call Cerro de la Estrella glittered because of the great amount of precious stones, emeralds and gold it contained. At that moment Memo came back in, warning that the notebook was definitely lost. With a tone of challenge, he told the brother to withdraw as he had said. I was very surprised when Memo came out. I felt Cuauhtémoc's sadness. I put my hand on his shoulder, and I did not know what to say to him. I put my hand on his shoulder, and I did not know what to say to him. I am leaving now because they do not want me here. I will devote myself to my other missions. No, brother, I told him. We do love you, and no one else can do what you do. Memo came back in as if he had understood and complained that D was humiliating him in front of the people. I think he actually came to justify his earlier challenge and wanted to say that D had made him very nervous. Cuauhtémoc seemed to understand, at which point D came in and recited from memory the list of operations. Let us begin then, said the brother. A young girl with very sweet features occupied the bed. Her left ear did not work, and upon saying so, the brother asked which was the left side. I had already noticed that brother did not seem to distinguish the right from the left, because he always asked their respective locations. I plugged his right ear with absorbent cotton soaked in alcohol, and made an operative field for the left. The brother introduced the bush knife, and in less than 30 seconds, the girl indicated that she could hear perfectly. Cuauhtémoc whispered something to check if she could hear and understand, and when asked, the girl repeated what she had whispered. I had seen how the brother advanced and developed the technique of hearing through the operations I witnessed, and I rejoiced at its success. It had been hard for me to understand that Cuauhtémoc was still learning, and I realized that at last I accepted him as a being in constant development and expansion. Then they moved on to a woman with kidney problems. As on other occasions, the knife opened 2 large incisions in the lateral parts of the back, and 2 kidneys were placed on the skin to then penetrate the cavities. I saturated the wounds, and as always they closed immediately. The next operation was a boy with lung problems. It was extraordinary what happened, and I would like to relate it in detail. The young man had cancer in his right lung, and it had strengthened by that time. We laid him on his stomach, and as he took my hand, the knife opened his back. The brother asked for the saw and cut several ribs. I could hear the sound of the metal rubbing against the bone and was amazed at the speed and precision of the cut. It was definitely not the saw making the cut, for it hardly moved. It was something else that was cutting. From the table to his left, Cuauhtémoc took a piece of fabric and brought it to Pachita's mouth. I observed how the air penetrated the tissue and how the brother spoke to her, as if that reddish mass understood. Then the lung to be grafted was placed in the incision and introduced through it with the help of the knife. In a jiffy it was absorbed into the interior of the body. I asked the boy how he felt, and he replied that he felt very well. "How are you breathing?" "As good as new." There had been no pain, and while I was taking the operated one to rest, I questioned the brother. "How can it connect so fast?" "Look, Jacobo," he answered. "For you, the tissue I graft is dead. For me, it is alive. What I do is to open the membrane of the tissue to be grafted and place it in contact with the internal tissue. Then, the 2 membranes are connected and glued together. That puts the new lung to work." A young man in a wheelchair was brought into the room. Upon seeing him, the brother told him he was innocent and would be cured. We laid him face down, and the brother located the spine and penetrated it with the knife. He asked Armando to look at the young man's legs, and he asked Armando to move them. He then made a twist with the knife and introduced something to the medulla. He again asked for movements, and the legs obeyed the order. "You will be completely cured, good man," Cuauhtémoc said again to the man. The next sick woman was quite an ordeal. She was a very obese woman with a coarse manner. We laid her on her back, and the brother said that her disease was venereal. I felt an involuntary repulsion, and begged the brother not to make me touch the woman's genitals. With the knife, he opened near the genital area, and as if he had heard my thoughts, he took my hand and inserted it into the wound he had practiced. I had to overcome my disgust and suddenly felt affection for the woman, and got over it. I saturated the wound and bandaged it, hoping for relief. The boy with the lung I had laid down next to the altars, and when the woman's operation was over, the brother asked her how she was breathing. "Very well, I feel very well," replied the young man. Then they brought the boy with the genital damage. Armando said that this could not be considered a damage in form, but rather a prank. The brother opened near the testicles and made me touch a tissue resembling a wrapped parchment. "Shall I take it out?" I asked curiously. "No, man, if you do, you'll leave him without a member." Armando placed an open black piece of paper, and the brother put "damage" on it. "Careful," he advised him. "Be careful with it because it won't be long before it comes to life." I began to bandage the boy, and the brother got up from his chair and sat down on another one placed near the altar. "I take my leave of you," he said, "because I must fulfill other missions. A hurricane is approaching Mexico, and hurricanes bring earthquakes." I continued bandaging and noticed something strange. Pachita was not coming back, and suddenly, her body got up from the chair and began to scream, "Fuck you all because I'm going to kill you." I saw how Pachita's hand reached for the knife and approached the sick man I had not yet finished bandaging. I protected him with my body, while Armando and Father E embraced Pachita's body and gave him light. Finally Pachita came back, and I wrapped the operated patient with the sheet. Z began to joke along with Armando. They told of previous occasions when a damage had entered Pachita's body and hit them. I did not find what they were saying so funny, but their festive spirit lightened the tension that had formed. I felt exhausted. I sat down next to Pachita to rest. She saw me and told Armando that I had something special. He has a very special bone, and the first time I saw him I felt I had known him for a long time. "Of course," said Armando. "Remember that we both said," and later the brother confirmed that it had been Andres. Pachita scratched her chin and said that Andres had had a daughter. "How many children do you have, Jacobo?" "One daughter," I answered. Father E commented that Andres' daughter's name was Esther. "What is your daughter's name?" asked Pachita. "Esther," I answered in astonishment. "Andres," said Armando, "suffered a terrible struggle between the divine and the human. He wanted to be with the former and away from the latter. Andres," said Pachita, "was the most subordinate apostle. That was too much for me. I too felt a terrible struggle between my human nature and my longing to reach the divine. That struggle had prevented me from living like any other man. And at that moment I thought that lives were repeating themselves. Andres," I said, drowning in sensations. I was suffering from great tension and anxiety. It was as if he carried a heavy weight in his heart. Pachita looked at me and smiled. "That's right, Jacobo. Andres was carrying a great weight." I got up and went to the brother to tell him I was leaving. I thanked him for allowing me to witness the operations and expressed my admiration. "Brother," I said, "I feel fortunate to have been here and to learn from you. You have an interesting road ahead of you, Jacob. Life is a constant learning process." I said goodbye to everyone and left the compound. As I walked through the streets, I reflected on the experiences I had just had. The connection between past and present lives, the duality between the divine and the human, and the constant teaching of life as a learning process left me thoughtful. That night, as I gazed at the starry sky, I wondered about my own path and the lessons life had in store for me. Chapter 24, 1st of September. While the President of Mexico addressed a simple and profound message to the country, I felt sad. I had been told that Cuauhtémoc had been the residence of the Inquisitors, and that made me understand some of the feelings that suddenly and for no apparent reason invaded me in my house. Located in that neighborhood of Mexico City, Lopez Portillo was enthusiastic about the oil discoveries in the subsoil of the Republic, and in the evening session, the brother had confessed to me that he had intervened in its discovery. "I gave them to him, Jacobo." "Well, rather," Cuauhtémoc corrected. "My father gave them to him." Desperate about the vibrations in my house, I tried a Buddhist meditation technique that consists of repeating aloud a compound mantra that says, "Nam Myoho Renge Kyo." Its approximate translation is, "Devotion in body and soul to the mystical law of the simultaneity of cause and effect through the use of vibrations." I had been taught it by one of the patients operated by Pachita, and when I tried it, I realized that it contained the secret of the permanence in a state of love. Delighted by the experience, I communicated the use of the technique in the afternoon research seminar, and all my collaborators decided to test its effect. I arrived at Pachita's house and found the brother giving consultations. An old lady was complaining of insomnia and nerves. Cuauhtémoc asked her the reason for her difficulty, and the woman confessed her tremendous concern for one of her children. "He goes to school," she said between sobs, "and I hardly see him, and it breaks my heart." The brother waited for her to calm down and advised her, "Look, precious, you are bound to the earth by that love, but you must remember that you can only offer your affection if you are in a satisfactory state of health. You must take care of your flesh, because if you neglect it, the love you desire for your child, you will not be able to offer it. The next sick man was a giant, almost 2 meters tall, and weighing over 100 kilos. He approached the brother and did not utter a word. Cuauhtémoc looked at his chest and let out an exclamation of astonishment. "My little one," he said, "wait in the courtyard. Today we are going to operate on that thing you have in your chest." The first operation was for a brain tumor located in the thalamus of a beautiful young woman. Her shiny hair framed her face and spread out in a fan as she lay face up on the operating bed. Brother asked me to hold the young woman's head while he penetrated the brain through her forehead. The operation was very impressive, and I justified the girl's screams of pain. The bush knife opened the forehead and, after pushing aside the frontal bone, exposed part of the frontal lobe. It was strange that despite the pain, the young girl's head remained immobile. I had observed the same immobility in almost every operation. The patients could scream, tremble, and sweat with pain but did not move despite the obvious stimulation of involuntary reflexes. Candelaria had told me that each operative was placed in a special apparatus, and upon seeing the girl's operation, I understood that there was no other possibility to explain the absence of intense and involuntary movements. In fact, the description for the head apparatus coincided with that of a stereotaxic for humans, but made of glass instead of steel. The next operation was also on the head, but this time on a cerebellar tumor, which the brother removed in less than 2 minutes. During the next operation I realized that I was beginning to see. A woman in her 30s was brought into the compound, complaining of terrible pains in her back. Her kidneys were functioning poorly, and Cuauhtémoc had decided to graft a couple of those organs. I uncovered his back, and with a cotton swab soaked in alcohol, I cleaned the surface. The brother opened the right side and then the left. The wounds were gigantic, and blood was gushing from them. From the table attached to his chair, the brother took 2 reddish masses that I identified as kidneys. He placed one over the incision on the left and the other on the right. Something sucked on the 2 kidneys, and little by little they penetrated through the wounds. I, standing 10 centimeters from the right kidney, observed its slow and steady movement away from the outer surface of the skin and into the body cavity. A sound similar to SSS accompanied the movement, and my astonishment was completed seeing how the wounds closed by themselves. I could not repress myself, and I began to say that this was incredible, fantastic, extraordinary. I felt that in spite of having seen so much, I would never cease to be amazed, and I thanked God for the wonders I was witnessing. I placed cotton wool over the marks of the wound, and with Armando's help I bandaged the woman. Suddenly Cuauhtémoc said something unintelligible to me, and I asked him to repeat it. Finally, I understood that he was telling me that the next patient was a damage. A burly man occupied the bed while we prepared for the operation. Memo went so far as to say that a patient who was about to undergo neck surgery was nervous and had secretly taken a painkiller for his nerves. "He is going to weaken," said the brother. "I want to see what he took, because it could be dangerous to operate with a drug in his body." The man's damage was located in his abdomen. Cuauhtémoc opened 15 centimeters of it and began to search with the tip of the knife. After twisting and struggling with it, he took my hand and placed it on a piece of a solid, scratchy and complex morphology. He said, "Look, Jacobo, so you can write it in your book." I felt that thing and asked if I should pull it out with my hand. "No," answered the brother. "I will do it." Armando brought a black paper on which the damage was placed. While this was happening, the man prayed aloud and thanked God for his salvation. The next sick woman underwent surgery on her spine. The operation was similar to those I have already described of the same type. Elongated ossicles were embedded between the vertebrae, and I could feel one of them. It was complex, and its shape was reminiscent of a conical snail. Cuauhtémoc decided to operate on the patient's neck. "It is better not to have compromises," he told me as he embedded the knife and extracted a tumor from the man's neck. The patient looked relaxed, and it was obvious that his apparent calm was artificial. At the end of the session, Cuauhtémoc said goodbye to everyone, and before Pachita returned, a different entity spoke. "Brothers," he told us, "soon you will all leave your bodies, but until that happens, you must remember that your obligation is to help and give love to all those who need it." After saying this, he said goodbye, and Pachita returned to her body. Chapter 25, Vibrations. Pachita had asked me to read her the book she was writing, and I had promised to do so as soon as the typed transcription was ready. I was very pleased to be finishing the volume, and as I reread some chapters, I was amazed at how difficult it had been for me to write it, and the complete opposite feeling I had when I read it. "Looks like it was easy," I jokingly said to myself. Friday morning was atrocious, and it was only until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that I began to feel light and optimistic. I didn't know why my sudden changes, and just felt that something beyond my comprehension and control was affecting me. During the seminar, we talked about the extraordinariness of dreams, and wondered if we ourselves were not the dream of someone who, upon awakening, would destroy us. I arrived at Pachita's house at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and found the yard full of sick people. I practically swam in the middle of all those people, and with difficulty, I was able to get to the house, even though I was feeling better, without yet understanding what had happened to me in the morning. Seeing Pachita and hearing the brother convinced me that my state of consciousness was not optimal. I want to say that I love that woman, and I admire Cuauhtémoc, and seeing him and feeling what I feel for them makes me understand that I still cannot feel the same way when I see any human being, and that is not right. T was an unbeliever and had never participated in the consultations and operations. He lived with Pachita, who had brought him from Parral because of a desperate situation. I was amazed to see him in the compound, and assumed that he was finally convinced of the existence of God. They brought the list of the consultations. There were 35, and I prepared myself to stay all that time with the brother. I cannot describe the cases, although I must say that the brother's capacity of involvement with each one of his patients seemed to have no limits. It was quite an education to see his magnificent delivery of tenderness, encouragement, and light to each and every one of his patients. A girl who had traveled from the north of the Republic delivered an egg to the brother. She had an eye ailment, and he cleaned it, and then placed the egg on the altar, and did not throw it, as he always did, in a trash can that was placed specifically for that purpose. "Go back to your hut, and with the medicines I have given you, you will be cured," he said to the girl in a sweet tone. I asked her why she had placed the egg on the altar and not thrown it away, and her answer was an enigmatic smile. Surely she wants to take a sight, I thought, remembering the procedure Don Lucio used to diagnose, and that consisted of pouring the contents of the egg in a glass of water, to see the formations and signs of yolk and white. An elderly gentleman, with an innocent smile and sweet gait, was brought into the presence of the brother. 2 of the sick man's sons spoke for him, while he asked for a chair to sit on. "Our father was born in Damascus, and we want him to live." Cuauhtémoc looked at the sick man's head, and then touched his vertex. "He does not have water but a tumor. If you wish, bring him here in 8 days and we will take it out." The next person was a dark-haired woman with a proud demeanor and a deep gaze. Upon seeing her, the brother let out an exclamation of surprise, and I felt that I recognized someone from the past in her. I asked him, and for some reason his answer stimulated in me an image in which I thought I recognized his beloved when he was king. A woman was accompanying her husband, who did not stop trembling for a moment. "He has Parkinson's disease," said the woman. The brother sat back in his chair and began to observe the involuntary movements of the man. "His Achilles tendon is connected with his trembling parts." If that was a metaphor, I did not understand it. As the patient left, I commented that the lenticular nuclei of his brain must be discharging uncontrollably, and Cuauhtémoc nodded with an affirmative movement. The next patient was an old friend of mine from Tepoztlan. Her bright, awake eyes shone with an inner life of the highest intensity. She complained of sadness, and the brother spoke to her of her beauty and the splendor of the world. Every day is a miracle and is all that is needed to find happiness. You are the chosen one, and you must know that you contain the seed of awakening. I know, said the woman, as tears welled up in her magnificent eyes. I have had signs, but now I am confused. Remember what I tell you, and you will return to the path. As I left, she turned to look at me, and I felt the impact of the words I had heard and a greeting. At that moment Enrique entered and greeted the brother. The latter scolded him strongly. I have given orders, he said, that the list of patients be respected, and you have allowed the disorder. He was referring to the first consultations, the ones that were not on the lists. Enrique went out crestfallen, and went back in accompanied by Memo. The cricket, that was Enrique's nickname, said that his mother no longer loves him, and that the brother only scolds him. As Memo said this, he hugged his brother as if to protect him. It's true, said Enrique with a cracked voice. I only came to say hello, and you scold me. Look, my little boy, order is order, and you must set the example. He had finished the consultations when P, an assistant, approached the brother. A couple from Nicaragua has come for consultation. They have very strong problems and want to see you. Tell them to come in, my dear. A tall, and very beautiful blonde woman, accompanied by her husband, approached the brother. The man spoke on her behalf. My wife, he said, is afraid that they did a job on her when she visited Brazil. We have very serious problems, and we can no longer stand what is happening between us. We love each other, but every time we have marital life, she feels very bad, and I feel like attacking her. We were going to have a child, but she couldn't stand it, and hid herself in the womb until she miscarried. Woman, called the brother to the woman, do you dream of water or that you fly? Sometimes, she answered. Do you feel as if something takes hold of you and gets out of control? Yes, that's how I feel. I began to understand and remembered that when I entered the enclosure, the woman's head had hit a crucifix that was at the entrance. That had astonished me, and now I began to understand. Suddenly Cuauhtémoc asked for his knife. It was a quick and sharp order. I turned to see him and noticed that he was looking in the direction of the entrance of the enclosure. I fixed my attention in that direction, and suddenly I saw how the curtains parted. Everyone saw the same thing, and in a jiffy we placed ourselves at the sides of the brother, waiting for the entrance of something, the same thing that possessed the woman. In absolute silence, with our muscles tense, our eyes fixed on the curtain and the brother holding his knife, we remained motionless and expectant. Suddenly, the brother began to whistle a very strange tune, and then said that the dark spirit had not dared to confront him. He knew he couldn't take me, so he left. You, woman, he called out to the blonde. What did you feel? A shiver. Look, they did a terrible job on you, and they are very powerful. I'm going to tell P what to do, and that will save you and your partner. The couple left, and Cuauhtémoc called P. I want to know if you can commit yourself to do the job. You must go to a mountain and do some things that I will tell you later. We need 6 rigorous limpias. The entity possesses the woman and killed her child. I know that your wife is pregnant, and you must prevent this woman from approaching her. Do you take the responsibility? Yes, very well, and now take them to her house, and be very careful on the way. Cuauhtémoc called Memo and also gave him instructions. Don't let my flesh do this work, he said. Help P and may the Lord guide them. Do you understand? Yes. They were about to start the operations, and the brother asked to speak with Gemma, Pachita's daughter. He asked us to leave, and I heard a very emotional dialogue. Then I came in and asked Cuauhtémoc about my feelings of the morning. Is it that maybe I have something wrong with my body, or am I making some serious mistake? What is happening to you? He answered, after sweeping my body with his look. What is happening to you is that every day you are becoming more sensitive, and now you are detecting the signs of the next hecatomb. On the one hand I felt calm, and on the other hand uneasy. The next hecatomb? The brother had already mentioned this one, and seemed to be convinced that something terrible would happen soon. The first operation was on a girl who was blind in her left eye. Lateralization was handled in a very special way by the brother. If the evil was on one side, he worked on the other, and this particular case was no exception. It reminded me of the first operations on epileptic foci, in which the researchers were surprised by the appearance of mirror foci transferred from the healthy cerebral hemisphere to the diseased one. I took the girl's head and immediately felt immersed in a very pleasant sensation. Was it her or the energy that the brother was sending her? And I was in the middle feeling a very special happiness. The young girl did not complain as the knife and the thumb of Pachita's hand penetrated her healthy eye. Armando turned on a flashlight, and the girl announced that she could see clearly. A couple entered next. The woman looked Japanese and occupied the bed. She had a deafness problem in one ear. The brother asked for the knife and the woman began to tremble and breathe wildly. She seemed about to faint and was so nervous that Cuauhtémoc decided not to operate. Father E had brought in a priest who had a hernia in his groin. While we were preparing him for the operation, T watched with such attention and surprise that it seemed as if her eyes would pop out of their sockets at any moment. When the knife penetrated the groin, the brother asked for light, and T's surprise reached its climax. "You are from another world," he said to the brother. "How can you do this? Ask Jacobo. He is a writer and he can tell you." "I don't know how he does it. Better ask God," I answered. "But God does not exist," said T with a broken voice. "If God did not exist, this would not be possible," interjected Father E. "But I don't see or feel God," continued T. "I simply cannot see him. You should study the way in which Aristotle came to the knowledge of God. Maybe that would allow you to understand," said Father E. "But Aristotle was an ignoramus," answered T, "and his definition of man as a featherless bird proves it." The brother continued to operate, and from time to time smiled, surely attentive to the conversation between T and Father E. Finally he finished, and we sold the priest. I felt so energized and sure of myself that I began to tell them about my new investigations. In the laboratory, I told them in a confident voice, we are demonstrating that the human brain can create an anti-gravitational force, and that always happens when a process of informational unification occurs that could be defined as an expansion of consciousness. "I like that very much," said the brother. "Also," I continued, "we have seen that there are ascending levels of informational concentration, and that both the brain and space are organized in a convergent way in such a way that one can conceive of the existence of infinitesimal points containing the total information of the universe. We have considered these points as belonging to a space of very high syntergia, occurring in them very interesting phenomena." I was getting more and more excited, and I did not know if everyone understood me, but I continued. "In a space of high syntergia, the unification is such that it transcends time and space itself. There is a maximum informational redundancy there, and a distancing or perhaps a reversal of the gravitational force. When a brain reaches states of elevated consciousness, it also transcends space and time, and gravitation affects the surrounding space, creating an anti-gravitational force. At least that is what our experimental results indicate." "That would be," Father E interrupted me, "evidence of a contact with God." "Exactly," I said. "I like that very much," said the brother again. "I do not remember the following operations. I only know that at the end there was an extraction of a damage, and when the brother said goodbye to us, an entity entered Pachita's body and assaulted Armando by breaking some bills that he had given him. Finally Pachita returned, and T wanted to find out if the person who had torn the bills and Pachita were conscious of each other. "Pachita," he called her, "do you remember what you did?" "What did I do, Pachita, please?" T continued. "You tore up some bills. I didn't break anything. You're off the hook." Chapter 26. Between Justice and the Wheel of Fortune. When I understood the difference between good and evil, and realized that there were human beings who live without recognizing it, I knew that the world of consciousness can be separated from the self, even though the latter is the true decision-maker. My theoretical conceptions led me to the consideration that in the same way that in a space of maximum syntagee, redundancy is optimal, so, in the last step, the self loses its individuality and is the same for all. Consciousness, on the other hand, is individual. Between the wheel of fortune, i.e. the ignorance of good and evil, and justice, i.e. the knowledge of the difference between good and evil, lies the force. From immaturity to knowledge, energy is required. Whoever wishes to penetrate to the reality of certainties and conscious synchronicity must acquire strength. Otherwise, confusion, sadness, and forgetfulness ensue. It is said that the adult state implies the acceptance of intrapsychic division and the coexistence of various levels of consciousness. I think that the coexistence and division referred to above are part of a process, but not the true identity. This is indivisible and does not accept weaknesses as essential parts of its true nature. I know that Cuauhtémoc and Pachita are two separate entities at the level of consciousness, but united at the level of the self, and that the true identity is the self, and as long as this is not achieved, it is necessary to love the process. The acceptance of the coexistence of various levels of consciousness, or in Buddhist terms, of the 10 worlds as essential, leads to dispersion and forgetfulness. The acceptance of its reality as a process, without forgetting the true identity, leads to development without the danger of getting lost in dispersion. However, this does not solve the problem of individuality, nor does it address it in such a way that its development leads to clarification of the moment in which it appears. An example of the difficulty of establishing the threshold of the creation of one's own life is the birth of a baby, when two human beings fall in love and combine their energies. Soon in their interaction, a third emergent element begins to be created. At a certain level of their relationship, the created emergent property begins to interact with the original dumbbell, and if the process continues, a new being materializes. Individuality was surely achieved before materialization, but when? With these questions, I arrived at Pachita's house. From the first day I saw her, I was very impressed by the young woman with beautiful features, who had been over-anesthetized and brainless in a conventional operation. Wheelchair-bound, immobile, deaf, mute, blind, and without motor control, she had been taken to Pachita's home after a dozen neurologists and a dozen other specialists in other areas had given her up. Cuauhtémoc decided to reconstruct the young woman's brain, and in a series of 10 operations of which I had been in the last 4, he had managed to restore sphincter control, sight, hearing, the ability to stand upright, and lately the first signs of verbal language. I grafted portions of cortex and subcortical structures into the dead brain of the young girl. To my amazement, and the happiness of the parents who day by day watched her grow, recover, and become herself again. The latter, however, worried me greatly, and on this occasion, seeing that the parents of the young girl were entering the enclosure with their daughter, I decided to ask the brother. "Brother," I said curiously, "brother, when the girl recovers, what will her conscience be like?" "The same as before, my affectionate brother," he answered me. "Oh, but then," I insisted, "consciousness does not emerge, but connects." "Of course," said Cuauhtémoc. "The brain is only a means to establish the connection. For years I had wondered about the neurophysiological basis of experience, and had come to the conclusion that it appears as an emergent resultant of the interaction of two energetic fields. On the one hand, the neuronal, and on the other, the one associated with the structure of space. Postulating an emergent property satisfied the dimensional leap that implies going from neuronal activity to experience. However, the conclusion had left me unsatisfied and lacking resources to explain certain phenomena. Finally, desperate for a solution, and shortly before learning about Cuauhtémoc's work, I had already considered that experience and consciousness were not an emergent product, but a cause and first datum. What the brother was telling me now was in agreement with this last consideration. the nervous system as an antenna of consciousness or as a lens through which reality is constructed, was the inescapable conclusion. This did not invalidate the postulate of energetic interaction, but it did indicate that its directional flow was not from neural activity to experience and consciousness, but from the latter to cerebral activity. Thus one could accept the existence of consciousnesses outside organic bodies, e.g. Cuauhtémoc, and of brains capable of establishing contact with such consciousnesses, e.g. Pachita. The astonishing and extraordinary thing was the logical derivation towards personal consciousness. I mean that my consciousness, like that of anyone reading this, exists outside our bodies, independent and free, and that our brains establish contact with it, and give us the sensation of possessing it internally. Such is the conclusion. True and amazing. During one of the consultations, a woman had complained bitterly of remaining in a state of constant restlessness and inability to reach tranquility. The brother had prescribed oregano for her, and then told me that this herb was excellent for the nerves. But he had also said something else that within the context of independence of consciousness was clear. You need to push your development, you need to learn to develop yourself, he had told the woman. In the Mexican shamanic school, such a consideration, development, is applied very specifically. It refers to the acquisition of the ability to step out of one's own body. In fact, every school of spiritual impulse has techniques to do just that. Yoga, meditation, etc. speak of the same thing. Development implies the acquisition of strength and luminosity. It is considered that there is light, and that a person on the spiritual path should push his light and expand it. One of the effects of acquiring light is the ability to detach from the organic. Another effect is direct communication with other levels of reality and consciousness. Thus, while we were resting after an operation, the brother had turned to me and told me that in the time we were living, there were many spirits of light swarming around, whose desire was to find human beings ready to hear them. They wish to manifest themselves, he said to me very seriously, and they seek. I know, he continued, that you already have enough light to see. If development involves learning to get out of the body, what does light involve? Or, of course, like everything else, light is a feeling. I recognize very clearly when I have light and when I don't have it. I feel the same way about other people. I mean that when someone talks to me or simply approaches me, I know if they have light or if they are in the dark. At first I could not differentiate whether it was me or the other person, whether it was light or dark or anything else. But now I know for sure. Knowing and feeling the light, however, says nothing about what it truly is. Listen now to this other consideration of Cuauhtémoc. Sometimes, he said to me in the middle of a kidney operation, the spirit is still near a body that seems dead. It is there, and if one is able to see, one can ask it. And if on asking it answers that it still wishes the body to live, one can give it light and help, the subject will be restored. This last he told me after seeing the over-anesthetized girl. Tell me what you will, said the brother. But to me, this child was dead. However, he continued, her spirit did not want to leave, and so she will recover. The boy Reuben had 2 bad kidneys and a testicle. The brother grafted him 2 new kidneys and cured his testicle. In the middle of the operation he said to him, "Oh, Reuben, remember that you told me that you wanted to live. You was the real Reuben, and the operation was light for the body. We all have light," Cuauhtémoc had said to a woman. The light is concentrated in the palms of the hands, and when one rubs one palm with the other, the light appears and can even be distributed. What then is the light? The downward palms placed at the level of the knees signify a contact with the earth, the light and the water. Look for a quiet place, Cuauhtémoc told me, and sit as I tell you, and you will see that they will come to give you knowledge. You already have enough light to connect, and at a certain moment you will feel that your mouth speaks superhuman words. You will feel that there is a new being within you. I know that you already have enough light to move from the wheel of fortune to justice, enough light to see. Chapter 27, The Absolute and the Relative. Asepsis is good for the dead, said a macabre woman in charge of plunging me into darkness, since I have tried hundreds of illusions, and I know that what characterizes them is their temporality combined with a certain pleasurable stimulus, otherwise they would not be illusions. I replied that those who live in noise only hear noise and are incapable of perceiving silence. He did not understand me, and I remembered some words of the brother. It is necessary to give light, but those who do not know how to hear, and who respond with darkness when the light is offered to them it is necessary to let them go their way, and prevent them from interfering with ours. Another woman confessed to me that she hated having to fight and become a warrior. I turned to her and asked her if she could decide. Look, I told her, everyone has a thermometer, and the luckiest one is the one whose thermometer is the most sensitive. Suffering is a sign, and any feeling is the pinnacle of a pyramid. Every time you are dissatisfied, your thermometer has been set to work, and you should be grateful for the portent and listen to it, for it will take you to a level. He didn't let me continue, and replied that it sounded very theoretical to him. What I want to say is that there are no goals, and that every desire ends when it is satisfied. Therefore, neither running after goals nor stimulating desires is the true life. It is necessary to have lived in order to understand that the only thing that matters is that which remains, and that the eternal has neither content nor manifestation. It can, yes, stimulate manifestations and activate contents, but in itself it transcends any consideration. The self is the permanent and absolute. Everything else is relative. Brother, are you one or are you divided? What? Yes, I've seen you in several places at the same time, and your ability to be with each and every one of your patients seems to have no limit. How can you do so many things at the same time? Cuauhtémoc laughed and answered me. Where I am, there is neither time nor space. I am everywhere at the same time, since there is neither place nor time. At this moment, talking to you, I can also go to see how your daughter is having dinner, or even to see a sick person who is bedridden. It is very beautiful and without limits. In the meditation of the afternoon, I go into new paths, and when I try to refer my experiences to my memories, I find myself with the surprise that neither one nor the other coincide. Such is the infinity that I cannot find a past that can explain the present, and I know that when I try to compare, I submerge myself in what was given to me without my consent. Sometime I want to share my paths and the bushes I see, and I am unable to describe. Such is my condition that the human goes out of my hand for not recognizing it. The light is the feeling of oneself, and even though I know it as a trap, I still inhabit my body. Who like you that such remorse has transcended? God, I want to confess to you that I still feel myself. Goodness is the only paradigm. On September 15th, I saw with Pachita a fight of Muhammad Ali. Pachita lit a candle and gave him a light. I don't like to be hit, she said from the first round. Do you think, I asked her as we watched the fight, do you think that at a certain level, you and the brother are the same being? I don't know, he answered. What I'd like to know is where I'm going while he's coming. I feel that I go down like on a wheel of fortune in the afternoon, and when I least realize it, it's already night. Meanwhile, my body operates and does 1,000 wonders, and I don't even know about it. Where am I going? It must be something to do with time, I said uncertainly. Our consciousness believes it lives in time, when in reality the present is timeless. Between two instants of consciousness, time does not exist for you. Obviously, that didn't explain anything. I felt like telling him my ideas about the interaction of energy fields and their connection with the brother. But I realized that I couldn't explain what was really going on either. Consciousness is an entity, I thought later, and it travels and appears and disappears and connects and disconnects and, who knows, who knows. In everything is the absolute, and its perception only depends on the level of consciousness of the one who sees. Any object, for example, is the result of such a complex process that the mere thought of what it implies produces the greatest admiration. When we see a stone, what we really perceive is our own neuronal activity. What observes this activity is the self. Thus, even in the most concrete perception, the absolute is involved. I laugh when someone forgets the above and considers that we are in a fall just because we live among precepts. The only thing that truly works is the self. Everything else is temporary and therefore dependent on the observer. Of course, there are those who manage to maintain an illusion long enough to involve others in its maintenance. Beware of such dark entities, incarnate or fleshed out. The only thing they lead to is death. Human beings tend to use units of analysis and build conceptual worlds from them. When he has the bad luck to handle as elementary units what are, in reality, final results, the perspective that awaits him is the suffocating and total boredom of a night of boredom in the reflection of another night of boredom. Let us say what the Bible says about it. Wisdom cries in the streets, lifts up her voice in the squares. She cries in the chief places of assembly. At the entrances of the city gates she speaks her reasons. How long, O simple ones, will you love simplicity, and scoffers desire to scoff, and fools abhor knowledge? Turn ye to my rebuke, behold, I will pour out my spirit upon you, and make my words known to you. Because I called, and ye would not hear, and I stretched forth my hand, and there was none to hearken. But ye rejected all my counsel, and my restraint ye would not. I will also laugh at your calamity, and will mock when that which ye fear cometh upon you. When that which ye fear cometh as destruction, and your calamity cometh as a whirlwind. When tribulation and distress come upon you, then shall they call upon me, and I will not answer. They shall seek me in the morning, and shall not find me. For they hate wisdom, they do not choose the fear of the Lord. They do not desire my counsel, they despise all my rebuke. Thou shalt eat of the fruit of their way, they shall be weary of their own counsels. For the waywardness of the ignorant shall slay them, the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But he that heareth me shall dwell safely, he shall be quiet, and shall not be afraid of evil. The fear of Jehovah is the noise for the one who knows and dwells in silence. Jehovah is the self, the absolute, the self, the estranged and transcended from all that is relative consciousness itself. If only we would remember that behind any decision is the one who can see all the alternatives. The heart. I arrived late, exhausted and hungry at Pachita's house. In the morning I had moved out of the house and felt sad. As you grow older, places become more important, and perhaps in old age a change of house is dangerous, I thought as I touched the yellow gate of Pachita's house. It is true that true development is learning to externalize without this meaning abandonment or lack of access to the inner world. The consciousness contacts the world by expanding its radius of action. Here, in any process of growth, differentiation is basic. Without it, what happens is madness, and with it, discernment. The problem is that one does not find guides until one has passed sufficient tests to strengthen one's own identity. What I was to see that day taught me that in addition to the above, the true world transcends any conventional logical process, and that clinging to humanoid understanding prevents one from living at the level where there are no limits. The brother was giving consultations, and after greeting him, I stood to his left. I noticed that my tiredness was generalized. For some reason, all of us around Cuauhtémoc did not have enough energy. I had moved house, and my listlessness was explainable. Later I found out that Armando was going to have surgery for an injury, and that Memo had an emotional problem. Obviously, we were connected, and although each one for different reasons, in all of us something prevented us from being strong enough. The only exception was brother. He seemed to have no limits, and even though he had seen 65 patients, he was fresh and inspired at the end of the consultations. Soon, he said to me in a soft voice, all the signs will be gathered in Orion. The signs? Yes, what you call zodiacal signs. Each one, he continued, represents a different part of the body, and those who attend the event will learn the meaning of the relationships between the stars and the organic. Will different beings come together? I asked. No, they are not beings, but galaxies. But from the city it will not be possible to see them. There is too much smoke here. It would be wonderful if 100 or 200 men could attend. But I know that there is hardly anyone who is in harmony with nature. Only 2 or 3 are able to recognize the patterns and understand the movement of nature. Only in harmony can we understand and live what will happen. In San Jose del Pacifico, I had lived that harmony. It is the dialogue with the world. I thought at that moment. At its most direct level, it is the knowledge of the reason for the movements of the clouds, the rains, the winds, the growth of the plants, the changes in the illumination of the sun and the singing of the birds. It is the connection between all the events of nature and one's own consciousness in unity of contact with them. We were preparing for the operations, and after several interventions that I will not describe, they passed a woman who had come from New York complaining of continuous headaches. It is a case of trigeminal irritation, the brother told me when he saw the woman. I will have to connect the trigeminal with the neutral zone and thus divert the exaggerated excitation of the nerve. We laid the woman down, and I held her head while the bush knife penetrated her forehead and with a lateral movement opened a huge incision that reached the back of her ear. I felt a warm liquid dripping onto my left hand, and then a piece of flesh that I recognized as part of the scalp separated from the bone. I was very impressed and watched as the knife spun around trying to fix the nerve. Finally, the knife was pulled away and the wound was closed. The woman had complained during the operation, although her pain had been minimal compared to what she might have felt in conventional surgery, but without anesthesia. Between Armando and myself, we bandaged the head, and the brother dismissed the woman. I was feeling very tired and had my back starting to ache and prevent me from continuing to help. I took a deep breath and gave myself a massage. Brother turned to see me and whispered something to me that I did not understand. I asked him, and in a whisper, he said, "I will give you a chance to see something extraordinary." At that moment they passed a young man about 25 years old, thin and very nervous. The brother received him very warmly and told him that he had nothing to fear. We laid him on his back, and with absorbent cotton soaked in alcohol, the brother cleaned his chest. I asked about the ailment, and Raphael, that was the patient's name, said that his left arm and shoulder hurt a lot. Obviously it was the heart, and the operation would try to relieve the organ. I held Raphael's hand and suggested that he relax and breathe deeply. He did so as the knife penetrated his chest and the saw cut into his ribs. It was pitch dark and I could not see clearly when the brother asked me to turn on my flashlight. I shone my light on his chest and my breath caught. On Raphael's skin his heart was beating freely and clearly. "Now look closely," brother said to me. I saw how the bush knife entered the heart and literally cut it in two. "It is not possible," I said to myself repeatedly. I looked at Raphael's face, and my surprise knew no bounds. While his heart was being cut in two, the boy smiled and remained with his eyes open. "Where are you?" I asked Raphael. "Where are you?" He looked at me and laughed at every answer. I turned to look at the chest, and the heart was still there, inserted by a knife and beating. Suddenly that throbbing mass began to penetrate the chest, and in a jiffy it was in its original position, and the wound closed quickly, elegantly, and placidly in front of my wild eyes. I asked Raphael again. "Where were you?" I asked again, and he said no more. "My God, my God, my God, my God," I repeated aloud, looking at the brother, Raphael, and then Armando. The brother turned in my direction, and then called Armando, whispered something in his ear, and I thought he was referring to my reaction. I could hear him telling him that I was not like them. At the end of the session, I asked Armando what Cuauhtémoc had told him. He told me that you are still not leaving your human investiture, and that you are still trying to understand what is happening using a restricted logic. It was true. Despite having seen so many miracles, I had been amazed and had tried to understand that operation using conventional notions. I did not understand Raphael's survival, and it seemed logical to me that Cuauhtémoc was surprised by my lack of faith. However, something had dawned on me. Transcending my doubts, I had thought that Raphael was out of his body during the operation, and I had assumed that all those who underwent surgery also left their bodies during interventions. It was not possible to understand the absence of pain and the survival and maintenance of consciousness in any other way. At the end of the session, the brother mentioned something very strange. "Have I disobeyed my father?" he said very seriously. "How did you disobey her?" I asked in astonishment. "My father gives the order for someone to disembody, to abandon his life, and that someone comes to me, and I operate on him because it hurts me to see his suffering. That is what I have done, my beloved, and thus I have disobeyed." Before saying goodbye, Armando told me that he understood my astonishment, but that this, the heart operation, was a trifle compared to what happened before, when they worked in the fields. "I wish you had been with us," he said. "Pachita looked like a tiger. She jumped and ran and crouched, and suddenly seemed to fly like an eagle. It was a delight to watch her, and I know you would have loved to witness that." Chapter 29. The Damaged Medium. I went to visit Pachita the next day. I had promised to read her the book. I met her in the kitchen of her house with Memo. They were preparing remedies, and Pachita showed me an adjoining room full of bottles, chairs, sacks full of herbs, files, test tubes, papers. "This is my laboratory," she said, smiling. "I make my medicines here. Right now we are preparing a special liquid. If you take a drink every morning and on an empty stomach, you don't get old." He gave me a taste and I coughed, overwhelmed by alcohol. "It's pure alcohol." "No man," he laughed. "It's herbs and rum and, yeah, a little bit of alcohol, but nothing more." They gave me a bottle, and after several days of taking my little drink, I noticed that my muscles were getting noticeably harder. Pachita was taking the same remedy and looked extraordinarily young for her 78 years of age. I began to read the book to her, and I have never had a more interested and luminous audience. On Friday, I was feeling very well, and when I entered the operating room, I found it illuminated and Pachita chatting. It was early in the morning, and the brother was still not coming. Although I had seen Cuauhtémoc's arrival several times, it was always interesting to observe the procedure Pachita used to receive him. Armando told me, at the end of that session, that the entities used 10% of the medium's brains because using more would destroy the encephalic mass. It was as if an energetic organization took over the axons, dendrites and neurons of the brain, activating specific neural patterns and controlling neural energy fields. Pachita asked for Cuauhtémoc's robe, put it on, and sat down on a chair in front of the altar, closed her eyes, and began to recite a series of prayers. She yawned several times, and then trembled several times. Finally, he raised his right arm and greeted us. "In the name of my father, I greet you." For some reason I remembered that when I lived in New York on 2 occasions I had entered a gigantic whirlpool, and when I felt my body begin to spin following the curves of the whirlpool, I had stopped the process, frightened by the mystery. At that moment, it seemed likely to me that the arrival of Cuauhtémoc implied similar sensations for Pachita. Halfway through the consultations, I began to feel very dizzy. It was as if a disorganized and intense energy was interacting with my brain, throwing it out of balance. I didn't want to say anything, and only until my sensations overcame my ability to control myself did I comment out loud, "Brother, I feel very strange, and I don't know if it is me or is it something I am detecting. It is the Incas, my affectionate one. Today we will have a confrontation, and they are already here. Besides," he continued, "you are receiving energy to be able to withstand the fight." As he finished his comment, I heard something very strange. It was a kind of wild growl. "Did you hear?" asked the brother. "Yes," I affirmed in amazement. "Those are the Incas preparing to attack." The brother was referring to an event we had experienced 2 weeks earlier when the South American couple had come for consultation. The woman, a very attractive blonde, had visited Brazil and had some witchcraft work done on her. His partner was very alarmed and had commented that his wife was acting very strangely and seemed to be possessed by a dark entity. The couple had decided to come today, and the Incas were the entities that possessed the woman. We waited the entire session for the couple, but they did not come. Meanwhile, the energetic disorganization persisted for several hours, accompanied by sudden grunts. I had to comment again on my sensations, and at the end of the consultations, I asked Cuauhtémoc again, "Brother, what is going on? I told you, my boy, it is the Incas. Do you feel the same way I do?" "No, I don't feel that way. They don't affect me like they do you. You are made of steel." The brother was very astonished by some incidents that had in common an absolute absence of kindly conscience. Whenever something like that happened, he always commented on the event, emphasizing that such a level was untenable. He seemed to penetrate human nature, and the whole stereotype with which he worked. A bush knife operations, a surgical bed, a dim light, stimulated in the human being who entered the room what it was not possible to control and hide. I learned at his side, and saw how there, between his hands, instincts, the unresolved, the animal portion of the conscience emerged. Thus, when an obese lady, accompanied by her son, lay face down on the bed to be operated on her spine, and in a continuous screaming and complaining, the brother commented that a mother should not frighten her son in such a way, and at least be aware of the consequences of her lack of control and absence of faith. Pachita's prestige was very wide, and every day she was visited by sick people from faraway regions. New York sent patients, and the last operation of the night was of a boy named Carrie, who, accompanied by his girlfriend, a young Puerto Rican girl, came from New York especially to see Pachita. I realized that the energy I had been receiving during the session had been intended to prepare me for this, the most difficult operation of the day. Armando was talking with the brother when they announced that Carrie and his girlfriend were waiting their turn. I had been told that Carrie had arthritis, and I had believed it. When I asked brother if he would operate on Carrie for his arthritis, he laughed along with Z in response. I still did not know damage from real disease, and brother's laughter made me understand that Carrie was damaged. When he entered the room with his girlfriend, I noticed that the latter gave off extremely sensual vibrations. Her body was that of a feline, and a black bag that she carelessly carried and kept hanging in the position of her genitals made her appear as a naked and inciting seductress. Both came dressed in white, and that highlighted even more the effect that I have described. The brother made Carrie sit on the edge of the bed and stared at him. He then rubbed the palms of his hands together, and with a quick motion and in Carrie's direction he threw light at him as he said, "I command you to present yourself. I demand that you appear, and if it is my Father's will that you take him completely, and if not that you leave his body." Carrie meanwhile began to sway his head and suddenly to stammer. From his mouth came strange sounds similar to those of some Indian dialect. Carrie's words further stimulated the brother. "That's no way to take a body. Take light and leave him. I command you, receive my light and change. Get away from him and leave him alone." At that instant I felt Carrie was going to faint. He swayed and nodded and stuttered, and his legs began to shake. His girlfriend, meanwhile, was breathing deeply and moaning. Brother again rubbed his palms together and gave light. "Get out of that body. I command you for the last time." It wasn't enough, and Candelaria started throwing balm over our heads and practically drenched Carrie and his girlfriend. Finally, the brother gave the order to make a chain of protection, and all of us except Armando held hands. The damage was located on Carrie's knees. He was a karate master and had always complained of severe pain in his legs. The brother took the bush knife and cut open the right knee, as Carrie did in pain, and his girlfriend let out nervous exclamations. I felt I should get off the chain and take Carrie's hands, but I could not. I told him to take my arm, and he squeezed it tightly. The operation continued, and the boy's moans indicated very intense pain. Candelaria was throwing salve at us, and the knife penetrated the left knee. I felt very energized, and remembered that after the consultations I had asked brother, "In what way can I help you?" Cuauhtémoc had asked me if I had ever seen a rough sea. When I answered in the affirmative, he had told me that the energy he gave during the operations was like a gigantic wave of a sea. Surely the brother detected my energetic level because he suddenly called me and asked me to remove the damage. I moved away from the chain and asked the people who had held my hands to lean them against the wall so that the latter could serve as a protective continuity. I took my right hand to Carrie's left knee, and next to the tip of the knife I felt a kind of elongated small bone ending in a point. I took it between my fingers and tried to extract it. I couldn't at the first attempt, and I got angry. I started shouting at that bone, and with a tremendous effort I pulled it out of my knee. Armando approached me with a black paper, and I placed the damage inside it. Now I approached the other knee, and again I felt a small bone similar to the other one, and the moment I felt it, it moved away from my fingers. It seemed alive, and the brother inserted the knife again, and I felt the tip of the bone again. Again I got angry and yelled at him, and with a tremendous pull I pulled it out of its place. Carrie took a deep breath, and his moaning stopped. Armando bandaged both knees, and I stroked Carrie's forehead trying to soothe him. Cuauhtémoc turned to the girlfriend of the damaged one and told her that if she wanted he could cure her lung. The girl refused, saying that she was a santira and that she could heal herself. I was very surprised and felt that Carrie's damage was related to his girlfriend. Cuauhtémoc spoke to Carrie. "You are a good man and you are also a medium. You have healing capacity, and a physician from a time before Christ is going to enter your body and heal using your matter. You must learn to communicate with him, and let him pass through you." How do I do that?" Carrie asked. "You must learn to meditate." The bride interrupted the conversation and said that the day before the spirit had appeared, and for 4 hours had talked with her. Cuauhtémoc did not pay attention to her, and continued talking to Carrie. "You must place," he told her, "a white flower at the head of your bed, and you must purify yourself." While Armando continued bandaging, the brother said goodbye to everyone and sat down next to the altar. For a short time no one spoke, and suddenly, after several convulsions, Pachita's body was occupied by a new entity. "Bad, bad, bad, bad," she said in a low, cracked voice. "Get out of here. Go away." Then she spoke in pure Mexican, and I felt she was making fun of Carrie's girlfriend. Finally, Pachita appeared, and I asked the girlfriend to leave the premises. I was sure she had something to do with the damage, and I asked Armando for his opinion. He agreed with me, as did Pachita, after I told him what had happened. I felt an obligation to tell Carrie, and I didn't know how. I approached him, and Armando accompanied me. "Tell him," Armando told me, "that his path is light and his girlfriend's path does not match. She needs sex, drugs, and darkness. He, on the other hand, will be occupied by a light entity who will use 10% of his brain and teach him to heal." Carrie could not believe it and showed me a necklace that his girlfriend had given him especially for the occasion. I took it and almost lost consciousness. I passed it to Armando, and he felt the same. "This necklace is worked," he said firmly. Then Armando placed the necklace on the floor, and with a bottle of alcohol, he sprinkled the contents of the bottle around the necklace and set it on fire. Then he made several crosses with alcohol and set them on fire as well. Finally, he bathed the necklace with balsam and gave it to me. The negative vibrations had disappeared. "Tell him," Armando told me, "to give it back to his girlfriend and not to say anything about what we said about her, at the risk that if he does otherwise he will die." Carrie showed me another object and asked my opinion about its vibrations. "It's very good," I said confidently. "That one was given to me by my karate teacher. He wants to teach me to meditate, and he is a magnificent spiritual being. How do you feel the difference in vibrations?" He asked me right away. "I don't know," I answered. "I just feel them." We dismissed Carrie and suggested that he not go to sleep until after midnight. The next morning Carrie telephoned me at home. "You know," he said, "I am realizing that my girlfriend has something very negative, but I love her so much that I am convincing her to be operated on by the brother." "I hope you can convince her," I replied. "That would solve the problem, and then you wouldn't have to separate." "Thank you for everything," he said goodbye, "and I swear that when the doctor comes and I learn to heal, I will do something for you." Chapter 30. The Death of the Pope. To be in the creation of experience is to transcend all dichotomy. That's what I dreamed one night. John Cook was telling it to me, and I listened to him with such attention that my dream moved to a plane of materialization. 2 days later, I dreamed that someone was going to gift me with an extraordinary revelation, when a pair of hands grabbed my neck in an attempt to hang me. I woke up and saw the clock. At that same hour, the Pope, John Paul II, was dying of poison. I say poisoned and not of a heart attack, because that is what Cuauhtémoc told me. After Carrie's operation, he decided to separate from his girlfriend and sent her to a hotel. The girl spoke to me one afternoon, anguished, confused, and full of fear. She asked for asylum in my house, and I agreed. She told me about the Santeros and their ceremonies, full of animal sacrifices, drums, dancers, and exotic rituals. I convinced her to go for surgery with the brother for a series of ailments that were clear evidence of damage. During the days she lived in my house, I felt a fire burning in my chest and waited expectantly for the day of the operation. Cuauhtémoc refused to operate on her. She is a great priestess of the Santeros and is dedicated for life, he told me very seriously. I cannot intervene in these matters, he added firmly. I told the girl, and she and her boyfriend decided to return to New York. 2 days later, the Pope died and my chest burned. Pachita was not feeling well either. She had gone to Toluca with her children, and on the way her blood pressure had risen to 240 millimeters of mercury. What is happening in the world that everything seems to be leading us to a crisis? I asked myself on Wednesday as I entered the operating room. Pachita had decided to take a break from consultations, and few operations were scheduled for the evening. We prepared to operate, and the session passed without major mishap. The over-anesthetized girl occupied the operating room bed to be operated on. Once again, in her brain, she stood up on her own from her wheelchair, and I was amazed at her incredible growth and development. In a few weeks she had grown 10 centimeters in height and almost looked like a giant for her young age. The bush knife penetrated her skull. Chapter 31. Armando's Damage. When I turned 13, I had been sent a Bible from Jerusalem with silver coverings and beautiful calligraphy. I had decided to give it to Cuauhtémoc and Pachita. The following Friday I arrived early at Pachita's house. People were lined up, and then Memo told me that out of 76 consultations the brother had only accepted 20. My chest no longer burned, and I approached the brother to greet him. "In the name of my father, I greet you. In the same name I answer you," the brother answered me. "How are you, my dear one?" "Very worried about the death of the Pope. It is said that before the end, the patriarchs of the churches will perish. First it was the Orthodox, and now the Pope. I had not heard that the head of the Russian Orthodox Church died, but it was true. A month apart, 2 religious leaders had died, and that was no coincidence, as nothing is. Hopefully, I thought, the light would overcome the darkness. "I brought you a gift," I said, holding out the book. Cuauhtémoc opened it and remained looking at a page for a few moments. I wondered if he read it and understood Hebrew, and as if he had read my thoughts he answered me. "Here they speak as you and I do. Do you understand Hebrew?" He turned to look at me and smiled, and asked T to give the gift to his subject. "Thank you, Brother Jacob." I stood next to the brother and accompanied him during the consultations. As always, his kindness and love was amazing. The way in which the human being was transparent to him, and his ability to recognize illnesses, emotional problems, and attachments always left me with a sense of bewilderment, and at the same time confirmed to me that although we are confined inside a body, our thoughts affect space and are detectable by those who have acquired the ability to see. In my work as a psychophysiologist, I had come to the conclusion that the brain creates an energetic field that interacts with the organization of space. so that we all live imbued and are part of an energetic network that communicates and intertwines us in a unity conceivable theoretically for me and experientially for Cuauhtémoc. Now I saw that not only the brain but the whole body creates and participates in that network. But I confess that such energetic issues are only a restricted logical approximation, and with that same capacity, they have power and ability to explain. What really happens transcends any human attempt at explanation, and what I was to see later would confirm this once again. Armando had a damage that manifested itself by very intense pains in his lower abdomen and in his right leg. It was the 17th since he had started in the brother's work, and today would be the 17th operation he would undergo. Cuauhtémoc had asked him to bring an eaglet, and after our conversation about religious leaders, brother asked him about the animal. "It is outside in a box," Armando replied. Cuauhtémoc in Pachita's body moved towards the eagle and pulled it out of its box. The animal's talons clung to his forearm and wounded him. When we were able to separate the bird from Pachita's body, I noticed several holes in Pachita's arm. "Look," she told me, "this eagle has inside it the being that is bothering Armando, and the proof is that no blood is flowing from the wounds it made in my body." It was true, in spite of the fact that the claws of the animal had entered the forearm, leaving terrible marks on it. No blood came out of them. "Remember, Brother Jacobo," Cuauhtémoc told me, "when an animal wounds and no blood flows from the wounds it produces, that means that the animal has a being inside." I remembered one of the procedures that Don Lucio uses to clean houses. He makes a mixture of herbs and lights them to fill the rooms with smoke, and in serious cases he uses what he calls insurance. These are usually roosters that bury themselves in the entrances of the house and swallow the damages. I also remembered what Carrie's girlfriend had described to me about the ceremonies of the Santeros. These sacrifice animals after a ritual in which the beasts appropriate the spirits to be worked in the ceremony. "Let's see, Brother Jacobo," Cuauhtémoc said to me, fussy. "How do you explain this?" He was referring to the absence of blood from his wounds. I believe I started saying with insecurity that the animal has two interacting energetic fields, and that the resultant of both closes the pores of the victim's skin, and, well, I continued, the truth is that my logic cannot explain this or anything else I have seen here. The brother looked at me carefully and told me that I had changed a lot. It was true, I had never felt the same, and my thought processes had transcended any desire for a concrete explanation. I believed in God and had faith, and had finally accepted the survival of individuality after bodily death and all that this implied, and I wanted to tell the brother that what had changed me most was his and Pachita's kindness and acceptance of permanent individuality. The here, the there, and the hereafter are the same, I said to myself, remembering a memorable phrase of Don Lucio. When he had said it to me, I had not understood it, and now it was part of me. If we preserve ourselves as individuals, it is necessary to strengthen our identity. If we continue with our work, it is necessary to work in the highest. If we continue to be, we must find beauty within ourselves and work on its maintenance, continuity, and strengthening. I wanted to say all that out loud, but I only managed to mutter a yes. Yes, I have changed. The brother knew what I had thought and confirmed it with an observation. Now you have the strength, he told me. Do not allow anyone to make you doubt what you have seen, and do not do the same with your neighbor. Be strong and keep your own self in front of anyone. I had been doing so lately with such conviction that I wondered how it had been so easy for someone to make me do it before. I replied firmly. We were in the consulting rooms, and our dialogue punctuated the moments when someone left the room and the next sick person entered the room. It was becoming easier and easier for me to enter the timeless experience, and the room, and the consultations, and especially the operations, stimulated in me that state in which the only thing that exists is an eternal present. Knew a woman who had been operated on her eyes, approached Cuauhtémoc. He asked me for my flashlight and shone it into the lady's eyes. They were green and diffuse. The woman said she began to see after the operation, but still without details. The brother extended his right arm, and with the palm of his hand upward, seemed to expect a materialization. I did not notice anything concrete, but the hand moved in the direction of the eyes, and seemed to inject something into them. The woman reported an increase in light, and the brother told her that she would soon be able to see in detail. At that moment, and by a strange association, I remembered that brother was unable to distinguish the right side from the left. I had wondered the reason for this, and had gone from the consideration of an absolutely fluid interhemispheric communication in Pachita's brain with the consequent mixture of the spatial with the aspatial, of the fantastic with the logical, of the mathematical with the purely intuitive, to the consideration of the absence of space in the brother's dwelling, with the consequent absence of directional references. I did not doubt that Pachita's brain had absolute fluidity of transmission of interhemispheric callosal signals, and that the brother lived in a dimension transcending space, but both thoughts were not sufficient to explain the directional confusion. The next patient interrupted my thoughts. He was an adult male with a very worried expression. The brother had met him, and upon seeing him was moved and saddened. "Dear brother," he said to him, "why are you in this state? You must look up and come out of the hole they have put you in. I know it is because of a woman, and I know how much it hurts you. I myself was hurt by the Malinche. Remember her betrayal and my pain. But in spite of that I got up, and with a broken soul, Doña Pachita, but with iron will I faced the invader and defended my town. You are sad and do not see the future, but I tell you that it exists, and it is very beautiful, and you must get up and walk straight. You are very luminous, and nothing should make you fall. Put your will to the front and rise up, offer your chest to destiny, and do not let something like this bring you down." The next sick man had been abandoned by his wife, taking his 5 children with her. Cuauhtémoc offered to visit the female and bring her to her senses. "I will go in spirit, and you in the meantime wait." Before operations began, I asked Cuauhtémoc about the Malinche's betrayal. "She got excited with the bearded men," he told me. "That's how women are when they lack a center." D came to inform the brother about the list of operations, and the latter asked him to divide them into those of eyes, liquids, and blood. That must be the order, Brother D. Enrique, Doña Pachita's son. I watched all these maneuvers, and suddenly I had the most beautiful feeling of familiarity and ritual that I remember. It was always the same. D would come, and then the brother would ask for R, and she would come bringing the organs to be grafted and other things that I never knew what they were for. I felt at home, and the feeling of order, tradition, and ritual enveloped me like a magnificent perfume. A young girl sat in the brother's chair. I reached behind the chair and took the girl's head in my hands. I felt instantly luminous and energized. I turned to look at the brother and told him that I loved him very much. I did not understand what he said, and for the rest of the session I remained in a continuous feeling of joy and peace. After several fluid operations on children, a young girl was brought in. Brother saw her and asked her why she wished to die. The girl had been in an automobile accident and had become semi-paralyzed. She hated that occasion and cursed the driver of the accident car. "I don't want to live," she said to the brother. "I don't see anything I like and nothing satisfies me." The brother comforted her, and then in a serious tone scolded her. The girl had a diseased kidney, and the brother grafted a corpse kidney to replace the original one. I had already seen so many similar operations that I was not surprised and considered it natural. The next patient was a famous American musician. His flaccid body lived in a wheelchair, paralyzed of all his limbs. It was the second time I had seen him, and this time, like the last, he was accompanied by a very noisy entourage. Cuauhtémoc forced him to get up from his chair and take a few steps, helped by his son and a friend. "We are going to remove a tumor from his lung," said Cuauhtémoc afterwards. We laid CH down, and the brother made an incision in his right posterior flank. The musician said he no longer felt water in his lung, and asked permission to ask a question which I translated. Plus Pachita has lived several lives. Of course, replied the brother. Just like all of us, on the way out I told the brother that I had always felt a difference between North Americans and Mexicans. That's right, he confirmed. The Americans are dirtier. Armando's operation had been delayed for 2 weeks and was scheduled for the end of today's session. I never imagined what I would see, and I prepared for Armando's operation in the same way I prepared for the others. Obviously, however, there was a difference in feelings. I felt a very special affection and brotherly closeness towards Armando. In spite of the fact that brother had operated on him 16 other times, I felt a little nervousness in Armando. We laid him on his back, and as a joke, I gave him the same instructions as other patients. Relax your body, breathe deeply and pray. Cuauhtémoc, ask for a chain of protection, and CANDE, Pachita's body and I, entered his center. The brother asked God for strength, and then opened the belly with the scissors. He then made a 15-centimeter incision with the knife. Armando did not complain, and controlled his pain through deep breaths. The brother began to poke around inside the body, and as he went deeper into the belly, he let out exclamations of amazement. At one point he said that inside there was exactly what Armando most abhorred. He asked for my hand and made me touch something elongated and of a repulsive consistency. Take it out, Jacobo. I began to pull it out, while Cuauhtémoc squealed. It was the same whistling that I had heard on one occasion when the brother was confronted with a dark entity from Brazil. I had interpreted the chiflado as a means to drive away the darkness, but after his operation, Armando explained to me that this was the way Cuauhtémoc called his army in cases of great danger, and that was not for less. As I pulled out the elongated thing, I realized and later confirmed that it was a snake. Hypnotize that snake, Cuauhtémoc ordered me. Something took hold of me. I felt a superhuman strength, and I began to talk to the animal. Little snake, you're going to come out, little snake. I pulled, and it wouldn't come out. Finally, I pulled the end of the snake's head and handed it to Candelaria, who received it in a black paper. I looked sideways at the animal and noticed its movements. It was disgusting and incredible to have taken a live snake out of the belly of a human being. But that's how it was. I took a deep breath while Candelaria bandaged Armando. The protective chain was still in place, and suddenly the brother caught Candelaria's attention. Watch out, he's getting away. The snake had come out of the paper and was heading towards Armando. With a quick movement, Candelaria caught it and kept it in the black protection paper. The session was over, and after Pachita returned to her body, I reminded T of the assignment to give Pachita the Bible, and she did. Pachita looked at the pages and opened the book and was surprised at the Hebrew characters. What does it say, Jacobo? I took the book from where Pachita had opened it and read in ancient Hebrew. The Hebrew echoed in the room, and I realized that what I was reading was not random and meant the end of the book that I had begun to write, thinking that it was me, but later realizing that my hand was only an instrument to make known what I saw. And I read, "So the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them, and God finished his work which he had made on the 7th day, and rested the 7th day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the 7th day, and sanctified it, because in it he rested from all his work which he had made in creation." Whispers of silence. The observer is independent, but here, sees through the lens of neuronal activity. The only balance is freedom. Immortality does not require seeking. It is given from all ways. Therefore, responsibility is to nourish the spirit with beauty. The search is harmony. The encounter is with the essential self, the one that transcends any sensory impression. The greatest mystery is experience. There is no chance, no decisions are made. Everything is intertwined within a hyper-complex network of relationships. The world is a matrix of interactions between consciousness. Everything is a signal and a lesson for those capable of awakening. No word communicated to us is random. Everything works towards conscious fulfillment, and everything is a lesson to be learned. In the ultimate point, we are one being. Religious experience is the full acceptance of the existence of a transcendent order where chance has no place. If the fourth dimension is the eternal present, the fifth is that of human relationships. Consciousness is everything in each moment of the present. When consciousness is free, when sensitivity is optimal, we are what the universe is. Ultimately, everything is a manifestation of the cerebral structure, which in turn is a model of the entire universe. When we see ourselves. Every image, sound, tactile sensation, taste, contains all knowledge. Being each one of us, the representation of the total state of the universe at a given moment, we can only affirm that our essence is perfection. The brain is the Kabbalistic flask of being. The observer is a little person scandalized by the foolishness the body does. The real world is located beyond thought. From a logical standpoint, everything can be reduced to nonsense. Hence, true life transcends reason. In awakening, old illusions are abandoned until finding the unchangeable, the nameless, the eternal. The encounter with oneself is eternity. No temporary pleasure is accepted as real once the self has seen itself. At a level of consciousness, one speaks with man, at another with the world, and each sound acquires meaning. This is the true meaning of synchronicity. Total dialogue with the world transcends all structured logic and is a function of the true observer. Synchronicity is always there. One only needs to awaken to realize its existence. Nothing that does not come from direct experience can be considered true knowledge. Internal freedom is essential to recognize the wisdom of the universe. Without it, everything would enter into a limiting structure. Everything is transformation, and thought emerges from the first interface of space with the brain. When we come into contact with a new level of reality, we tend to glimpse it through the lens of our personal history. What is in itself cannot be known until genetics and personal history are transcended. Symbols, language, thought, and experience itself depend on and are given by the energetic morphologies of interacting fields. In silence lies the answer. The wonder of creating experience is the wonder of everything. Beautiful energy is thought in essence. Beautiful because it connects with the self. The consciousness of unity with everything can be acquired as bodily unity was acquired. The baby gives an order, and its arm responds. The shaman gives an order, and the clouds respond. Unity of the body and unity of everything. But unity is also acquired through thought. Any object is a process and a thought. Everything transforms through us and takes shape. Therefore, love is the most absolute creation. Feeling oneself being is the best of all feelings. As we walk, we step on ourselves. The end. If you liked this audiobook, share it with the people you love the most. Thank you for following the channel Bending Realities. Hugs and God bless you.